distinguished scholars who are here to welcome the participants. And I would like to start with the president of our department, Professor Yannis Xenidis. This event and the previous events were under the auspices of the Department of Civil Engineering. So, Professor Xenidis, would you mind telling us a few words?
Thank you, Professor Theodosiou. Honorable Vice Rector, esteemed guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. A decade after the Paris Agreement, the Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit 2025, organized by the SDSN Black Sea here at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, offers us an important opportunity to reflect on what has been achieved and what remains to be done, particularly with regard to SDGs 7 and 13. During these 10 years, awareness and commitment have grown, but progress is relatively uneven. Global emissions are still rising in many regions worldwide, while adaptation measures lag behind the accelerating pace of climate change. Especially with regard to affordable and clean energy, renewable technologies have advanced rapidly, relative costs have dropped, yet universal access to reliable clean energy remains elusive, especially in vulnerable regions, and even in developed areas, this access is not always secure or cost-effective for significant crowds. With regard to climate action, the picture is sobering. Despite strong commitments, the current trajectory is undeniably not enough to keep global warming between 1.5 degrees Celsius. We urgently need more ambitious mitigation, stronger adaptation, and deeper international cooperation. And this is where the role of SDSN Black Sea, based at Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, contributes substantially to these needs, focusing especially on sustainable solutions for the challenges of the Black Sea region. This network is working tirelessly, because I follow it, so I can tell my personal experience, to connect academia, policymakers, civil society, the private sector across the Black Sea region by promoting applied research, building partnerships, and sharing best practices. So I'm profoundly pleased that the Department of Civil Engineering of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, in this academic year, marking the 70th anniversary of its establishment, is here, contributing not only to the summit's important cause, but also to meaningful and impactful outreach and extroversion efforts that a higher institution should actively pursue. I would like to thank you for your attendance, and I wish you inspiring discussions and successful outcomes throughout the summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Xenidis, and I'd like to emphasize the continuous support of the Department of Civil Engineering, really very important for this event. I would like now to call to the stand Mr. Nikos Zarotiadis. He is the President and CEO of Thessaloniki, a very important innovation technology initiative for not only for Thessaloniki, but for the wider, for all over Europe. So, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I come from the business sector. I have been the chair of the Federation of Industries for 8 years in the early 90s. And I have been very, very sensitive in what the Balkan developments would turn out to be in the international arena. And I was very heavily involved in the reconstruction, if I would like to use this word, of Southeastern European countries that came into the Western way of doing business and running the economy. I've been the chairman of the Stability Pact that was developed in Southeastern Europe, bringing together business people from around Western Europe to discuss with our Bulgarian, Romanian, Yugoslavian at that time neighbors, together with our Turkish colleagues, to see how the business community could teach the Southeast European business community to go into slowly into the European family. So Balkans is an area which has been a great issue for me. I have been involved also in some more social issues. Professor Michailidis knows about the Center for Democracy and Reconciliation, where we had to bring together about 80 historians from all around the Balkan countries to rewrite the history of our area, which we all know how heavily has been influenced by so many wars and so many aggressive issues in the area. So yes, the Balkans are really known internationally as the backyard of Europe, and indeed has a history that people like Winston Churchill once said, we have in the Balkans, we have such a heavy history that he's not sure whether we are able to digest it. Geographically, the Balkans certainly is a link between Central and Western Europe and Asia and Africa. And it's a strategic place for trade, for energy, for geopolitical, and it has a geopolitical influence in the areas. And this is why all through its recent history, a lot of all the big powers were competing each other for dominance in Southeastern Europe. Today, the Balkans are in a critical juncture, especially given the uncertainty and unpredictability and the conflicts that are happening around the area. The future could see the Balkans either as a zone of heightened competition or see it as an area of cooperation and security integration, which is much more preferable. The European Union, of course, plays a very important role, a significant role in all this, supporting the Balkans all the way through. The integration process of the Western Balkans is a very important issue, although it has brought quite a lot of fatigue to a lot of people, especially in the Western Balkans, for the long time it takes to join in. And it is giving some ground to external actors to exploit the situation, sometimes from the right and sometimes from the left. Regional cooperation must be strengthened, I believe, quite a lot, and it must be better funded across all the sectors, including infrastructure, connectivity, trade, energy, sustainable and economic environmental politics. Policies, economic integration and trade participation are essential. Very essential tools for building stability and resilience against external pressures. Innovation, which is the area which I was invited to give you an address for, will be a great tool for the Balkan cooperation. As it has been already said, I represent at this moment of my career. I would like to complete my industrial and economic career with a very important project on innovation. So we are building together with the cooperation of the University of Thessaloniki, all three universities of Thessaloniki, and with the Association of the Industries, Exporters, and a lot of businesses, and so the CERT and the Innovation Institute CERT. We have partnered together and working very hard on developing an innovation center, an innovation technology center, very near the airport. The government is helping us quite a lot. They have given us a 75-hectare land across the sea, along the sea, right next to the airport of Thessaloniki, and next to the area of Keynote, a very strategic position, Thessaloniki, as you know very well. So Thessaloniki is joining in a very strategic position in the southeastern Europe. And I believe that it's not only for Greece, it's only for the, it's basically for the whole Southeastern European Union. We have a lot of very important, very qualified human capacity here, not only in Greece, but also in Bulgaria and Romania. Turkey is still working with us in the Southeast European Union, trying to join into the EU, and they have a great capacity as well. So the whole area of Southeastern Europe can have great potential in technologies and new technologies, in cooperation. Thousands of students as potential talents for companies that are exploring new technologies. We already have quite a lot of international companies already in Greece, and some of them, especially Thessaloniki. And we are working on that together. I have a very close cooperation with this university, and especially with the youth rector, Zarotiadis, who is already has very advanced ideas about cooperation and creating English-speaking sectors in the schools, which are again for us an extremely important element for accomplishing our target. So, given the region's complexity, complex history, as well as the challenges still evident, there is an urgent need to promote democratic governance in the area. This means fostering political stability through the rule of law and anti-corruption efforts and institutional resilience. In short, transforming the Balkans from Europe's neglected backyard into a region of growth and stability and cooperation will not be easy, especially in these areas that we have so many troubles around our area. So yet the effort may be hard, but it is not only worthwhile, but I believe it is absolutely necessary. So I was very pleased to hear that you are working on maybe on specific issues of climate change, but I'm sure that you are very much concerned about the stability and resilience of the area, and the area that I'm working right now on the innovation area and the business side. Trade and economic issues are going to be extremely important for your work. Thank you very much.
Zarotiadis, I believe that SDSN will be a groundbreaking initiative for the whole region, as you mentioned. It's a great opportunity to finally bridge this gap between the universities and the industry. That was something that was troubling us for many years, and now through SDSN, we are all looking forward to find a solution for this, to bridge this gap. So this is something very important. We're looking forward for SDSN. I would like now to call the Vice Rector of International Relations and Outreach, Lifelong Learning and Student Care. I wanted to have the full title. Professor Yannis Michailidis, a very good friend, and I'd like to thank him for being here with us. And I would like from the Professor Michailidis to also declare the opening of this day's summit.
Thank you, Nikos. Dear colleagues, dear students, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the rectorate authorities of Aristotle University, it is a great honor and a privilege to welcome you all to the Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit here at our historic and vibrant city of Thessaloniki. This year's summit holds special significance as it marks 10 years since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, a landmark in the global effort to combat climate change and ensure a sustainable future for all. Over this decade, much progress has been made, yet many challenges remain. The work ahead requires renewed commitment, both ideas and collaborative action, and we are proud that Thessaloniki, and especially our university, provide the setting for such an important dialogue. the Aristotle University, the largest university in Greece and one of the most prominent in Southeast Europe, has long been dedicated to fostering knowledge, innovation, and responsibility towards society. Hosting the summit aligns deeply with our mission to serve as an academic hub where science, policy, education, and civic engagement meet to co-create solutions for the most pressing challenges of our time. This year's program reflects the complexity and urgency of the climate change. The panels will explore issues of regional importance, such as the future of the Balkans, Nikos Eftimiadis already mentioned, as well as global priorities, including clean energy, climate action, and the role of youth. The involvement of the World Academy of Art and Science and many distinguished experts and stakeholders ensures that our discussions will be both rigorous and forward-looking. We firmly believe that universities are not only centers of research and education, but also platforms for dialogue, cooperation, and action. By bringing together scientists, policymakers, local authorities, entrepreneurs, and civic society, the Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit exemplifies the spirit of collaboration that is essential for implementing the Paris Agreement and advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. Allow me, therefore, to warmly thank all organizers, contributors, and participants who have made this summit possible. Your presence here in Thessaloniki and engagement are a testament for the shared determination to shape a sustainable and equitable future for generations to come. With these thoughts, I wish you fruitful deliberations and a truly inspiring summer. May the ideas born here in Thessaloniki echo far beyond, contributing meaningfully to the global sustainability agenda. So welcome to Thessaloniki, welcome to Aristotle University, and welcome to Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit 2015. Thank you all.
I'd like to thank the speakers for introducing us to this summit. Surprisingly enough, we are on time. So I would like to call the moderator and the panelists for the first panel to come here to the podium.
Dear colleagues and friends, welcome in the second day of Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit 2025. My name is Grigoris Zarotiadis. I am serving as a professor in the School of Economics in Aristotle University, and also as the president. I am a member of the governing council of the institution. Also very happy to be on board in the SDSN Black Sea, located in our university, with very good friends of mine and colleagues. Through the functioning of SDSN, we have also this specific initiative of annually organizing and realizing the Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit. This year, I think the participation of speakers and contributors from all around the world is increasing the significance of the summit and the significance of the proceedings, which we would like later on to put into the global academic, scientific, and political discussion. So, starting with the significance of the participants in this summit, I would like to present shortly my colleagues who are here with me in this panel. We have Tamer Atabarut next to me.
Yes.
He's a professor in Bogazici University in Turkey. He's co-chairing SDSN, which is very important for the proceedings and the discussion that we will have here. And he's also directing Lifelong Learning Center. And I know, as the rest of them, I know Tamer from his valuable and very fruitful contribution and participation in many international fora events. We have with us also Eden Mahmoud. Eden is professor in Ovidius University of Constanța in Romania. He's the Secretary General of the Black Sea Universities Network, and he's also a member of the Leadership Council of SDSN Black Sea, that I mentioned before, and a fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science. Also, we have with us Ambassador Christidis. Michael was born in Thessaloniki. He's a very strong fan of Aris Thessaloniki, as I know. He joined the Hellenic Ministry of Financial Affairs in 76. Foreign.
Yeah.
I'm an economist, and I tend to see everything in respect with financial issues. He served with distinction until 2014. He spent 20 years focusing on Southeastern European issues, traveling extensively in the region, up on a bike, if I'm not mistaken. He acquired broad knowledge of political, economic realities in the region. He was elected for 2 mandates in 2015 till 2021 as Secretary General of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization, located headquartered in Istanbul. He served also as ambassador in Bulgaria, and Turkey, and Argentina, among many other positions that he served. Today, he's engaged with Thessaloniki Innovation and Technology Center that we heard about previously. He's in the Balkan and Black Sea Forum co-chairing the organizing committee. And he participates also as a member of the Leadership Council that we mentioned, SDSN Black Sea. Finally, he is a member of consultative board in World Tourism Forum Institute. And I think that all these different identities and roles that has will contribute to the discussion very fruitfully. I have also then next to me and from the other side, 2 ladies that I intentionally left for the final presentation. Mila, next to me, is an academic, artist, and activist. Artist and activist. This is a very nice combination. I was very glad about that. She's a fellow and trustee of the World Academy of Art and Science. In her current role as the Director General of the government of Montenegro, she was participating in conducting the first national strategy for interculturalism and social cohesion, by which Montenegro became the first country in the world to make the culture of interbeing its own specific public policy priority. And then, last but by far not least, we have with us Angelika Mikhailov. Angelika is a distinguished professor and former minister for the protection of natural resources and environment in the Republic of Serbia. Her career is notable for its dual trajectory, blending on the one side significant achievements in both research and academic activities, as well as public service administration and political engagement. Professor Mikhailov brings a strong focus on environmental sustainability, especially for our region. So this was a short presentation of our contributors, of the panelists of the first panel of today's program. And allow me to proceed with the discussion by saying only a few words about the topic that we would like to discuss here. The title of the panel is The Balkans, Current Status and Future Pathways. I spent already the time that I had in order to present the panel. I'm just going to say that for me, the Balkans at the present is a very indicative example of what we are facing in the global situation. In what sense? In the sense that the Balkans are having to deal with big challenges, with big risks, but at the same time also with big opportunities. And therefore, to discuss about the current status and future pathways in the view of the sustainable development of the region is very, very important, and we will make absolute use of the special knowledge and experience that our friends here in the panel have. Allow me to start with, there will be two, so to say, rounds of discussion among the panelists, and then we will have also the possibility of raising questions and remarks from the rest of you. So in the first round, I would like to have the ideas and the opinion view of the panelists with respect to the current situation, as those are the two aspects of current situation in the global framework of our discussion. What I would like to ask them is, what are their ideas? What is their understanding for the current situation in the Balkans, the socioeconomic and spatial disparities, weaknesses and advantages, sustainability and human security issues. By saying that, I would like also to make an extra remark on the importance of the relatively new term of human security, which goes far beyond the narrow sense of security as we used to use it in our previous texts and discussions. I think that I will start from the left side. And then I could have your opinion on this first issue.
Thank you very much. I have few slides if it's possible.
Yes, but we just need to keep the time. Yes. Can we put them there?
Yeah. Put it here.
Here, where? Ah, here, okay.
No, it's not all.
Here. Ah, there it is. Thank you.
So I'll use this microphone, but
Yes.
Thank you. So the Balkans. So a very nice geographical area, very beautiful living, but at the same time, if we look to the, let's say, context, Balkans means also part of this wider Black Sea region. So it could not be considered just on a very isolated way, but it has to be integrated in the regional and also global aspect. So from that perspective, the inherited problems was asked by our moderator to be pointed on. Of course, we have a region with centuries of confrontations, inherited non-cooperative mentality. We have, of course, also some long-lasting environmental problems, sometimes economical imbalances, scarcity of investment resources, instability and security. And in the last decades, we have been facing very serious and severe ethnical segregation issues. So it is a region with many different aspects that were overlapping and generating different complexities. And in several moments of time, it was just an exploding area from where many aspects started. But at the same time, the Balkans could not be considered separately. And this is coming also from geography. So the Balkans are part of the, let's say, Danubian, Black Sea, and Mediterranean geography is connected to the macro ecosystems that are relying on the Mediterranean, on the Black Sea, and on the Danube area. Recently, we have carried out different studies, and we have discovered, for instance, focusing only along the Danube, that all this history of different problems and confrontations are revealing also many cooperative examples and many aspects of working together. For instance, along the Danube, we have seen many cities or different fortifications for defense. But at the same time, we have seen many cultural aspects. There are many museums that are along the Black Sea. There are many historical sites. So we cannot just say that the Balkans is always a problem and a very complex and difficult area. It is a complexity of everything. Regarding the opportunities, probably I will stop here just to not go further. But regarding the opportunities, the Balkans might be, let's say, the backbone of the future. So it might be the backbone of the future of Europe, using the connectivity with the Danube. Danube is a very important, let's say, not only a geographical entity as the largest river in Europe, but it has the connectivities with economics, with logistics, with industries, and at the same time, it might be a very important area of examples of localized economies and circular economy. So I'll stop here. The second part is for what we can do.
Thank you. Thank you, again. Angelica, as we started the discussion, it seems that the region is full of opportunities and risks, and it has a history of positive and negative aspects. How would you like to comment on that?
I have to tell you that we heard yesterday and starting with Mount, a very good explanation about the region. And I will add some few more points and a little bit focus on Paris plus 10. My new points are that I am just following the distinguished delegate who opened this session about the Stability Pact. And one of the lessons from that time Stability Pact I participated that we could think to have Stability Pact 2 for Balkan. And one of the lessons is that to include environmental security. It was a very important missing point in the first one. We tried to correct by when walking. But this is the region having the history of conflicts and having the history of environmental consequences. And we see the conflicts are all around, and we could build some kind of to collect our knowledge and experience in environmental security as a part of human security, but very special discipline. What to say? Balkan is critical, fragile region geopolitically. Concerning human rights, I will just mention just with one sentence, but I could talk about this all day, about the situation in Serbia. We have a very strong, the country is almost in the emergency state for 11 months. And each day you have a demonstration by students. Students are arrested, about less than 1,000 students were in a jail, expressing their opinion, whatever we think or somebody think about that. That means that it is very fragile concerning human rights. And at the end, we are here to talk about climate change, very affected region for climate change, with climate change and everything with this. how the region is going with the commitments of Paris Agreement. Now we are 10 years after, and we are in front of new COP, Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change. Narratively, I was checking the day before some kind of press news in the regional newspaper, and narratively, each country is well prepared for COP. Documents are there, including Serbia. We have a new NDC, we have action plan, we have digital climate change atlas, we have no carbon development policy, we have a integrated act of climate change and energy, we have everything. And all countries in the region, more or less. In practice, I'm coming to what was pointed out also yesterday on a global scale. In practice, implementation is under the question mark. And how we should proceed to judge the implementation, to judge through data and different reports. One of the good judgment on climate change is Sustainable Development Goals and Sustainable Development Goal 13. This is climate action. Climate action merged mitigation and adaptation. That means that this is the best signal how the region is going on concerning the climate change. And this is very clear that concerning Sustainable Development Goal 13, we are going backwards in the region. In the latest European Union 2025 reports on Sustainable Development Goals, it is the region, all countries in the region are marked with significant challenges remaining concerning climate change. In the brackets, we could read that fossil fuels in the brackets. That means it is the energy and climate energy security and climate change are very well connected in that regards. And this is really question mark in this region, how it will go. We have very vivid degradation of ecosystems in few report, and what is very vivid is air pollution. We have in the region few cities always in the top of the air polluted cities in the world. That means that it is coming from SCO2 from Tamer point again in the brackets fossil fuels, more or less. And what I would like, for example, in 2004, we have in the region 6 times more SCO2 than prescribed. 6 times. And how to wrap up this? What Mahmoud already said, environment is neglecting in long-term planning. We have more or less, for example, in Serbia now, a lot of lex specialis for development projects. Basically, don't know, they are just, for example, we are rebuilding some infrastructure at the places marked as a flooded area. Not would they merge that, it will be another flood problem. You know, that kind of not integrated approach, environment is neglecting more or less in all countries in the region. And sustainability is taking the understanding of sustainability in the region is like sustainability finance. That's some kind of short picture.
We were expecting from Angelica to put the environmental dimension and climate dimension with respect in relation to the Balkans. And I think that the data and the information you give us are very fruitful for the discussion that will follow. I have next to me, as I said before, Professor Atabarut, Tamer from Bogazici University, and I think that now it is his turn to contribute to this first round, having in mind the significance of Turkey for the sustainable development of the region, as well as of the rest of the countries that are also represented.
Yeah, thank you, Grigoris. First of all, thank you for hosting us in your faculty today, and warm welcoming. And it's my great honor also to be here in this Thessaloniki Summit this year that I couldn't succeed before to join. So we are talking about the issues in Balkans and in the Black Sea in this region. So but we all know that both the Balkans and the Black Sea region are confronted nowadays overlapping crises like the climate crisis, energy dependency, migration pressures, and environmental stress. Of course, besides the tragic war which is still ongoing in Ukraine. I would like to just focus on behalf of SDSN Türkiye and Bogazici University, and also my career in the environmental technologies and also lifelong learning. So I'm going to focus on 4 issues during my speaks in this session. One of them is the regional collaboration. The other one is institutional experience at Bogazici University and Bogazici University Lifelong Learning Center. And also the energy climate nexus and how we can realize the Black Sea and the Balkan connection and collaboration. So as the previous colleagues have already mentioned that the Balkans have profound common challenges like energy dependency. So particularly on fossil fuels and external suppliers are vital actors in this area. And climate vulnerabilities from devastating floods to prolonged droughts and wildfires are also putting pressure on us. Migration dynamics. We are in between transit regions, so many migrants are just passing or just settling down in our areas. And also in the last years, we are getting more and more water management issues, increasingly threaten the scarcity and the cross-border tensions. So in general, when we look to this picture, none of those challenges can be addressed by a single country, and they cannot act alone, I think. Therefore, they demand regional solidarity and data sharing and joint policies. And in this point, the SDSN role is very critical and very vital. As a network connecting the universities and also the other stakeholders, I believe that SDSN provides an intellectual infrastructure for cooperation. For the Balkans, the SDSN fosters and very significant regional disaster risk-taking platforms, encourage joint climate adaptation strategies, and promote cross-border water governance initiatives. So in this perimeter, we have a common problems like the storms and those extreme weather events like Daniela storm in Greece. It hit for many cities in Greece, Syria. Also those wildfires. From here, I would like to make a link to energy and climate issues, which are also on the agenda of this summit. That the intersection of energy and climate is where the future of our region will be decided. Of course, today, the Balkans remain heavily dependent on the fossil fuels in somehow. And this is not only increase the emissions that we are causing, but also it exposes our economies to geopolitical shocks and the market volatility, of course. In this perspective, Turkey, however, has embarked a new strategy. I hope we will follow this path very closely and strictly. I do hope so. Because we have the target, net zero target by 2053, and the significant investments nowadays in solar and wind power sector, especially, are growing emphasis on the energy efficiency. And Turkey trying to position itself as a regional leader in somehow in the green transition. And energy efficiency projects, industry, and large-scale renewable auctions, and emerging the new Turkish emission trading system are all the signals of this shift from the fossil fuels to the green energy transition. So for the Balkans, I think this experience will be also interesting. So from the fossil fuels to, I think, to transition to the renewable energies. And finally, I would like to not to forget that the Balkans and the Black Sea are deeply interconnected. So environmental challenges to trade growth, as my colleague says, also mentioned, energy corridors are all link for our destiny. So we have to collaborate more. And the Turkish new policy in this climate change and also by just focusing on the carbon neutral by 2053 is a governing strategy for Turkey, and this is in our agenda in Turkey to the new climate law and this path forward.
Thank you. Special thanks, Tamer. Tamer, you succeeded in revealing, beside other things, also the importance of cross-national and cross-governmental collaboration in the Balkans, because all the issues that you mentioned, as you stated already, are having an identity and a dimension which goes beyond the borders that divides our countries. Mila, I would like to have not only the cultural aspect, which seems to be your strongest point, but also your view with respect to what we're discussing, given the fact that you have also a strong experience from the other side of the Atlantic. So you have a more broader view, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you very much. I will not go into formalities of thanking everybody. It's happy to be in Greece and happy to be here, and especially happy to be here with these bright young faces. It's you who keep me going. But what Grigoris, I guess, is referring to is that I'm looking at things with a double vision, which is that I've lived half of my life in the US. That's why the accent. But I was Yugoslavia born and Montenegro native. And a fascinating place in the world, the inheritors of the Yugoslavia are what I claim to be an unfinished social project. And I will be very adamant about that, because the West has gotten really smart to, in so many ways, destroy Yugoslavia and then emulate its ways for safety net in order to sustain itself. So a little bit of capitalism, that's fine to have a good playground for competition, but also create strong safety nets, which is what Yugoslavia demonstrated. I'm very nostalgic, it's apparent to you, right? But where we're going with this, and what I guess Grigoris is trying to kind of set me up in a way, which direction to talk. I will be very concrete in terms of diagnosing or adding to what my friends and colleagues were talking about, maybe adding a couple of points in terms of dry geostrategic and political economy issues. But I will be very also adamant that my focus is on people. Why? Because all the geostrategy, all politics, all financial systems, all economies, all technology are human. And if you do not move humans, and if you do not emancipate state and society in a double-track way, you don't stand a chance. Because we will have no way to construct a new social contract that should determine the price and value of everything. And we are on the brink of it. That's one key point. My focus are people. Because technology is humane and we're deciding on all of that. Now, the second point is maybe, think about this. Maybe if we in the Balkans were left alone, we might find a way to live together and live well together. It is exactly because culture is moving and transforming societies. My God, do we like to dance and hold hands? And that's not a joke. And it's not a matter of private life. You all know that all politicians, typically that's what they say, all people have public life, private life, and secret life. This is what CIA wants to get into your secret life, to know how to push your buttons. My jokes are very serious because I just said, if we were just left alone to our own devices, we might have devised a way to, in solidarity, as my friends were talking about. Because guess what? In every historical situation, like tricksters, we have found a way out of no way. We're very resilient people and we have survived many traumas. And if there's any kind of export that we should have an export of wonderful experiences and knowledge to Europe. Because we are not, and Yugoslavia certainly was a bastard child. Yes, I said it. Bastard child of European history. And we all know, and when we all talk amongst ourselves, we talk with vindication that, my God, we've survived Europe from the Eastern Roman Empire 1,000 years, right? But that's a nostalgia speaking in the face of powerlessness. So what I say to Europeans when I go now in the guise of a government person, mind you, government people don't talk like this. This is exactly why I went to the belly of the beast. In order to see if I can gain back some trust and build bridges between society and institutions. So the point is, back to the strategic points, and I'll like them up, because this is the most important framework for me. What I said to the Europeans in the roles that I have in institutions or a representative of my country in the Council of Europe and things like that, help me to help you. Because without us being stable, sustainable, now that we're put in this predicament, without us in the Balkans being that, there will be no peace and stability in Europe. And we need to, I insist, redignify our people to remember who they are, what they've lived to, the richness of their knowledge, the capacity for their connectivity, and the deep empathy, however deeply we went at each other's throats in many civil conflicts. We have the deeply ingrained Balkan and Mediterranean culture of solidarity, and we belong to each other. So I will say, just so you know, I'm very strategic, couple of points, that one of the issues that we have is that the Balkans are split between the EU members and non-EU members. And I will dare to say that that's not coincidental. With no disrespect to any of my brothers and sisters from other parts of the Balkans, but you can't tell me that, please, you can quote me on this. You can't tell me that Romania and Bulgaria were ready for EU before, say, Montenegro. This is not nationalism. This is something else at stake.
You have a joke.
Exactly. But that's one of the, I'm not going to go into depth, but I will just throw in some food for thought. So that's going to be a big problem. And that is always going to be kept in a little bit of tension. I appeal to us in the Balkans, Black Sea, and the Mediterranean, that we learn what we need to learn from the non-alignment movement. Yet again, an unfinished project, but a remarkable project that we have to hold on to each other at the times when the big forces and the big powers are going to have big problems. Out of our resilience and making way out of no way, we know how to survive this, and we will. So income and productivity gap, again, tons of things to go into, but what I'm sharing with you today is much more important because I go places to mobilize minds and hearts. I don't have time for anything else anymore because I don't think the world does. So income and productivity gaps, core and periphery gap, and the regional fix is connectivity with standards, okay? I will speak about proposal of the solutions and will be very concrete in our last round. And will mention to you that our internal connectivity pathways are key with skilling people and building new skills for the digital era and leapfrog some things. We do not need to catch up with Western Europe. Please don't do that. Don't do that. Leapfrog, go into digital era, and make sure that our kids immediately start to learn to code. So we need to use our location leverage. We are on the intersection of East, West, North, and South. And for Montenegro, we're a big clearinghouse for a lot of money laundering, trafficking, and all kinds of stuff. And I feel that, we feel that on a daily basis, that we are a house with no windows and doors, okay? That's a different story. But we have to have energy security, as my friend spoke about, through diversification, green transition, as competitiveness. That's the new standard of competitiveness. We need to compete of who goes greener. Drop the Western model of competition. Okay, and maybe I will leave it at that and just say, as a way of an attitude, I even heard once and read once that Salman Rushdie, no less than any Guaidó, said, discussing the situation between India and Pakistan, he used the term balkanization, and I was profoundly offended. Okay, because we are not, that's a misnomer. And we are being fragmented by other forces, okay? So that term needs to be gone, and we need to redignify it. And next time anybody in academia mentions the terms like that, it better be standing for the culture of solidarity that is ours, ancient times.
Thank you, Mila. I can only say that I can assure you that, as you said, her jokes are very serious. So,
All comes in time.
and if I'm allowed, we discussed about that with Angelica, with Eden, with Tamer yesterday, last night. In favor of the discussion of the future of collaboration and coexistence, perhaps something even more stronger linkage between the nations, the cultures in the Balkans. We discussed last night about one, not the only one, but one of the major personalities in the Balkans Renaissance, so to say, Rigas Ferreros, and his contribution to the discussion for the future of the Balkans in the 17th century, in the 19th century, sorry, for the future of the Balkans towards a collaborative scheme. And I wanted to say that at that time it was the Ottoman Empire, but Rigas Ferreros was not assassinated from in the frame and from the Ottoman Empire. He was assassinated by the Habsburgian emperors in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, which shows what you said, that I think that we need to deal with our situations firstly by ourselves, and that those who don't like the possibility or the future of a collaboration in the Balkans mainly are outside the Balkans. So in any case, Michael, I think that having your experience and your knowledge with respect to all these things that we discussed, it's a privilege that we have you as the last contributor in this first round. And I'm really very, very happy that you don't serve anymore, because this gives you a broader freedom and ability to discuss about these issues as you.
Thank you. Thank you, Grigoris, and I want to thank also Professor Bogazici for inviting me, and of course the SDSN Black Sea, for the establishment of which I feel a bit responsible also, and I'm so glad to see that it's progressing so much. Yeah, I served long years in the Balkans, almost 20 years, which was not my initial, let me say, aim or objective when I entered the Greek Foreign Ministry, but this is what happened. And I believe it happened mainly because in the late 80s and early 90s, we had these shattering changes in our dear continent. And I could never imagine myself serving for my country in any other place than the Balkans, where things were happening, things were changing, things were happening. I mean, being in Greek ambassador in Denmark or, I don't know, in Finland would be so interesting or so dynamic as eventually these 20 years I spent in the Balkans. Twice in Bulgaria, twice in Turkey, once, thank God, only during the war in Yugoslavia. And dear Mika, I think you read my mind when you said that, yes, unfortunately, one of the greatest foreign policy failures of our dear EU was sitting idly by, if not provoking, the dismemberment of Yugoslavia, a concept that we were all as EU aspiring to achieve, and we just let it fall in the tragic way it fell. So, can the Balkan countries look to their future with some degree of optimism, or will it be losing the train of development that would help it reach the standards, social standards and economic standards of Western Europe, not the way of life, as you put it, very, and I fully agree with that. Well, the short answer is, conditional optimism. I think that the Balkans are neither doomed nor they are cruising comfortably toward Western European standards. There are real gains in this path, for instance, economic growth that is measurable, a clear EU horizon with all that it entails, but there are also very many persistent risks, like the political stalemate in many of the countries, weak institutions, emigration, and of course also sometimes malign external influence. So let me approach some of these dimensions. For instance, the political dimension in the Balkans. It remains fragile and uneven. I mean, you have some countries that have moved closer to the EU, some even to NATO, while others are in institutional deadlock with nationalist policies and recurring crises. So there is domestic unrest and democratic backsliding also in some of the countries, which are a real danger. I mean, I talk now about the latest protests in Serbia, which have attained such a great, let me say, dimension. And they underline the popular frustration with corruption, with shrinking civic space, and with, let me say it also, authoritarian tendencies. And we live in a global period where these kind of authoritarian tendencies are receiving, unfortunately, sizable degree of acceptance by many. And of course, there are the external geopolitics which are influencing some of the countries in the Balkans. I mean, you have Russia, which is trying to interfere. You have China. You have many. The economic dimension. The picture in let me say, macro indicators is not catastrophic. I would say that it is even leaving room for some optimism. But of course, unfortunately, convergence to which all countries aspire to is very slow and very uneven. Foreign direct investment is of importance, and there are big infrastructure projects, some from the Chinese, others from the EU. They are changing the landscape, and they can accelerate integration, but they also bring questions, especially Chinese infrastructure projects, which are leaving doubts about debt sustainability, about the real value-added local development, and about also how, let me say, competitive they are. The social dimension, for me, perhaps the most important, we have unfortunately high youth unemployment in many Balkan countries. And that's why we have outward migration. Young, able, educated people are leaving the region. These are core social problems. And we have them because the young people's aspirations usually point westward to Europe or to the United States. So we have also the social cohesion, which is tested by the multi-ethnic societies, where unfortunately politicians are exploiting the nationalistic identity in this way. So can the Balkans be optimistic? Yes, with conditions. What are the reasons for this guarded optimism? Sustained growth, real convergence over the last 20 years. Catch up is happening, but it's very slow. And of course, the EU, which has been said before, still offers the strongest anchor for these countries in the Balkan region. We have the enlargement prospects, we have funds, and a market that can drive reforms, of course, where political will exists. Now, the reasons for caution, it's the political instability, it's the very weak rule of law, and it's the expanding corruption, unfortunately, in many of our countries. External investments could be a double-edged sword. Yes, they bring in capital, but also dependency. And this dependency is very closely connected to the, let me say, internal oligarchs, not only economic, but also political oligarchs. So the Balkans are not a permanently forgotten region. They sit, and we heard that, at a strategic crossroad with real growth potential and important external partners. But whether they catch up with Western European standards depends heavily on the domestic reform, on the credible EU integration pathways, not leaving countries outside. EU has to be integrating all the region. We need better quality investment, and of course, we need to reverse the brain drain. We are talking also here in Greece about brain gain. But let me say, and this comes as a remark out of what I've been writing down, that eventually perhaps the situation in the Balkans is not so much different than the global universal chaos we are witnessing today. I mean, look what is happening in this world with multipolarism creating so many vacuums where everybody tries to fill those vacuums, creating or provoking so many risks and so many challenges. It is obvious that we are in a transitional period, and unfortunately, we are in this transitional period with leaders that are far, far behind from what we would like them to be. I mean, if the Western civilization, Western world has as its leader the US president of today, well, I don't know how, let me say, optimistic we can be about where this transitional period can lead us to. Thank you.
Michael, as I said, thank you very much, and I'm really glad that we don't serve anymore. A panel, and especially a panel with this type of participants and this quality and deep understanding and knowledge is a very dynamic process. So I had it slightly different in my mind, but I will try to fit it again in the time frame that we have. So you already discussed and mentioned not only the current situation, but also the global framework within we should function as Balkans. So I will start the second round by giving you the possibility to have final remark before going into collecting questions and remarks from the rest of our colleagues who are present here. And I will give a bit more time to Eden because I think that he was the one that kept the initial plan with the 5 minutes speech. So I will give you a bit more, so 5 minutes to complete his contribution that he prepared. Then the rest of us will have a short comment before we go into the discussion with the audience.
So I start with this picture because it's in some way summarizing, let's say, the first round, where we identified many problems, we identified different causes and factors, and at the same time, we have to look what is this space that Ambassador Christides was pointing out very, very clearly, that we are, how can I say, happy that we are leading this transition, this fantastic rebuild. Of course, many of us, we can look behind, saying that it was very nice, why it was destroyed, and so on and so forth. A new world is erupting, and in this new world, we have to find our way, our position. And in that respect, we can be part of this new construction. And I was just ending saying that Danube would be a very important backbone for the future architecture of Europe and with this new coming multipolar world. So what is our place as academics, as universities, as education institutions? First of all, the new architecture of knowledge. So we are moving into a data-driven science. And the role of universities particularly is to be part of this game and to offer the background for that. That means to reshape the whole knowledge in the new context, in the new frame. And this approach has to cover not only, let's say, the environmental sciences or, let's say, geographical sciences or other science. We are talking about the entire knowledge, integrating and not keeping us blocked in silos as it was before. It's a new type of approach, more integrative, more multidisciplinary. Just here, in the case of ecosystems, we are not talking about biologists that they know better than the hydrologists that they know better than the geologists that they know better. All of them, they have to work together, and we have to find new ways of doing that. For instance, in our region, we started working with the local communities, with the local authorities, establishing these living labs. And the living labs are covering different regions in the southeast Romania, trying to build up models for restructuring this collaboration. So in our history, we have different models and we have to come back to those models. So this is the first model, the, let's say, matrix of expeditionary discovery, the Argos legend, and the Golden Fleece. So the idea that is behind this legend is the way of addressing the future path of structuring what is coming on and what kind of things we can go. But there is also a second model where also from here, a very important political leader in antiquity built up the model of aggression, the model of, how can I say, wars, an extension of the probably the largest empire that was possible to be done by a single, let's say, military factor. And also connected to this area, we have the third model, the missionary model. We have here, let's say, the approach that was the missions of St. Andrew in promoting Christianity. But next to us is the Athos mountain, where many other missionaries were doing this process in the whole region. So we have plenty of models in our history to address the future. And we should not forget them, and we have to reconsider them and to put them in a new place. Why? Because the world is running, and we can be, let's say, fantastic. We can be extremely knowledgeable and so on. But looking to the Global Innovation Index, the Balkans are not there. So all our, let's say, brilliant minds are connected to other poles of innovation around us because they are able to attract. We continue to fight between each other. We continue to say fantastic things, but in reality, other parts of the world are moving. So we have to stand up and address these issues. How? So this is the Black Sea University Network. We try to develop this framework for inter-university collaboration. We have these models like the specialized centers, consortia for dedicated topics. And at the same time, this concept of network that is not yet understood. So a network is not something that you are establishing a group of people and they are there. A network is something vivid. So you are part of a network as long as you interact. So you could not sleep and say, I'm part of the Black Sea University Network. No. So it should be an everyday job to look for different other projects, to look for different other connectivities, and to try to find out what's in it for you. So from that perspective, now the things are moving into this cloud concept that is now an overarching, let's say, concept where we pool and aggregate, let's say, different types of resources. And in this way, we have also the cloud universities where we bring together the infrastructures of different universities. We develop let's say, this concept of infrastructure as a service to be used together by different groups, to have programs together, inter-university programs, and at the end to offer programs as a service and education as a service. So among the priority topics, of course, the subjects related to innovation, energy security, advanced materials, digitalization, e-health, and social and cultural cohesion are subjects that we are moving forward. There are these referential regarding the intellectual social responsibility that we are promoting with different means. And of course, we would like to be part of shifting, of changing the paradigm in education. Nowadays, the things are happening faster than us. The education is not anymore what it has been in the past, where a professor was coming with fantastic knowledge and was, let's say, enlightening the students that they were very willing to be enlightened by that. Today, the professor is just, let's say, a guide, a person who is giving some paths for how to address different aspects, to put different goals in teaching, and to promote let's say attitude-oriented for entrepreneurship and innovation in the students, and of course to build up the let's say entrepreneurial and innovation specific approaches in the cohorts or generations to come. So on the other side, education, as I said, is not anymore that somebody has a book and after that book he's teaching for 10, 20, 40 years. And sometimes that book is becoming the textbook for several disciplines. Today, education is changing every day, so we have to find out possibilities to connect with knowledge of our colleagues and to have groupings that are offering the best knowledge at every moment suited for the needs of the students. The new platforms are the digital, I'm closing immediately. So the digital platforms where there are these kind of training facilities and so on. So the hackathons, they are becoming the new way of bringing together the students and generating these kind of participatory aspects. Also, we are trying to develop these kind of things, open access, and let's say the possibility to offer connectivity with citizen science issues, access, and putting this, let's say, connectivity to knowledge in many other areas like caravans and many other activities, leading the students to play and feel good, and in this way to gain knowledge by putting arts in education for sustainable development and putting a different way of expressing these elements. And of course, we can discuss here. We have a fantastic, let's say, framework together with Aristotle universities, the Epicure Alliance of Universities, and we have a special partnership. Epicure Alliance of Universities has a huge potential to build up here in the Balkans, a very important framework. We are also discussing about the European cultural roots, bringing together different values all around here. We were talking, for instance, about pole cities. We can discuss about the partnerships in supporting the sustainable development of different regions, multilingualism in the area, because there are different problems. Sometimes when I'm going, for instance, to Slovenia or Serbia, they are asking for a translator because they have barriers of languages and so on, up to the first moments, and of course, different other activities. So these are some of the concrete proposals for what we can do together.
Thank you very much. We can proceed also with the final remarks as fast as possible for all the rest from the other four participants of the group. You will all have the possibility after the comments or the questions from the audience to contribute with your final proposals. So don't be impressed. But now we should proceed as fast as possible.
I will try to be shorter. I just my quick reaction to this is really emotional. You are talking about universities and sciences in Serbia. Universities and science are in collision with government, and it is really something that in this perspective, it is in the cloud to talk about this kind of cooperation. And I will try to wrap up some kind of final remarks. One is to bring science to policy gap, but credible science, and to communicate credible science, coming back for some signals coming overseas about some scientific research, credible science, and talking about responsible politics. These two words could be discussed in details. Another issue is to build up capacities and continuity of capacities built. And the third one is rebuilding multilateralism at the global scale. We heard yesterday about hard work going on climate change and issues on the global scale and scale, but take a look on plastic pollution training, what happened. It is broken, not agreed, and take a look what's behind this. That means that multilateralism is in a really crisis. What I would like to question, I question myself. The first thing is that, just to mention that the International Court of Justice have some decision recently and put climate as a human right. And this is very important in this multilateralism building. And what we know is that with the, sustainable development goals are just not valid for too much years, but it was the pact of the future of UN, and it is going to be continuing, and we have to follow what is going on sustainable development goals implementation. But I will question three things, and all of them are having some kind of umbrella on connectivity, on harmonization, on standardization. Things. We heard a lot of times that renewables are good development. I'm questioning you. In EU taxonomy, they excluded renewables because renewables are doing harm to biodiversity. This is not harmonized message. Then means that this is exempt. That means we heard yesterday renewables, but the same kind of decision making are having different signals also. The second thing is Green Deal. Yesterday mentioned a few times as a great issue. And we heard last week Ursula von der Leyen from European Commission put some contradictory speech in favor of Green Deal, but in favor also with deregulation of omnibus. This is environmental, social governance structure. This is not going together. In one speech, you have not harmonized message. And the third issue is, of course, I'm coming as an environmental person. I was elected as a professor for environmental science and environmental engineering. And in a recent years, I'm surprised about where my career going on with consultancy. I'm a kind of translator of environmental language to the other sector of policy. Now I'm working with finance, with science, with innovation, plus with poor environmental projects. And for me, it is the Paris Agreement itself diluted environmental pillar of sustainable development. It is in a preamble of Paris Agreement. They are recognizing, noting, affirming, recognizing some kind of biodiversity and natural capital. But what is agreed? Agreed is mitigation and adaptation to climate change and finance. That means in Paris Agreement itself, environmental pillar and social pillar are a little bit or more than a little bit missing. And when talking about Paris plus 10, we have to underline that we are missing some important issues that now we talk about the sustainable development goals, and I could reflect that it is normal that they are not good with Paris Agreement because they were not addressed in that. And in this, we have to come again to this integration. What was the goal of Paris Agreement? It is not done good enough, and it is something that I have a personal feeling that with Mr. Ambassador said about mentioning the United States. I have some personal feeling that with climate change, we are at the same level. You know, I was heading Yugoslavian delegation at COP9 in Milan. That was 25 years ago. And we had US delegation, keeping everything freeze. And after that, they went to consult headquarters with the same questions what we are having now. And I have a really not good feeling that we are, and when you bring everything, everybody is working hard, but it is not have a truth at the bush like that. I will conclude this.
Thank you, Zarotiadis. Tamer,
Thank you, Grigoris.
how much you can manage time?
I'll try to my best. Yeah, I would like to just intervene during those issues, but also I will try to put our experience as SDSN Türkiye and my personal career related with University Lifelong Learning. So as SDSN Türkiye, we are highly committed to contributing to the regional networks, as Eden said, and also the SDSN Black Sea. So we are trying to be active in those regional networks as SDSN Türkiye and also Bogazici University. And we are trying to bring our expertise and also our experience in lifelong learning and disaster management and banking and insurance cooperation, and also the recently climate finance. I would like to give some particular examples which we just experienced at Bogazici University Lifelong Learning Center, which I directed for 22 years, and afterwards I'm now stepped down. And so it became a hub for education for sustainable development, and we have initiated very strong programs. One of them is the corporate sustainability program, for instance, which is just targeting the business community. But together with the other stakeholders like civil society, municipal organizations, financial authorities. So we also generated different programs, and they are not only targeting to upskilling and reskilling of their staff, the municipals or the governmental bodies, but we are trying to also create a bridge between the academia and between the private sector and also the policymakers. So those education activities are also playing a significant role for developing such bridges. And one particular example, what we have been just succeeded as SDSN Türkiye and Lifelong Learning Center was together with the private sector. It was a teachers academy on sustainable development, and it was just targeting K-12 teachers on first climate change, but then was expanded and it became a Teachers 2030 program. And we reached more than 1,000 students, 1,000 teachers, and which by means of those interactive sessions, teachers are empowered to inspire their students to understand global warming, climate change, and sustainable development. And further on this issue, we are now coordinating a European funded project, a teachers academy on democratic citizenship with 13 European partners. So there are some possibilities to work and to create some funds, especially targeting in this sector. So for Balkan neighbors, I think there is also another equally important issue, the role of the youth networks. We have been just realized in SDSN, Lex is very strong in the youth chapter, but also in our countries, the SDSN youth has demonstrated how empowering the young leaders can shift narratives and mobilize the grassroots actions, which is very important for our future. So in a concluding remark, maybe I will just say that for our Balkan neighbors, these institutional models that we have experienced so far can serve as sources of inspiration and collaboration. Just imagine joint summer schools across the Balkan universities, across the Black Sea universities on disaster resilience or climate resilience, joint leadership academics for young sustainability professionals, and shared digital platforms for climate education. So those are feasible and practical steps that can SDSN, I think, particularly SDSN Black Sea can easily coordinate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mila.
You do a speed run, okay. Most importantly, since we are the university, and I'm going to tie everything that my colleagues already so wonderfully said, so I'm not going to add more. But I will connect that and remind academicians that we are at the university public intellectuals, for God's sake. On every single day, you have access to so many microcosms in your classroom. What are we doing? What are we activating you for? Or are we shaping you to go into workforce? The era of workforce is gone. This is the era of human resources. But the irony is, this is literal because we are being harvested for artificial intelligence, which is our intelligence sped into processors and sped back to us. It's a federated knowledge of the entire accomplishment of civilization as we know, civilizations as we've known them. So we are being harvested. This is a new era. This is the era where you need to be creators, and teachers need to be public intellectuals that have access to you, tend to your processes, and also make sure that they're present in political structures to be heard, to push policies, and to serve there. That's what we need to be. The universities, let me remind you, except that the very first one in the world was founded in Morocco by a woman, my God. Have you learned about that? In 800 something, in Fez. But as we know, since we're in the European context, the first one was in Bologna, east, south of Spain and other things. It was a refuge for migrant intellectuals. That's the cosmopolitan spirit of university that needs to be revived. And believe me, times are coming where we will be actually housing and being the refuge for many migrant intellectuals, thanks to US and everybody else. Quickly, let's unlock EU money. Okay, it's good money. EU money is good money. In the clashes between the two empires so far that we've known, and the third empire, Chinese, that Ambassador was talking about, and the fusions that are made, we all need infrastructures, and where there's despair, when there's neediness, there's an easy succumbing to easy money. EU money and the funds that I have a whole list of that I don't want to mention needs to be accessed properly. So we need to unlock that money. We need to make Common Regional Market 2.0 tangible for companies, small and medium companies and citizens, creation, entrepreneurship, self-reliance on an individual level. You're already doing that on YouTube and TikTok, my goodness, right? I'm talking to you. I want to insert myself back into that domain and kind of leave some old patterns behind in my own as well, so it doesn't sound like I'm criticizing my colleagues. But energy and climate practicality, build resilience and green connectivity. Everything that I'm mentioning has EU programs to it. Find them, capitalize on them, siphon the EU money. It's good money. But the challenge on us, public intellectuals and public servants, is to fight our own corruption, okay, because of that. So use Mediterranean platforms as force multiplier and launch joint projects. And then I will say, alliance of common interests, I addressed that already. cultural transformation is connectivity. To my colleague economist, Mariana Mazzucato, guess what she just published? The peak of her creativity and productivity is in a report and a book on arts and culture is underutilized to create the vision. And our politicians, we talked about them, guess what? We need a new story. We do not have visionary politicians to take us somewhere, to mobilize us somewhere. For God's sake, enough. Okay? So wisdom societies, investing in people, federation of knowledge, I won't go into that. Please, please, please remember this. The future of economy is experiential economy. And we stand a chance in the Balkans and the Mediterranean to truly leapfrog. It's the creation of aesthetic states through capacities of technology to trip out, to go to raves, to create festivals, to create retreats, discussion rooms, well-being centers, and on and on. Self-reliance, I should have started from this, but I'm reversing Maslowian order because at this moment, not even bread satisfies us. Even having bread and sustenance because of the lack of meaning of life that we feel, and especially youth feels, makes no sense. So we have to start from what is urgently needed to talk about values, that which gives existence, meaning. So reliance in the Balkans, please, and this is what I'm doing I'm not just pontificating, I'm doing this in the government. Wish me luck. Self-reliance in this region in food, nutritious food, organic food. You do not want me to tell you that Montenegro imports potato and oranges. That's violence. That's food violence. So self-reliance in food, energy, policy, and this is my final. AI. We barely begin. AI and collective intelligence. Please, please. All of our DNA, all of our genetic codes, entire countries and regions and their agriculture codes have been sold already. So all of our DNA material information, our personal qualia, our subjective experience of the world is being harvested. Okay? This is the source of your sovereignty, the true habeas corpus, owning your body, owning your mind, owning your imagination, owning your emotions and creativity. So build homegrown platforms for artificial intelligence, set regional aesthetic rules for AGI and data protection, prepare responsibly for artificial general intelligence, which means when AI starts asking its own questions and setting its own goals, it's a different game, and it's already here. Use AI to connect collective intelligence across borders, tackling existential risks. Technology must serve our values and common goals, not replace them. We must not only import technology intelligence, we must design intelligence for our own context, our own values. This is the true source of our sovereignty and sustainability in the new era.
Thank you, Mila. Mike.
Yeah. Well, according to the instructions you sent us, I had prepared.
Forget this.
Yeah, I forget it. No, it is.
That's the Balkans.
Yeah.
Eternal improvisation.
It is a bit, let me say, connected to what we are talking about. And I want to say it, I mean, it was about regional or global influence in the Balkans. And things have changed. Yes, the Balkans are still a playground for regional and global powers influencing the development of things. But it is very interesting that this influence is not imposed anymore. It is negotiated, and it is negotiated by the long-term outcomes of how well local actors are using the external efforts and offers to build domestic capacity. I stop here about that, but from what I heard, especially from Ed and Mahmoud, technology, innovation, knowledge is moving today, has moved already to the heart of geopolitics. Geopolitics today is formulated by technology. I mean, states are building global alliances tied to defense partnerships where this technology and innovation exists. And here we have the huge problem. It's very nice of you to talk about locally, let's say, developing technology, but cutting edge innovation and technology has become so expensive that unfortunately only the 5 multinational huge players can afford research, new research and new innovation. You see that everything, unicorns or anything of real value is immediately bought up by these 5 great players. So they are more or less the oligarchs in what concerns technology and innovation. And this is even much more so because of this famous transactional period we are in. I mean, here we are setting, let me say, protection by asking for precious earths or precious materials. So this will become even worse as time goes by. Thank you.
That's the rule.
We
Very
are-
short for 10 pages.
We keep on surprising ourselves because we are extremely on time. It's 11 o'clock. It's the epoch where we're doing standards and all business. But in any case, I think that the discussion we had was partly following the initial plan we developed, all of us, but at the end it was even more constructive and rich in terms of ideas and normalizations. And I think that in order to keep the schedule, I would like to say that perhaps it is better to move on with the coffee break that we have. But and to leave the discussion that we can have with the audience outside. But I will only give the possibility if there is 1 or 2 questions or remarks from, especially from the younger colleagues that we have.
Yes.
This is ages.
Yes, if there is any and by saying younger colleagues, I mean everybody, because but yes, we will have a time for a couple of remarks if you would like to say something in the continuation of the discussion that you have seen.
I would like to ask a question.
Don't ask questions.
But yesterday, first of all, I would like to thank
yourself.
yes, I am a civil engineering student here in Thessaloniki, and also the coordinator of SDSN youth here. Thank you for your very important comments. Believe that your impact is very important. I like all these speeches. Yesterday, and I want to connect the yesterday meeting with today's meeting. We spoke about the social change that we are seeing, we are observing these decades. Do you believe that the whole meaning of the social change is that we see that the world is going somewhere more conservative? Do you believe that this change, this social change, will impact our efforts for successful sustainable development or not? It will. You spoke about some tendencies of oligarchs, some tendencies of power concentration. These tendencies will help. I don't believe it will help, but do you believe that they will help the successful sustainable development or will prohibit it? That's my question.
Who else would like to have a comment or a question? All right. Using the opposite order, but only and kindly asking everybody only 1 minute, if it is possible. Just it's a response to the question and to the discussion on that.
I don't have much to say. I believe that, as I said, we are in a transitional period, even for the EU. I mean, look, the differences inside the EU. We are voting the 28, 27 member states differently on vital issues. We are voting differently. So I'm not very optimistic about, how can I say, having a leadership that can lead us to finding a better social, let us say, more equal, more fair society in our countries. I'm rather a realist optimist.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I have always said that academics and politicians are belated actors, belated thinkers, because everything already happens in the street. Okay, so we see that that's what's happening, but all factions are going to the street now. I think we're building up to the moment where all factions that are taking to the street will realize that they have a commonality, even the counter protests. There will be a sense of commonality emerging. Clean water, basic needs met. You're fed up of your lives in your status quo to the politicians and even professors. I'm one, so I'm open to all of that. I volunteer myself. I think people, and I don't mean just young, the elderly are disappointed. They invested lives, decades of their lives, everything they have into something that fell apart. Youth has no option to emerge except on the street. You look at every demographics, every stakeholder, as we call them, people of all walks of life. People are existentially exhausted. That's what's going to connect us.
Thank you.
So I'm also civil engineer. I'm not a social background, but
Human being, yeah.
what I am saying that I have positive sense in terms of the youngsters, the new generation, especially by showing more interest and giving more value to sustainability issues. So, which is making more sense and more strong for the attention of the politics. But on the other hand, besides the previous years of globalization and internationalization, there is a move to become also to turn the comments are turning insights, and they are not very socially inclusive to the migrants. So in many European countries, we have seen some protests, etc., and they want to making protests against the migrations. So it is, of course, due to some financial crisis also. I was recently in UK, and there are just clusters there and between the groups about also there is a nationalism has been improving in somehow in UK, in France, in Austria, in Germany, in many countries. Mm-hmm. So there's a trend like this. I am saying. Thank you.
I do not know. I don't have a knowledge in social science. I'm a chemical engineer, but I'm doing everything for 30 plus years promoting participatory democracy and promoting public participation in decision making. And I have concerns, as you have concerns. I have concerns what the right politicians are talking, and I have hope that it is different language when you are fighting for power and when you are in power. I hope that this will come from the knowledge-based activities.
First of all, when I was born, the global population was about 3 billion people. Nowadays, in my lifetime, we arrived to more than 8, so we have 8 plus. So maybe in very short time, the number will increase. So it is clear that the social relations might not be the same, taking into account the numbers and the evolution of society, taking into account only the stockpiles of weapons and nuclear weapons that are now in the world and the way of controlling and let's say the relation between humans and what we have built in all these decades. So it is clear that, for instance, in the 60s, statistically approach to the social relation, it was a common way of addressing that. Later on, we are moving towards the structuring, to these social structuring networks. And to build this kind of networks, usually you search for what is common. And you find the denominator for that. That might be sometimes, let's say, right nationalistic wing, another type might be different other elements, just to have these structured networks and orchestrate these kind of networks. So we are moving towards a different way of addressing social relations. So it is not the same way that was in the past, that there were governors, rulers, decision makers, and the way of transferring this and to have the acceptance based on a statistical way of judging. So now we are moving into a much more, let's say, structured type of society where the people are very knowledgeable. They have many channels of access to knowledge, to information. And in that respect, of course, everybody is looking why we don't have appropriate leaders. It is not possible to find this kind of leaders. You could imagine how has to look a leader that is able to cover all these, let's say, structuring and these differences. So from that perspective, it is clear that we need different other tools. Artificial intelligence tools for us as engineers are just some tools that we have to use that. Of course, we have to be very cautious. Even when we use a simple hammer, we have to be cautious in using it. So we have to be cautious. But without those tools, we shall not be able to cope with this social dimension. And society means people. Now it's elementary. Thank you.
Okay, feel very privileged that I had the opportunity to chair this session. Thank you, Nikos, for giving me this opportunity. And that's been speaking on behalf of all of you. Thank you. Special thanks to all of you. Yes,
At the University of New South Wales in Australia, I believe is online. It's already online.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see your slides. So thank you for being with us. We are waiting to hear from you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation. And good evening. Problem actually in the world? Yes. There are about 13,000 overheated cities. And almost 1.7 billion people lives under very severe overheating. Since the 80s, the number of overheating hours has increased by a factor of 3. To indicate really the importance and the severity of the overheating, I have just to mention that in China and in India, the exposure to heat waves during the last decade has increased by an average of 508 million person days per year. On the other hand, the problem of overheating and the problem of exposure to high temperature is seriously intensified. A recent study has found that there is an almost exponential, let's say, relationship between the increase of the temperature and the duration of the heat waves. According to the study, which is published in Nature by June 2025, very recent studies, actually in, let's say, in Southern Europe, an increase of the temperature by, let's say, 2 degrees by 2050, something which is very probable, may, let's say, be associated with a duration of heat waves close to 50 days, let's say, continuously. Which are the main impacts of urban overheating? First, it increases the cooling energy consumption in our cities. Second, it really rises the peak electricity demand, obliging utilities to build additional power plants. It decreases the efficiency of our power plants, but it has at the same time very important environmental impacts because it increases the emission of pollutants by the power plants, and the worst, it increases the concentration of ozone. Also, it affects very much human health because it intensifies heat-related mortality and morbidity and affects very much mental health problems. Also, it affects very much the productivity of human beings, increases the risk of accidents, and the worst, it affects the survivability of vulnerable population. Do we have enough proofs and evidence about the impacts? Yes. During the last 10-15 years, we know exactly what is happening and which is the impact. For example, urban overheating, in average, increased the energy consumption close to 240 kilowatt hours per person. Of course, there are cities with higher energy penalty and cities with lower energy penalty, but the average is 450. At the same time, creates an important problem of peak electricity demand, obliging utilities to build additional power plants, which increases the cost of electricity. Also, it decreases the efficiency in the power supply of electricity, let's say, of power stations by 0.6% per degree. So imagine a day of a heat wave with an increase of the temperature by 10 degrees. In this case, we may have 6% lower power supply because of the overheating, which is really very high. And at the same time, we face a very important problem during, let's say, heat waves regarding, let's say, the temperature of, let's say, the cooling systems and also the corresponding price of the electricity. Because of the very high temperature of the water, reality, it is almost very difficult or impossible to cool power plants, especially nuclear and thermal power plants. For example, to understand that during the 2006 heat wave, the spot price of megawatt hour in the European network increased from 50 euros to 2,000 euros. In 2021 in France, during the heat wave, the price of the megawatt hour increased 10 times. In Texas, 2 years before, in 2023, the price of the megawatt hour increased from $275 to $2,500. Don't believe that this additional, let's say, cost, it is paid by, let's say, the networks. No, it is paid by the consumers. I give you, let's say, some data. During the 2016 heat waves in Germany, the additional, let's say, cost because of the higher temperature and the decrease of the electricity production was close to 16 million euros. The power companies, they have really charged the consumers 71 billion euros. So this means that the, let's say, overheating decreases the efficiency and the power supply, and this is directly paid really by the consumers. On the other hand, because grids are not really enough to, let's say, respond to the high temperatures and to the high demand, we face a very important problem of increase of power of grid failures. And it is characteristic, for example, that between, let's say, 2015 and in our days, the increase of the, let's say, grid failures in United States, blackouts, has increased by 151%. It is well known that actually the additional cost that we have to spend in order to make our, let's say, grids sustainable and ready really to respond to the increase of the temperature is close to 300 billions per year from now on to 2050. A part of the energy impact of overheating, the environmental impact is very important. And especially because of the photochemical reactions in the atmosphere, we have a generation of ozone. Ozone is toxic and ozone is a killer. And unfortunately, the concentration of ozone, it is increasing everywhere in the world. A recent study coming from China has shown that in the 150 larger cities in the country, the concentration of ozone during the last 15 years has increased by 80%. And the forecast for the future shows also a very important increase of the concentration of ozone. But it's not just ozone. Because of the extended operation of the power plants emit much more, let's say, pollutants. And now we know that for each let's say, degree of temperature increase, the increase of the pollutants is close to 3.5%. So during a day of a heat wave with 10 degrees higher temperature, we may have, let's say, 35% more pollutants emitted by the power plants. Apart of the energy and environmental impacts, unfortunately, overheating has a tremendous and serious impact on low-income population. We know very well that low-income population is living in areas of very high temperature, and at the same time, the quality of the housing and the buildings is not the proper one. So low-income and vulnerable population is not really protected. As a result, we have very serious impact on the quality of life of people. And of course, this increases tremendously indoor temperatures, obliging, vulnerable population to live under elevated indoor temperatures through the day and night for a long period. Also, it increases health risk and, of course, heat-related mortality and morbidity. It has a very serious impact on mental health of low-income population. And also, it corresponds to a very substantial, let's say, income loss from the heat-related, let's say, disruption. Do we have evidence about this? Yes. I'd like to show you in a developed country like Australia, monitoring of about 110 low-income houses in Western Sydney, not during a heat wave, let's say, the distribution of the indoor temperature and also the concentration of, let's say, pollutants. During, let's say, the summer period, indoor temperatures were as high as 40 degrees. But the worst is that because people is trying to be protected and they close windows, doors, everything, indoor concentration of pollutants was 4 times higher than the threshold. So low-income population is living under very high temperatures and very high pollution. And this affects their health. We have now statistical data that shows that among individuals under 22 years old, those from low-income backgrounds experience a heat-related mortality close to 3.7%, while for the high-income population, the corresponding, let's say, mortality is 2.1%, almost 50% higher, almost 80% higher, let's say, mortality for the low-income population. On the other hand, for example, in New York, the black and the white population is almost equal. Heat-related mortality among the black population is almost twice as high as that of the white population. And statistical data coming recently from United States shows, for example, that the mortality risk among low-income individuals is nearly 220% higher compared to those, let's say, of high-income population. And this brings us to the very important issue of impact on health. We know very well that the impact of health is not something deterministic. It really depends on many parameters, especially demographic parameters, socioeconomic parameters, parameters that have to do with the health infrastructure. But in average, and really using data from developed countries, because we don't have statistics from developing countries, population living in the warmer neighborhoods inside cities have almost 6% higher risk of mortality compared to those that live in the cooler part of the cities. At the same time, we know very well that in Europe, heat-related mortality for age population above 65 years old has increased by 85% between 2004 and 2021. This is a tremendous increase of heat-related mortality. Also, according to the data we have from the World Health Organization, the magnitude of heat-related mortality actually in the world is close to 500,000 people per year, and this increases continuously. Unfortunately, forecasts about the futures show that heat-related mortality may intensify tremendously in selected parts of the world, especially in South Asia and also in Southern Europe. So this tremendous expected increase of mortality and heat-related mortality is something really that may affect completely the quality of life and the economy, let's say, in our countries. But it's not just heat-related mortality and morbidity. We know very well that during the period of higher temperature, we have a tremendous increase of domestic violence, of crimes, of assaults, and in general, of crimes. You see, for example, data from Australia, how really domestic violence and also non-domestic violence is increasing as a function of temperature. And this really is very much associated with a tremendous increase of mental health problems associated with temperature increase. Now we have data from all around the world that shows really a very serious increase of hospital admissions, especially for mental health problems during the period of higher temperature. All around the world, we know that mental health problems really are intensified almost exponentially with temperature. It is characteristic that actually the budget spent for mental health problems is close to 2 billion per year all around the world. By 2050, this budget may increase up to 30 or 50, let's say, billions per year. So mental health problems is going to be one of the major issues in the future. And who is more affected from mental health problems because of the overheating? The low-income population. A very recent study, 2025 in the UK, which really tried to identify who has the major, let's say, who needs the major support for mental health problems, so that the low-income population in the left graph of the figure has almost 260% higher needs for mental health support than the high-income population. So we understand that apart, of the technological issues related to overheating, social and economic issues are very important. Another important impact that is not so well known is the increase of the the increase of the suicide rate because of the overheating. Recent studies show that for each degree above 28 degrees, suicide rates in the United States increase by, let's say, 0.7%, and in Mexico by 2.1%. A recent study in Australia shown that the increase of the suicide rate above 28 degrees is 1.6% per degree. We understand that this is a tremendous problem, really, that affects our quality of life. But it's not just that. Recent studies have shown that, unfortunately, because really of the overheating, the cognitive performance of our kids is seriously affected. Studies have shown that those that they are exposed to higher temperatures during the last 4 years, they face a serious decrease of their cognitive performance. And studies performed with millions of people all around the world, including studies from the PISA, let's say, student assessment performed for all around the world with 15 years old, let's say, students, have shown that countries that really have and suffer higher temperatures, where students are exposed to higher temperature, they have a much lower cognitive performance. For example, in Brazil, students, they learn 6% less than the South Korean counterparts. The same study found that if really overheating continues in the United States, the cognitive performance of students by 2050 may decrease by 8%. At the same time, the higher temperatures affect very much human, let's say, productivity. Now we know, based on studies performed on millions of people, that above 30 degrees, human productivity is really decreased tremendously, even if they are living, in an air-conditioned space. When outdoor temperature is high, our performance is much lower. At about, let's say, 40 degrees outdoors, our, let's say, productivity may decrease by 60%. And this, of course, has a tremendous impact on economy and quality of life. And for sure, this affects very much all those that they work outdoors. A recent study by, let's say, the World Institution of Work shown that the total work time loss because of the overheating may be tremendous and may reach up to 60 or 70%. Just to tell you that during the recent heat wave in Delhi, India, the Indian government has announced that they lost, about 90% of the income of people working outdoors. And it is estimated by, let's say, that about 2.4 billion workers, which is almost 70% of the global workforce, are exposed to dangerous level of heat. And this, of course, has a serious impact on their health and also on their productivity. Only the United States calculation shows that the cost, let's say, of working time losses because of the overheating is close to 100 billion American dollars per year. And this may increase to about 1.5 trillion by 2050. What about the future? What really are the forecasts for the future temperature in our cities? All, let's say, models and forecasts show that we may expect an important increase of the nighttime temperature between 3 to 5 degrees, not the same in every part of the world, and a moderate increase by 1 or 2 degrees during the daytime. Unfortunately, the increase of the temperature in, let's say, the Mediterranean area, and especially in the South Mediterranean area, is going to be one of the bigger ones. And this will affect very much the low-income countries. Low-income countries will expose, let's say, to 83, in average, 83 days above 35 degrees, while high-income countries, they will expose just to 16 days per year. So those that they are not responsible for the climatic change, they may pay the penalty. And of course, this is very much associated with the future of the building sector. Because of the very important decrease of the population and the need of, let's say, additional housing because of the intensification of, let's say, urbanization is extremely high. We need, let's say, 440 million, let's say, new homes by 2025, this year. And to understand how important is really the rate that we build, we add a total floor area equal to the city of Paris per week. It is very simple to understand that the quality of these new houses will affect our futures. And of course, this will have tremendous technological, social, and economic impact. But the most important, in my opinion, impact, it has to do with a tremendous increase of the cooling demand. Actually, cooling is responsible for about 15% of the energy consumption in the building sector. Not so high. By 2050, this may increase between 1,600% and 2,270% because of the increase of the temperature, overpopulation, and many other issues. You understand that this increase will be tremendous and also will have very important economical and social issues. Just understand that the recent study has found that by 2050, the total electricity consumption for cooling of one single Indian city, Mumbai, will be higher than the electricity consumption of the whole United States. It is very simple to understand that this really will have a tremendous impact on the economy of India because they have to build additional power plants and they have at the same time to face the problem of emissions, to face the problem of pollution, to face the problem of provision, of fuels and all these kind of things. But many people, they believe that, we can solve all this problem by using air conditioning. But who is using air conditioning? Unfortunately, air conditioning is used by the high-income population, especially in the developing countries. A recent study published in Nature, which really shows the penetration of the rate of penetration, the ratio of penetration of air conditioning based on the different income groups, shows that the penetration is very high, almost 100% in the high-income population, but in the low-income population, it's almost negligible. In reality, low-income population is not really permitted or allowed to use air conditioning because of the tremendous cost of, let's say, operation and the cost of electricity. So by, let's say, 2050, we may have close to 3 billion people living in overheating areas without any air conditioning. And this, of course, it is very much related to the marginal cost of air conditioning for the low-income population. A recent study has shown, for example, how much is the marginal cost of the, let's say, air conditioning for the different income groups in different parts of the world. You see, for example, that for, let's say, the income group, the low-income groups at the left, the cost of the, let's say, use of air conditioning is 3 or 4 times higher than the cost, of the air conditioning for the high-income groups. In Greece, low-income population, in order really to condition their homes, to cool their homes, they have to spend almost 100% for energy than the high-income, let's say, population. And this is very characteristic of what is happening during the very last years in India. Perhaps you are aware that since April 2023, in Southeast Asia, we have a continuous heat wave. In Bangladesh, in 2024, we had more than 100 days above 35 degrees. Because of the tremendous temperature increase in India, many days above 50 degrees, everyone tried really to buy an air conditioner. Because of, let's say, non-availability of, let's say, enough air conditioner or enough electricity supply, the, let's say, Indian government has banned the installation of air conditioners. But who cares? People really continue to buy air conditioning and install air conditioning everywhere. As a result, the peak electricity demand in India in 1 year increased by 15.2%. Increase of the peak electricity by 15% per year is a tremendous really increase. There is no country in the world that can face this. There is no country in the world that can really build 15% more power plants per year. And as a result, during, let's say, high temperatures periods in India, they have electricity availability for 4 or 5 hours per day. These are the bad news. Do you have good news? Yes. During the last 15 years, we have really succeeded to develop heat mitigation technologies that may decrease the temperature in our cities. I don't have the time to go through all these, let's say, mitigation technologies, but I like to refer to some, let's say, very important developments regarding the, let's say, the development of innovative materials that can really decrease the temperature in our cities. And these materials known as photonic materials or daytime radiative coolers or supercool materials present subambient temperatures because they can really emit the additional heat directly to space through the atmospheric window. So we have really materials that send the excess heat directly to space. We have developed in my lab these materials and we're testing during the day under the, let's say, Australian desert sun, 40 degrees temperature, 1000 watt per square meter. And these materials during the daytime under the sun presented 6 to 8 degrees subambient temperature. So these materials are natural air conditioners without really the use of energy. Recently, together with UCL in London, we developed a new super cool paint that is really used actually by the London, let's say, Transport Authority to cool, let's say, the buses, the red buses, and you see really how it works. We have collected some data and we're analyzing the data, but all these technologies, when really implemented in our cities, they may really help very much to decrease the temperature of our cities. At the same time, we have developed materials of color which really are based on this, let's say, principle of photonic, let's say, emission, and also combining with fluorescent technologies. These materials that have, let's say, any color you may use and develop in my, let's say, lab, present exactly the same temperature like the white photonic materials. But the most important is that during, let's say, the summer period under the sun, a red or a brown, let's say, material present 3 to 4 degrees lower surface temperature than the white, let's say, paints. So we have a new revolution or a new, let's say, a new generation or family of materials which really can cool our cities tremendously, let's say, during the summer period. Do we have implementation of these materials in the world? Yes. During the very last 2 years, we are carrying out and we are responsible for the whole mitigation project of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Implementation of these super cool materials on the roof has really resulted in a decrease of the peak temperature in the city by 4.6 degrees. At the same time, it has really resulted in a decrease of the energy consumption for cooling in Riyadh, which is tremendous, by 35%. The most important is that when these cheap materials are used on low-income, let's say, houses, and we've done it for the first population, for the first nation, let's say, population here in Australia, the so-called Aboriginal people, which really they live under non-proper conditions and indoor temperature during summer may be as high as 40 degrees. When these materials are used on their roofs, the indoor temperature is decreasing by 10 degrees. So instead of living at 40 degrees, we may have 30 degrees and save really lives. These are good news. Unfortunately, because of the continuous climatic change and the continuous radiative forcing and the increase of the CO2 in the atmospheric window is closing and the emissivity of the atmosphere is really increasing, which means that the potential of all, let's say, mitigation technologies based on the dissipation of the excess heat to space is decreasing. And you see the results of a recent study that we performed in Australia that shows that by 2050, all these new technologies may, let's say, decrease their cooling potential by 50% because of the continuous CO2. But unfortunately, this is not something that happens only for materials. All the studies trying really to assess the future potential of greenery and especially, you know, of, let's say, tropical forest on mitigation have shown that we have, let's say, CO2 has two impacts on, let's say, the cooling potential. CO2 is helping really to improve the cooling potential of trees through, let's say, a mechanism which is called CO2 fertilization. But on the other hand, because of the higher temperature, the stomata through which we have the evapotranspiration, let's say, is decreasing, the openness of the stomata is decreasing because of the increased CO2. This is the so-called physiological forcing. So we have two phenomena, one that improves the potential for cooling of, let's say, trees, and another one that decreases the potential. What really happens? All the study shows that unfortunately, the negative, let's say, impact of CO2 is much more important than the positive one. So we expect that if really the CO2 concentration is increasing, we may have a tremendous, let's say, decrease of the cooling potential of greenery coming from the forest. Also, we know very well that the evapotranspiration and the cooling potential of trees in cities above 35 degrees is almost negligible. Trees, because they like to be protected and keep their sap, they stop evapotranspiration above 35 degrees. As a result, trees contribute to heating, and also they contribute to the tremendous increase of BVOCs, which are 4 times more toxic than the exhaust of the cars. These are negative, let's say, impacts. But do we have really enough technology to save the problem? We have enough technology really to improve the quality of our cities. Is this really enough? No. Because really, in order to implement technologies, we need really to have the proper financial and political, let's say, frameworks. And this means that the impact of overheating has to be monetized. This means that those that really contribute to higher temperature, they have to pay the cost. And those that they decrease the temperature in our cities, they have really to have benefits. So what it is proposed, and we have proposed with the European Union and the Union of European Banks now, to create a mechanism, a financial mechanism, through which those that they increase the temperature, for example, the city councils, that really they put black asphalt everywhere, like in the 20s, and they increase the temperature, by several degrees without taking into account, they have to pay because someone is paying actually the cost of the overheating. And those that really contribute through proper developments to decrease the temperature, they need to have the benefits. But is it enough really to face the problem of the overheating? This is okay for, let's say, the developed countries, may help a lot. But for the developing countries, this is not enough. In developing countries, and especially, in Southeast Asia, the cost, of the public debt is tremendous. The cost of the public debt is close to 100 trillion American dollars. And also for the developing countries. Just to understand that actually, India is paying more really per year for the debts, to satisfy the debt, more than what is paying really for education, health, and transport. So how we expect from these countries to invest and implement the technological developments? It is almost impossible. On the other hand, what really happens during the very last years in the world, where the richest 1%, now they gain about 63% of the new wealth, really, it is a serious problem because the whole, let's say, income is collected by very few people. And this is increasing continuously. So by having, let's say, all the capital and all the, let's say, available wealth collected by very few people, there is no possibility to implement, let's say, policies that will face the problem of climatic change and urban overheating. We know very well that by increasing the taxation of the 1% by 2% per year, this may, let's say, result to, let's say, an impact which will be sufficient to lift 2 billion people out of poverty. So I think that all these three political and economic mechanisms can really have an impact. So I like to conclude, and this is my last slide, by saying that we know very well that cities in the world face a very important problem of overheating. And this affects billions of low-income population, and which are really disproportionately exposed to extreme heat. We expect that 4 to 5 billion people will live by 2050 under very high temperatures and without really the possibility to use cooling, let's say, technologies. On the other hand, scientific knowledge on urban mitigation is really enough to decrease the temperature of our cities and alleviate poverty. This is well known. But unfortunately, most of the current urban mitigation strategies rely heavily on empirical approach, no scientific approach, not really technologies that really are based on scientific knowledge. Just let's plant some trees and let's save the problem. Simple solutions that unfortunately do not really have any impact. And this green embellishment of public spaces do not really help to improve the quality of our cities. On the contrary, they create worse situation in, let's say, the urban environment. But this is very much associated with a very rapid acceleration of low income change or local climatic change. And when this is combined with the absence of effective urban mitigation policy, this intensifies the crisis. And of course, it's not only worsens the environmental conditions, but deepens at the same time the social and economic challenges, and especially makes the life more difficult for the vulnerable population. Climatic change is something complex. It's a multidisciplinary challenge, and it has very important technological, social, economic, and scientific, let's say, dimensions. Addressing the problem requires integrative and holistic approaches, which combine climatic science, engineering, urban planning, public health, economic, social policy. We need really holistic solutions for our cities. And these holistic solutions, when well designed, may have, let's say, not only technological improvements in our cities, may improve the quality of life and the social and economic, let's say, realities for billions of people. So this is extremely important, and this is so well understood. Unfortunately, the financial and the social cost of inaction will escalate the problem. And we may, let's say, have an important, let's say, tremendous problem of let's say, diversification between the developed and the developing countries during the next years, where most of the population in the developing countries will live under extremely high temperature without any possibility for improvements. Thank you so much.
Yes. So, Professor Santamouris, thank you very much. It was really very interesting presentation. Thank you for sharing with us all this information. I'm sure that a lot of this information is new for many of us, and it's, you gave us a different perspective than the one we had in mind. For example, that the solution in the cities is just to plant trees. It's not a solution. As you mentioned, it is a solution up to a level. After that, it could even be a problem. So we need to use this scientific data, this information, the research information that you and your group have achieved, and make our lives better, because, as you mentioned in the first part of your presentation, the future is very scary, it's frightening. And even the present is frightening, and the future is even more frightening. So thank you very much for sharing this with us. I'm not sure if anyone has a short comment or question. Please.
So I would like to thank you for this presentation. At present, we have a consortium, and we are preparing a project proposal exactly on intense heat waves. And I would like to invite you to take part in our consortium for this project. So we have selected 6 cities. 1 city in Spain, 1 in France, and 1 in Romania, where we are making the demonstration of exact these technologies that you have shown. And we have 3 follower cities in Egypt, in Türkiye, and in Moldova. And we have a large group of European partners. So we are missing only you in this consortium.
With high pleasure. Just send me an email and I will help. No problem at all. Very happy to do it.
Right. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Matt, for everything, for your contribution, for your participation. And now we need to move to the next panel. We are a little late, but I'm sure that everyone enjoyed this valuable information that Professor Santamouris shared with us. Thank you again for your contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
We have time during the lunchtime. We can push the lunch break a little further.
1:30.
Yes.
And you're supposed to go.
Well, squeeze it about 1 hour.
This is your family, for family photo.
Yes. Of course, in the right across the red carpet.
How about Emma?
It was
Don't have rules of chivalry should still count.
You see, here's everyone in the middle.
Ladies.
Yes.
No,
No, something that's now.
is it local time?
That's local, yeah.
Some folks, that's all, that's huge. It's very. So this is not waiting. Well, good that we still have not even half of the place full, but you seem alert. Just making some eye contact to connect with people and to say hello to everybody. And first and foremost, I really this time will take formalities, pick up formalities, and thank Nikos for the invitation, for organizing, and of course to the university. Many thank yous for hosting this session. It's a very special session, and it's based on an organization, an international organization. And as I've communicated with my colleagues on the panel here, we are running the risk of ending up in a closed loop, as if just the fellows, the insiders, are talking about something. But I really hope that I'll demonstrate to you through the concerns, visions, and values of the World Academy of Art and Science, that it is truly relevant to all of us, and it is a truly World Academy. The fact that it is an honorary society, started in 1960, might seem like an elitist approach, but by programming events, initiatives, and actions that we and the Academy are taking in the world, it is truly our Academy. So I will first and foremost say that all of my friends here are fellows, full fellows, young fellows of the World Academy of Art and Science. And we tend to call each other by first names for the sake of camaraderie. So, and I will also kindly ask all of my friends here that we really try to create a circle for discussion today and not go to the podium. Now let's talk. I mean, this is the art of the Mediterranean and the art of dialogue, which is very much Greek. We should not forget that. This is why I'm comfortable being away from you. I like to sit in a circle and look you in the eyes, and we share our thoughts. I do not have introductions to my colleagues, tremendous profiles and backgrounds prepared. I'm being a bad student today. Nikos was the only one, plus, that sent me some information. It is because I do know their work. So I'm going to also kindly ask each one of you to share something really briefly, at least the position or the institution that you're coming from, and then I'll ask with it one question to segue your work into the contribution to the panel. Before that, quickly, World Academy of Art and Science was founded in 1960 by masterminds such as Einstein, Bertrand Russell, Robert Oppenheimer, who expiated for his scientific sins and the inventions of his mind, becoming a disillusioned scientist but enheartened human being, understanding that the fruit of their labor has been co-opted for vested interests, A-bomb, and other war-mongering goals. So what they did, they convened in 1959 a world conference in Washington, D.C., where for the first time they called for social responsibility of science. Mind you, this is the height of the Cold War. And look at where we are today. Amongst members are anywhere from Yehudi Menuhin to Margaret Mead to Buckminster Fuller to you name it. Anybody from any field and discipline was invited in this society based on criteria that I think reveal a lot about the agenda and the vision and mission of the Academy. And that is that you are indeed accomplished in your field. In other words, you paid the professional dues. You worked hard enough to prove yourself in your domain, but then you also have diversity of interests. And this is why an unusual chimeric figure like myself ended up in the World Academy. You don't get a dancer and an academic in one place. So also, the third criterion is that you actually do something which is of service to humanity. In other words, anything that you do in your discipline comes from the perspective and the end goal that you will be doing this to contribute ultimately to alleviating the suffering, to improving the condition of humanity. And every single one of them, I have an economist, civil engineer, I don't know, an exotic animal. I have a medical specialist and a doctor, and I have AI specialist,
Mechanical engineer.
and mechanical, but you have other things as well. You're a mechanical engineer, crossover, boundary bender. This is what we want to be. This is the era for boundary benders. We cannot be single track. We have to, as we have heard in this keynote, be holistic beings and holistic professionals. In that name, the question of this panel today is, what is the value of a disinterested association of scientists and artists, public intellectuals in the world today? What is the value and the role of a values-based organization today? So this is the starting question for you. I will not do quizzing at the end of the session, but I will kindly ask you to get engaged and to start thinking about that, because right now, the only institution of that caliber that we have is the UN, but it's still nation-based with locked-in stakeholder positions, not to mention all the other bureaucratic issues, Security Council, and on and on. So what is the role and the value of a values-based organization of this kind of heritage for today, when we are again at the crossroads? We're not talking about Cold War. We're talking about all out, free for all upheaval. Okay. So what I will do is I'm going to ask, out of respect for hosting, I'm going to ask Nico first. Nico, I'm not going to even go into this list of tremendous, you have obviously paid your dues. But my question to you today is going to be, as a segue into the first question, which I will repeat in a second. While you're thinking about what is it that you are most professionally passionate about now that you're basically converging after so many decades of your professional experience and knowledge, what is it that is the direction of your research, of your applications, of your passion? So that's the best way of just brief introduction, and then I'll ask the first question for everybody.
Well, thank you, Mila. Thank you for the introduction to the session. Thank you for being here with us. It's really very important for us to have you with us. I'm really grateful about that. You ask difficult questions, and this is what you should do. I mean, that's the role of the moderator and a moderator like you. We didn't expect anything less than that. What am I passionate about? If I should use just one word, I would say the future. Because whatever we do is just an effort to pass something to the next generations. We are not working for ourselves. We are not working for even for our era. We're working for the future. And since I'm a professor at the university and I'm working all the time with young people, and they keep getting younger, and I keep getting a little older.
Less young.
Less younger.
Yeah.
I think that it's a privilege for us who are in everyday relation with these younger generations to keep the light burning and to keep to always have the opportunity to pass the torch. So I think that I realize now that everything is converging to this point, to how to brighten the lives of the next generations, to reduce the darkness that we are passing to the next generations, and to give them the possibilities and the tools that they will need and they will use in order to make their future better than the one they're receiving, because they are not receiving a very good present, but they have a passion to make it better. And we need to, it's our obligation, it's our main task to support them in these efforts to make the future brighter than what it is today.
Very good. And I was going to continue on this track and ask you today that we face new existential risks, and we've talked about, on the one hand, we have this terrible Scylla and Charybdis pressure. I always speak about that. The convergence of existential risks. Not only are they interconnected, they are accelerating and intensifying. On the other hand, you have the convergence of technological advances, and that's different grades of AI, nanotechnology, biotech, longevity studies now, synthetic biology, my God, mixing species, again, converging and accelerating. So given what is at stake here today, in this moment, what do you think and believe should be the core role of WAAS in guiding science, technology, and policy for humanity? Be granted the beginning of the social responsibility of science call today. And introduce yourself.
So thank you, Mila. Thank you for this very difficult question. But I would like to say that I am a mechanical engineer, and since I was born in a small village somewhere in Southeast Europe, I had this passion for engineering, for technology, for new devices, new kind of things, and so on. I succeeded to have patents and to have research results, some of them being applied and changing important things. One day I met somebody who asked me if I want to enter into business, for instance, and I was thinking that it's so far for me, and I was saying that I don't know anything about that. But that changed also my life, and I entered into business sector. I have the CEO of a very important company in Romania, and I've been involved in those aspects, and this gave me a different perspective towards technology. And yeah, we have also education part, and we developed this. And actually 3 years ago, I participated by chance to the World Academy of Science meeting in Bucharest. And we had, it was in 2022 actually. So we had this meeting with these people. I was not very aware of all these activities. And the meeting in Bucharest, mediated by a personality which is unique, ex-president of Romania, Emil Constantinescu, gave us the chance to meet these fantastic people, the members of the board of the World Academy of Science and Arts. And on that perspective, we started this discussion. It was this topic about artificial intelligence, about the way in which science and technology are driving, let's say, the current evolution in the society. And very suddenly, we started to collaborate. We had a very important conference also in Bulgaria regarding these aspects. And we had also some other meetings in Azerbaijan or in Türkiye dedicated to this particular topic. So, of course, in a world where we learned even today in the speeches that technology has such an important role and is even reshaping geopolitics and is reshaping many aspects in the society. So it is extremely important to have, let's say, a guidance aspect into this process. And I think that this pool of brilliant minds, people that experienced in their life something. For instance, I told you that I belong to a small minority of Crimean Tatars established in Romania. And in our Tatar culture, we have this old saying. They say, don't ask the one who says that he knows a lot of things. Ask the one who tried to do something in his life. He sometimes succeeded, many times he failed, and he can tell you many other things about all these things. So these people from WAAS, the members of WAAS, they are fantastic personalities, not just because they know so many things. So they tried to do something in their career. They succeeded to solve some problems. They failed in many other aspects. And this is a club which is bringing together this pool of experience. And this is a very important, let's say, asset that WAAS has. Of course, technology, science today is somewhere in the air. And we, the people, we try to understand what we have done, because these are the results of human creativity. And sometimes it's like in the game, when what you have created is not anymore in relation with you, and you have to understand this relation, how to use it, and at the same time, how to defend yourself in this context. So for that reason, I have been involved, and also you, Mila, in this education side of the WAAS, which is the World University Consortium. And we had in December a very nice conference in Istanbul, when it was a fantastic, let's say, meeting discussing about the different aspects of education and how education has to change the role in the society. So in the past, we were talking about knowledge, we were talking about people, and education was something to bring knowledge to the people. Nowadays, we have this science and technology at a certain, let's say, untangible area, and we have the people that have many other means of being informed and being connected to that. So education is a radically different thing. So at the moment, what we are doing in schools, what we are doing in universities is already history. So it is a new need for a new approach. And WAAS is, let's say, guiding into this direction. And I think that this aspect of bringing together this experience together with these new approaches in education, and maybe in the next question, I shall address also the other practicality, what kind of effective things are happening. This is what this, let's say, academy can have as an added value in the society.
Thank you so much. I guess what I'm hearing from you, or to kind of share this with the audience, once you get into the academy and you start conversations like this, there's a tendency for people to come out as humans, because you no longer go to specifics of your discipline. You start together to ask big questions for guidance of humanity. And my claim is that the quality of our decisions today depend on the quality of the questions we ask. So this is really going back to the true spirit of academia, right? And the sophistication of the conversations that were happening there. So I'm going to turn, not because you're a junior fellow, but because I'm saving you for some visionary stuff, because the future is the feminine. I did not say that. I wish I did. Sri Aurobindo, who is a genius of the Indian continent, said that the future is feminine. So, Grigoris, what I've been most impressed about reading about your work is your work in Africa. I am not going to guide you or to steer you to talk about that, but I do want to send the signal towards that's what stands out to me. Your willingness to go there and listen to this. People don't think about this. When you go as a scientist somewhere on an assignment or a project, you think we just sit in offices there in front of the same old computer. You chose to go places where you drank the water, ate the food of the people, if you will. And that's a very humanizing example I am mentioning to everybody, what it means to be a scientist activist, okay, and a social artist. So same question for you, whichever way you want to shape it, but just to put a highlight on that.
I will start with expressing my enormous happiness for the fact that the future is a family one.
Because you get to relax now. You're getting
Lying in the same hands of community. So in any way, in any case, I think that as you started expressing your question, and which relates to the whole discussion we're having, I would agree first of all that the role of scientists, especially of a social scientist, is not to close himself into the box of his office or of his institution, but to go out and to anticipate the true meaning of what he's trying to deal with, and to research and to evaluate society and how this is functioning. I think that this is also something that being most probably one of the youngest, not in terms of my age, but in the terms of the duration, the youngest fellows of the World Academy. I think that what made me becoming more interested is that I realized that these 5 principles for our role are present in the way how the academy is functioning. That we have to think courageously, that we have to think autonomously, that we have to think in a radical way, outside of the box, and at the end, this has to have a purpose, and the purpose is obviously the socio-economic and environmental sustainability and fairness. In Africa specifically, it was one of my the possibilities I got to see how really this can be related, the actual evidence of difficulties, of extremely severe situations, at the same time, however, of hope, and of realizing that through the difficulties and through the possibility of working together in all the different dimensions of our world, you get the strength for dealing with crucial problems and big problems that we have to deal in the contemporary reality. Having the example of Africa, I want only to say the last thing, that I realize that the problems that we are facing are interrelated and linked, both in time and also in space. What I want to say is the following: I was there in the annual festival of the movement of Herero people for the recognition and the repayment, so to say, of the genocide they experienced in the beginning of the 20th century. And I saw how, unfortunately, how the same way of hurting people and of creating genocides existed already 100 and more years ago. The same pattern. So this is the linkage of our problems in time. And the other thing that I realized is that similar cases like that are actually happening today in many different parts of the world. So for me, our obligation is to realize that the red line that connects all these problems in time, but at the same time to realize the red line that connects all these problems today in order to create the necessary networking to deal with these problems today.
Thank you so much. Another aspect, I'm trying to, with every round of feedback and insights, to highlight something about the nature of this academy. Not only did you have a very disciplined engineer come out in a very humane and humanistic way, speaking in first person singular about your own experiences and what drives you here. Then you have bigger, from Nikos and Grigoris, you have bigger humanities problems. So this is, you also discussed a little bit about the convening power of an organization like this. If you're a disinterested, values-based organization, you have a different kind of convening power than the political power that is the base of the nation or discipline, scientific associations or anything like that, and the big questions we ask. But one of the things that I would like to think with you about is, who is the representative of humanity in the world? Who carries the voice of humanity in the world?
The young generations.
That's the burden we put on them. You disempower them, you patronize them, and you say, the world is your oyster. Forget that. They're dealing with a lot of troubles. They are the future, true. But nobody's the voice for humanity, for what is universally right, true, and good, and beautiful. I'm going back to Greeks again, right? So who is in charge of climate crisis? Who is in charge of the direction our technology and science are going to take? Nobody. It's a question. Nobody is such on the global humanist value. So these are some of the questions that we ask. And out of that, in order to set you up for the programming, out of that came big initiatives and projects, such as global leadership for 21st century that we did with the UN in Geneva, for example. New economics, I don't know if Grigoris is familiar with that, is that more than 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we started and I worked on partnerships for an initiative that really helped support and open up the pathway for heterodox economics, right? So future of education, now human security for all, and I'll go back to it not to take too much time, peace offensive. I'm not happy with that title, but they knew why they were saying that. But things like that, future education, future economics, creativity and mind, and on and on. So my next question will go to Eva, because I want to imagine, exactly to honor Eva's point about youth. I want to imagine something with you here and to ask, if you could, I mean, if we could imagine the world guided by the principles, the questions, the concerns and values of the World Academy of Art and Science, such as human security, peace, sustainability, intercultural dialogue, responsibility of knowledge, what kind of future would we see, and what concrete steps would the Academy take now to move us closer to that future? I took you to number 3.
Yeah, thanks.
You want to go to number 2?
It's okay.
Like you want to talk about the future?
I didn't know why she's putting her on the spine.
Take it away. Take it away.
Yeah, well,
You're young. Take it away.
I introduce myself.
All I can say about you that I was listening to you at a top level premier global forum in Baku and I was blown away. That for me is a full CV. You ran prime ministers and presidents during that speech.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really honored to be here with all of you and discussing all these difficult yet amazing questions that, you know, as I said, I did my homework yesterday and it was not just homework, it was trying to find some questions and then motivation and all ideas came together. So a little bit on my background. I don't say I'm a medical doctor, and I'll explain why. I say that I am a graduate of the medical school, and my background is also in public health policy, and youth work and sustainability. And I do this because, to be honest, I don't identify as a medical doctor with the traditional idea of the medical doctor's curing disease, because health is much more than curing disease. It's the prevention and it's the health promotion aspects out of this. And that's why I'm mostly interested in public health. And one of the main things that I learned when I started my master's in public health is that we look at the causes of the causes. So we should take a step back and look what shapes the disease, but also what shapes the behavior that leads to disease, but what also shapes that behavior. Because there are many interests, there are the values, there are a lot of things that guide those behaviors. And after all, health is socially determined, and there is this new term that is also commercially determined in this modern 21st century world. So why I'm saying all these things, it's because I think that WAAS has a clear role in this on highlighting the causes of the causes and upholding the values to guide science, knowledge and policy. It must not be the other way, that science and policy guides the values, the societal values, in the way that we operate. We should and we can, I think, act as a moral compass for science and policy, and to uphold the values of peoples and responsibility, or integrity and inclusivity. And what I particularly like of the academy is that they link the art with the science, because we usually focus on science, but we forget part of the art. And to me, the arts allow to think more creatively, to more open, to allow for all these different aspects and disciplines to come into a discussion that's, to my experience at least, more like small boxes, that is science. And yeah, if I could imagine this world with human security, I mean, well-being, peace, safety, I would say in one word that it's an ideal word. So yeah, in order to create this world, because I think we are far from this ideal world, we should, of course, use the tools that science provides us, but we should also focus and lead the societal transformation. And we can do this by
as I said, upholding the values and everything, but to me, the backbone of human existence is health. So after all, we need a healthy environment and healthy creatures to live on this planet. And it's education, as you also said, and that would be very interesting to explore it more. And since I'm one of the junior fellows of the WAAS and I have this exceptional honor, I think that the junior fellows of WAAS, but brought the young people and the young leaders and the young experts, because we usually forget that many of us also, like junior experts in our fields, should place them in the center of the discussions, and we should be there to co-shape and co-design and co-imagine and co-create and co-implement all the initiatives. And we had a very interesting discussion yesterday at the second panel with other junior fellows of WAAS and representatives of SDSN youth, and we all talked about the need for intergenerational dialogue, also intergenerational responsibility and accountability. And
I'm returning back to Nikos, and I wanted to ask with you if we were again designing the Academy of the Future with everything that we have shared so far. There are other dimensions that, for example, Eva mentioned, like you were uniting, you're federating the knowledge and the humanity by including arts and science. I mean, imagine how you would live with half a brain. It's two hemispheres, right? So, exactly. So that kind of preoccupation with integrated knowledge, integral also knowledge, federated knowledge, and the use of that for the betterment of humanity and human condition, that's the preoccupation. And I'll remind that the motto is leadership in action, leadership in thought that leads to action. I should know this by heart. My question about the designing the Academy of the Future, given all these flagship initiatives that we mentioned, and I'll say it again: human security for all, peace offensive, future education, new economics. How would you, if you could redesign the Academy for the next generation, what would you emphasize? How should WAAS transform itself to be not only an honorary society and a think tank, but a platform for action and global policy influence? And given your leadership in SDSN, then please consider also another fact for you about the World Academy, its consultative status in the UN and UNESCO. EcoSoft, and yes.
Thank you for this question. Thank you for raising this topic, actually. I will start with something that Eva emphasized and you also repeated. Even the title, what the title of art and science, it combines two dimensions, two hemispheres of our brain that they should be more strongly connected. I mean, if you imagine that the ancient Greeks, for example, in the school of Plato, there was a sign that said, which means that if you don't know mathematics, then you have no place here in the school of philosophy. So I think that's the idea. And this is the main concept of the Academy, how to combine everything, our everyday lives, not just our profession, our hobbies, our interests. You will find much more common things there than one can imagine. At some point in history, humanities and natural sciences, they're going to divorce. I'm not sure when, and I'm not sure how and why. But I'm sure that they are both still paying for that divorce. And we're all paying for that divorce. So maybe the role of the Academy as an organization connects even in spite of and the essence of the activities, art and science, I think that could be a very good starting point to engage humanity. I think that the ambition, and since you also mentioned SDSN, and the United Nations and UNESCO and all these organizations that are operating under this, this general concept of humanity and not of a specialization on a specific topic, I think that should be our goal, to unite people, to bring together people with different interests, but with the same vision, with the same anxiety about the future, about what is happening around us today. I wanted to add something on my response to the first question that you said. Sure. Before I started working a lot with sustainability through SDSN, through other activities, I used to participate to conferences, to speak to such groups or such discussions on a specific topic. I'm a civil engineer. I'm specialized in hydrology and hydraulic engineering. We met with colleagues in conferences, always the same people, with some additions from time to time. And it was just like reunions. During the last years, I'm talking to people who I have no idea what the background is. I'm even teaching a course with other colleagues at the School of Philosophy here at the university. We have a course on human values, which is a transdisciplinary course, and the audience is actually everyone. So I find this extremely interesting. It's so interesting that I don't feel comfortable anymore to talk just to my colleagues and the ones who have the same specialization as I do. I feel much more comfortable to speak to larger audiences and to try to find the ways to connect everything. And I think this is the concept of the academy, the World Academy of Art and Science. It connects people. I mean, even if you see the list of members, amazing names. I mean, you mentioned some of these names at the beginning. I'm really not comfortable having my name next to theirs. I'm very happy that at some point they decided to reduce their standards and accepted me as a member. But it's really an amazing group of people. And if you follow the events that they are organizing, and I mentioned several of these events that took place just last couple of years. Even the events that we are having today, the discussion we had yesterday, were really amazing discussions with excellent participants. I think the contribution of the Academy to being even more extensive, to address even a wider audience, and be even more essential. I mean, the discussions are already essential, but we need to open up to a wider audience. I think we will benefit, they will benefit, and we might reduce the cost of that divorce that we had many years ago between art and science.
Yeah, thank you. Eva, you said this would be, if we could project into the future what kind of world would be designed through the values of the World Academy. It's a great compliment to the Academy because it would be an ideal world, right? Well, no ideal world could possibly exist because it could not evolve, because this is an evolving world, but it can evolve through contrast rather than conflict. And ideals are extremely practical, not to mention that they're extremely costly. Because if you have people that are willing to take each other's lives over an anthem, a flag, this is a very artistic world. And we didn't even know. Yes, because we're willing to die for them, which means they're extremely practical and costly. So what I will do, I'm gonna skip over here because I'm setting you up for your design. Grigoris, you, I know that Nico is the Cypriot here. Okay, so I'm gonna share something with you that I found out, okay? Which is in, I'll tell you, 1966, 6 years after founding, believe it or not, the World Academy of Art and Science Masterminds called for a very special project in Cyprus. They called it the Cyprus Project. I mean, imagine poor Oppenheimer with the Manhattan Project. This was a different kind of project. Believe it or not, it is the project, the Center for Art and Peace. And I have to share with you this. It's important because we're all learning right now, because I've learned this. We're digging through the archives. And the World University Consortium was already dreamed by these masterminds in the 60s, saying we cannot do, at that time they were saying, we cannot do national academies anymore. They are run by vested interests. We need true World Academy, and we need a World University. And they were saying that the brick and mortar institutions cannot hold anymore. So they set us up for the online, digital, and virtual places. But this center, and even I apologize, I have to look at the president is a holy person at that time. The president of Cyprus, I'm learning, I'm sorry. I'm a nerd.
Yes.
So
Yes, Bishop.
there you go. Archbishop was giving land. Thank you. He was giving land to the World Academy of Art and Science. That didn't happen, and it didn't realize, but I'm still thinking, wow, I bet you it's a political BS. But please hear this, because now we are also learning. It says, it's a center in Cyprus that should be a might house in 66, might house an interdisciplinary council with people that will address 5 specific spheres of meaning life and everything. And they overlap and would rank equally. The logosphere, concerned with information input. The cybersphere, the process. This is in 66. I'm telling you, this is the ancient future, and we need to grow into our shoes here, both as fellows in the academy and all of us as society, universities, and scientists. So, logosphere, that it has to be concerned with the information input. Cybersphere, the processing of the logosphere would be directed by those experts in sciences. The psychosphere, the study of the expansion of consciousness and the unconscious. It would involve people interested in psychology and myth, because we're willing to die for them. Okay? The androsphere, which would involve the space theorists and futurists, and the agape sphere. This is what I'm waiting for you all. The agape sphere, the sphere of humanists and philosophers, would bring together that which belongs together. The work of the other 4 groups and all of us, artists, would be represented in all spheres. I know. I need that. Okay, so they say, wise people say, that if you're at a certain level of excellence, it doesn't matter which path you're coming from at the top. I won't say we, they are all poets and philosophers. This is an open space for you to address whatever is on your mind and in your heart. And how would you design the economies of the future? Because the economy of life. Final question.
Minor questions. First of all, you're not the only dancer in the room.
This is the kind of world
I
academy.
don't ask anybody else to reveal himself or herself, but I know that you're not the only one. I think which is a very nice thing, because it speaks for the fact that arts, humanities, positive and social sciences, they should be reconnected. And yeah, I agree fully with you that this divorce has to be done yeah, from the other side, and then we should move in this direction. I think that in a way we are, there is a saying in Greek, we are saying to terpnon meta to phelim, which means the pleasant with together with the useful. So, and I think that what we are now discussing is exactly that, that feeling good with each other, and having the ability of understanding, loving, hating sometimes, but also this is part of the communication. It creates a basis which leads to new knowledge, to new radical contributions, and this we can't do without that. And I think that this is also one of the major contributions of the academy, not only, also other networkings like those that we described in the previous discussion as well. And trying to move from how to say, from this poetic or philosophical level to the more practical one. I think that is because it is very correct that you ask it in this direction, which is what is the new economic vision, or what are the new economic ideas? I think that they are not only economic, and actually there is a mistake here, not in the discussion, but generally. When we speak about economy, we tend to limit it down to the financial, to the monetary issues. Economics and or political economies is a much wider area of discussion and contributions. And I think that in this direction, for me, the most important question for the future is it was raised before by you, Mila, is who will be in charge, and having a world which is heavily economically, technologically, with respect to the environmental problems globalized. We need also to have a globalized governance. Yet there are two questions which are also economic questions. First of all, who should be led? How shall we legitimize the global governance? Should it be a global democratic legitimization or a global technocratic legitimization? I'm afraid that we are going to go with the second, and this is a great danger. And the second question is, again, this has to do also with economics. How can we have an equilibrium between effective and strong global governance, but at the same time between an absolutely necessary local and regional autonomy? So if we succeed in dealing with these two questions in a progressive, radical way, I think that we will contribute to the solution of our issues. And a final comment, because we are speaking about economists and how are the social science and scientists, or are they? I think what we are the sexy mathematicians. This is what we are always saying to the colleagues from positive sciences. In social sciences, you are trying to take all the instruments and the methodologies that are being developed in the frame of the more quantitative-oriented science, and then you try to put it on the table and to use it for analyzing as subjective as possible the social issues.
Ways of organizing that. Always. So, Eden, in very concrete terms, you spoke about some initiatives, meetings that were started. And one of the key programs of the Academy's future education is speaking of ways of organizing life. But this is the way of organizing lives and evolving lives. So in terms of designing future education, one of my biggest concerns has been you mentioned earlier, this is an outdated system. I mean, this is the system appropriate for the industrialized age with its own goals. And you can speak to modern conditions, but my concern has always been that education is a long wave process and the clock is ticking. What are we going to do? What are we doing? I mean, we're together in the consortium, but you've been really taking a leadership role there with everything that you do in the Black Sea region, but in the consortium as well. How do you think we should be, given the clock ticking, designing the education for the future? I mean, which needs to be practiced now.
Thank you. Yeah, also quite difficult question, but let us give some practical example about what this academy is doing. So in 2022, I told you that we started to be involved in analyzing the conflict in the Black Sea region. So, of course, for all of us, we were much closer to one side's position, the right of any group of people to autodetermination, to decide for their own future. And from that perspective, we were considering, of course, that the Ukrainians, like all of us, all the other nations, they had to have the right to, let's say, define their role in this life. And then the working together with the academy, we had, as I said, meetings in Bucharest. There were also meetings in Türkiye and so on. We had also contributions of people like Jeff Sachs and some other people having another way of thinking, another way of putting the problem. So we moved on the other side and we put ourselves in the shoes of a Russian perspective. Why this conflict that was not even imagined in the past was possible? And then, of course, we understood that, yeah, it was a period of several decades when the world order changed in some way after the fall of the wall in Berlin and the change that followed after that, and the position of the Russians saying, okay, we accepted the terms of the game, we reshaped ourselves, we withdrawn from different countries. Well, in reality, it's not exactly like that because they actually enhanced their presence with different other, let's say, means. And finally, they say, okay, on the other side, you are coming over with this NATO blanket, with different other, let's say, things. And it should be a line up to where we have to say, well, from here, it is about our security. And we want to be defined in that way. And we understood step by step that the whole key of this conflict is Crimea. Like for the Mediterranean part, it was Cyprus. And you mentioned about 66 and the situation in Cyprus. So for the whole problem in the Black Sea is Crimea. On one side, Russia is willing to have Crimea de jure, so to have, let's say, the legal rights and to play the role of positioning there for any kind of other developments in the future. At the same time, there is no a single European leader that is able to say, yes, we give you Crimea de jure. So it is a stuck, a sort of a blockage in mindset, in the way of thinking. So from that perspective, we started the discussions in different groups within WAAS, what can be done? And also you mentioned about the peace offensive. We had brilliant discussions. There were, let's say, different groups working in different perspectives. And I remember the discussions that we had in Istanbul, for instance, when somebody was asking the following question. Okay, we all say that for peace, you have to have parties sitting on the same table. But what if one party will say, I'm not interested, I'm not taking it? So what you can do in order to make a step forward to find a sort of a compromise and an understanding between the parties. So it was a further discussion around all these issues. And the position of the Academy today for this conflict in the Black Sea is that the solution cannot be taken in Alaska. So the solution for the conflict in the Black Sea region is there in the region. And it should be something where it has to be an involvement of the communities, of the parties that are there in place. And
Let me ask you this. You took on a big strategic situation and pointed towards a region that seems to be the pivotal, like the linchpin, pivotal spot. What you described to me right now is a certain process of social learning that is very balanced. This is the first time somebody, especially somebody coming from the region that you do, speaking with an empathetic way, at least a sober, rational, understanding way of all parties involved in this situation. While I asked you about the education, which you can get to, I understand that there's a value, a tremendous value of developing certain social learning processes that you exemplified.
This is exactly where I would like to come. So as I said, first thing first, you have to understand the problem. And from that perspective, the value of the Academy is that it's giving you the chance to listen people looking to the same issue from many different perspectives. And as I said, the speech, for instance, of Jeff Sachs in Bucharest, after the speech of the NATO Deputy Secretary General, who was talking about the full commitment of NATO in order to solve this war and to be even ready to go up to the Urals and so on. And then the speech of Jeff Sachs after that, and the different other comments, discussions, and so on and so forth, gave us the real picture of what is going on. And then we started to find out different alternatives. We had many futurologists, because also in this World Academy of Art and Science, there are many futurologists coming with different unbelievable perspectives, let's say, and solutions. So in that context, what is clear now is that the conflict could not be solved without the real involvement of the local communities. And here it was, let's say, the area where we are talking about education and about the involvement of universities, because the universities, they could have a very significant role in this process. So what is clear now is that the academics, they have to leave their comfort space and get in, trying to bring some of the possible solutions for that. We are talking about human security for action. And we are talking about, let's say, this new perspective of putting, let's say, the security in a much holistic, a much broader way of acceptance. And from that perspective, we have to come and we have to explain to the people how to use this human security, how this human security can be tailored to the day-by-day problems. So from that perspective, what we are planning to go, and I'm finishing with this, let's say, regarding this of peace offensive initiative and so on, there are these kind of contacts between the universities from the countries of the Black Sea region, working together to find out some possible, let's say, contact aspects between the communities and trying to generate a way for the need of having a local compromise to this issue. It is not something that can be solved overnight. There is also envisaged that, okay, an armistice probably will happen in a short time, in several months, but the peace cannot be built without this kind of involvement. So for the long time and long range thinking, we have to prepare these new approaches, bringing the people that up to yesterday, they've been enemies shooting each other, and to come to sit at the same table, listening now each other and trying to change their mindset. So from that perspective, World Academy of Art and Science is not just a club of people speaking nice things, mentioning nice ideas. And after this discussion, well, everybody is going to have a coffee and that's it. They forgot what they said. And then at the next meeting, they are taking from the beginning. No. So there are some very practicalities, very effective things that are getting out of this. And this was just an example that I wanted to give. But of course, there are many other initiatives where there are different other examples.
Thank you. What I'm feeling, go ahead.
Can I
Please,
perhaps
please,
try to
please.
help your job, which is very, very difficult. Have this experience a few minutes or hours ago. Given what Eden mentioned, I would like to give a very short incident, which I think will help the discussion that we're having. Universities, Balkans, Europe, NATO, aggression of Russia. Now, I am sitting in a panel like that in the Polish annual economic conference. It's a big event a few weeks ago. In the panel next to me sitting a rector of a university from the Balkans, from Zagreb. And in his contribution, he's saying, not only Europe has to invest as much as it can in security and weapons, but even more, it has to have in its mind that it will be needed sooner or later to apply these forces outside the area of the Union. And I was surprised. And then I saw that their university, where the colleague was the rector, was the previous military academy of Zagreb. 3 times, can you guess, by whom it is financed and supported? I mean, we have so many things to deal with, and we have to be very, very careful and very analytic with respect to the discussions and the information.
That's not to mention the fact that the science is co-opted and all of our inventions are military funded first, military intended first. So we need to demilitarize science for the love of God and demilitarize finance.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly. And that's
Look at new budget. Look at new budget for the beginning.
so what I'd like to do is just sit back and enjoy my time with my friends because there's a beautiful energy here. And I hope it radiates and then you feel welcome, even though you're dispersed, but then we're all here together. And Eva, if you would like to take over and to talk about what you want to talk about, maybe start from how we elders have failed in so many ways, as my children tell me that we absolutely failed them, then we are immature, irresponsible, and clueless. This is what I'm specifically told.
Where should have about that?
And if that's not your perception, then thank you. It will be saving grace for me to hear otherwise. So if you want to talk about from your own introduction into institutions, you try to kind of escape these definitions you described earlier, why you wouldn't call yourself a medical doctor and be on a conventional track, which is in and of itself boundary bending. What concerns you? What preoccupies you? What worries you? What gives you hope? And if you can, then take whatever you want to share in terms of what the Academy offers and discuss that. Hand it over to the audience and ask them, maybe with everything that we have shared as fellows here and human fellows, fellow humans, right? What kind of a moral authority are we going to need? Who can possibly spearhead that? Who can demonstrate that moral authority? What kind of unprecedented consensus do we need to get beyond SDGs to take us to better places that you spoke about? But from here on, you're the boss ladies.
Thank you very much. And may I start with a comment that my mother wouldn't have been so happy. But yes, thank you very much for this question. And I actually want to stand on some points about imagining and creating the future and education. And about a year ago, I learned about this foresight science, and I actually learned this term and a little bit on this scientific yet very creative and artistic field by a scientist that is engaged with cinematic arts. So really brings both disciplines together. And I think WAAS has a really pivotal role on expanding the vision and imagining the futures, because foresight, it's not about predicting what will happen and trying to find solutions on the future risks, but it's rather a way of creating a future that we want to reach and imagining all the steps that we need to take to cultivate this preferred future. So I definitely see a role of the WAAS there, but to link it also with education, I think education should move beyond all the traditional methodologies, and that goes. I want to talk about high school and junior high school and everything else, not only about the university and undergraduate education. I was never taught the medical school about, as I said in my previous presentation, the social determinants of health and the role of environment or even the role of interests in what defines our health and also our realities. It was mainly focused on, okay, you have those symptoms, you get this diagnosis or that diagnosis, and you get this medication. But problem is already there. We don't do anything to prevent the problem or even more to upgrade health and to upgrade the quality of life and well-being. So I definitely think that education should integrate all these aspects into the methodologies, into the content that's taught. And to me, education, it's not only inside the walls of a school or a university, because I feel a lot of very much privileged to be able, to study and to be at the university, but there are many people out there that do not have access that kind of education and privilege. So I definitely also see a role there, and I'm very happy that I see people of my age and fellow people to be actually worried about how we can translate the knowledge and the science for the lay audience, and how we can actually reach out to people that are not so privileged as we are, or coming from different backgrounds or facing other realities, and how we can actually reach out to them and have an impact on them. But we should not present ourselves as the heroes for those people. We should actually enable those people to come with us and to be able and to empower to co-create their realities and their
Co-created realities.
yeah and their futures. So yeah, I'm thinking that the WAAS, but I would also like to say other institutions, organizations, whether they are universities and hopefully even governments, but I'm not very optimistic that this will happen, to create and cultivate those preferred futures to uphold the values, to hold the current established leaders and decision makers accountable, and to speak truth based on the evidence and on the different realities and experience that we all bring together here. And I imagine that beyond the sustainable development goals and those very specific yet not so concrete goals, what about moving beyond the impact goals and the action goals, and talk about some goals on behaviors or norms? Yeah, or norms in the society. So yeah, it's how we think that shapes how we act and the impact we have, and doing it would be my first innovation, to think about the causes of the causes, and also for the silent and profound crisis we should move beyond goals on the impact on the envisioned action and talk about the envisioned behavior, the envisioned way of thinking.
Excellent. Let's hear from you guys. I really don't like this setup. Yeah, beautiful. See, don't be surprised if at the end I just call one group hug and we just move together for lunch. Because I just can't.
Well,
Like-
we're waiting for this.
Okay.
For the last, I mean, I
I
need the
can't
last.
believe it. Listening to one this long. So, in the spirit of the Mediterranean culture where we break bread together, and it becomes like a family, right? So share with us, I mean, what inspired you, what worries you, what moved you, what impressions you have, what other issues you would like to just put on the table, and we can start talking here and just go to lunch together. Please, Angelica.
Two concerns.
Can you open your microphone?
Yes.
Yeah, no, but there's people online and
Oh, I forgot there are people online.
Yeah?
they cannot.
Okay.
Was I behaving improperly?
We'll see this one, please, that there was.
Globally broadcasted.
Like doing high fives. I'm like,
Like the journalist from to the meeting.
I just like this family a little bit. We are together a few years now. And I have two questions for Academy members. One is, of course, you are ECOSOC member, but the issue is, do you have some kind of indicators of impact assessment? Who is listening to that huge family of knowledgeable people? And the second question is reputational risk. With a few hundred and I don't know how many members, how you keep that some member will come out of these values? Do you have some kind of instruments? They're just.
I can take the first part.
I will not ask more. I'm satisfied with any answer.
So regarding the audience, so I've been involved in this human security for action activity. So it might look at the beginning as just a way of, how can I say, making awareness around an initiative of the United Nations and trying to explain all these terms, concepts, principles, and so on. But about 2 years ago, it was the partnership with the Consumer Technology Association. And they are organizing every year in January the CES, the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. 140,000 participants. So the partnership between World Academy of Art and Science and CTA brought this very strong involvement of the World Academy in making up this Consumer Electronics Show, sort of a stage at the global level where there are discussions around practical implementation of human security principles in different devices. And actually, it was fantastic because last year, for instance, we participated to the part of the exhibition that was awarding, let's say, the prize for human security in action for those kind of inventors producing different devices in that respect. And then further on, this year, also the World Academy is doing this, let's say, process of awarding this prize. And even more, every year there is a panel with a very strong, let's say, participation regarding the way, for instance, this new year in January, if you participate on the 6th of January, it will be a panel for the automotive industry and for the different other authorities regarding this implementation of, let's say, autonomous vehicles or different other technologies. So it is a very practical dimension, let us say, into that aspect. And in this way, the audience is not only different, let's say, retired people where they don't have enough. Yeah. So there are very effective type of projects in which they are involved. This was the first part.
Thank you for your honesty, for being so authentic. For the second part, you want to know the center? I mean, the people are alive here. We have heated debates. We have arguments on board. We have people who get hurt, right? I mean, emotionally hurt over something, and this is not good enough. Or this is not doing all right by me or something. I'm just being straight open with you. But there is something about calling two things, at least, just to begin with. Calling each other by first name has a deep psychological impact. But if you have all of these people who you call by their first name, ask the highest of questions of concern of their own individual humanity and humanity, there's something that recalibrates within. And what happens very often, maybe I'll describe that as the famous, there's a reason all of my references and all of my jokes are very intentional. There's the ritual of the Himba people in Africa. Well, they are the naughty child. It's only considered a naughty child. Put in the middle, and everybody calls their name and sings to them their own song, calling them back to their own conscience. There is a forum like that that happens of people surrounding an upset, wounded, different person, difficult in that moment, knowing that that's a temporary condition and a trigger. By a topic, by a wounding, by a legitimate, I mean, just listening to Ed and speaking about Russians, my God, nobody dare say anywhere, let alone Russians, anywhere, right? I mean, this is the conversations we're having. So what you do, you surround that person and you remind them, you mean well, you're a good person, we know who you are, and we see you. There's an unspoken ritual, so to speak, of going around that person and speaking to them. That has been my experience. And just so you know, okay, so you don't think that I'm the peacemaker. I was many times a hard one, especially as a woman leader. But I'm still here and still believe in the foundations there is an exceptional legacy that was left to us. Grigoris?
No, I don't have to add anything more. I think that both of you have responded as sufficient as possible to the question of Angelica. So I just don't forget the ACS. I'm just joking.
Okay, come on.
Sergey, maybe you could say something,
Yes,
because you participated also in the Azerbaijan. the
my
different
cool
other-
people over there.
Maybe in the next panel.
He's more comfortable. He's more comfortable.
Sergey, take my place here. Take my place here because I'm basically we need the market. We need the group. Family photo. Okay, you can't live without the fact. It was a promise. It was a promise that. Please don't forget that we have a lunch break and I think food is already there for maybe half an hour. So yes.
I was just afraid of the Greek approach, but Montenegro's was much more.
Well, dear colleagues, it is said that it's not possible to wish anybody to live in an epoch of changes. So for my life, for example, 38 years were the epoch of socialism, 34 next. For 38 years in Soviet Union, we never thought of any possible crisis. I was a member of Communist Party, I was a student leader, etc., 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 defending dissertations. And it was quite sudden for me, 1991, August, the so-called coup in Soviet Union. You see, the problem is that naturally we mentioned NATO, US, two superpowers in that time, and naturally Soviet Union lost. On the applause of Europe, applause of states, Gorbachev, Perestroika, etc., etc., we met this as good. Ukraine became one of these peaceful change of power, independence, the first parliament who declared the independence, and Ukraine showed for that time I think the very best example of democracy. Because first president and first parliament of independence, they stayed in power only for 2.5 years. And in 1994, general elections, not in time, but they resigned. President resigned, parliament resigned, and the elections were there. The second president was elected, Leonid Kuchma, and the vector of Ukrainian policy went, I think, in the historical sector. Ukraine was in a sphere of influence of Russia, Russian Empire, 1654, the so-called Pereyaslav Rada, as our Bogdan Khmelnytsky signed the agreement with Moscow Tsar Alexei Mikhailovich. And since that time, in 1954, the celebration of 300th anniversary and historical decision made by Khrushchev, bringing Crimea from Russian Federation to Ukraine.
based on economical grounds, etc., etc. And still, Sevastopol was never under the rule of Ukraine. It was special status, especially because it was the basis of Black Sea Fleet, Soviet Union, and later Russia. Kuchma signed the great agreement of friendship with Russian Federation in 1997. Also, it was the discussion of possible terms of Russian fleet to stay in Sevastopol. And no, with Kuchma, there were no problems. Crimean problem, by the way, you mentioned Baku. In Baku, I was very interested meeting with Burbulis, Gennady Burbulis, who was the state secretary of Russian Federation in time of USSR dissipation. This meeting of three presidents in Belarus in 1991 and signing the agreement to create the Union of Independent States. So I asked Burbulis, why Yeltsin, the president of Russian Federation, didn't decide Crimean problem just in Belaruskaya Pushcha, together with this reorganization. He told me, oh, Boris Nikolaevich tried, but your president was so yes, he was very clever, our first president. Communist leader who became the leader of independent Ukraine, unexpectedly lost his presidential post. So our Kravchuk told Boris, don't worry. We've signed very important documents. These dishes are waiting us. Vodka is hitting. It's necessary to celebrate. We'll decide everything later. Everything will be decided. We are friends. It is really. Unfortunately, it was the last night of life of Burbulis. He died the very night we met. You see, the problem of Crimea must be decided in that time. I'm rather sure that our political leaders of independent Ukraine, nationalists, they will give Crimea to Russia in that time with applause, because to gain independence. And later, then everything was signed. Later, the position changed. Budapest Declaration, 1996, when Ukraine in that period was the second European state of nuclear weapon. Ukraine refused and gave all these weapons and the airplanes that can keep these weapons to Russia. On the guarantees of United States, England, France, that guaranteed all territories of 1991 frontiers. After that, seeing Balkan. By the way, in Soviet Union, it was the very first time I visited foreign country. It was Bulgaria. 1975, students with a group of winners of competition. We came to Bulgaria. I was shocked. You see, I was shocked that the so-called Slatkarnica opened, yes, opened very early. It was okay. Okay, I'll proceed. Okay.
Thank you.
We take it, we
We
take.
have the session after lunch, because,
Yes,
but we will continue this, it's very interesting, so.
Okay, so I try to follow the ideas. I came to the independence of Ukraine, but after that, so many, to my mind, mistakes were done. From both sides, but from Ukrainian side as well. It's not only Russia who invaded. It was quite a lot of reasons for Russia to.
Very brave statement.
To immediate threats. A comprehensive assessment requires understanding local contexts, equitable considerations, and the interdependence between social, economic, and environmental systems. By weighing risks against opportunities, decision makers could in principle design balanced approaches that would strengthen resilience while supporting a just and sustainable low carbon future. All these things will be discussed in the next 1.5 hours with the breaker mentioned before. And so it's my pleasure to present to you the panelists. Here is Marina Stefanova, an associate professor since 2020, member of the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration of Sofia University, St. Clement Ochridsky, correct?
Yes.
At present, she's the Vice Dean Sustainability, Empowerment and Engagement, and at the same time, the Director of the Master's Program, Responsible and Sustainable Governance, and Manager of the ESG Lab and the ESG Academy. She is the Chairman of the Sustainability Specialists Association, and among other involvements, she's a member of the Advisory Council on Corporate Social Responsibility at the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy and the OECD National Contact Point at the Ministry of Innovation and Growth of Hungary. To my right is Sergei Yelikov. He's a professor, former rector of the National University Zaporizhzhia Polytechnic, honorary academician of the National Academy of Ukraine. Of Pedagogical Sciences of Ukraine. And like Marina and Tamer, after a while, member of the Leadership Council of the SDSN, like me as well, by the way. Now let's continue with Tamer, as I just mentioned him. Tamer Atabarut is a faculty professor, faculty member at Bogazici University, and the board member of the UN SDSN Türkiye. He was already introduced before, but as maybe some people knew, I repeat it here. He is also the chair of the Commission on Sustaining Green Campus Practices at the university and the coordinator of the 5 ongoing Erasmus Plus projects. Additionally, he serves as the vice president of the International Association of Continuing Engineering Education, as a steering committee member of the European Universities Continuing Education Network, as a board member of Association of European Civil Engineering Faculties, and as the Secretary General of the Turkish National Committee on Solid Wastes. Something that we have in common.
Yes, absolutely.
In Greece.
Yes.
Now, let me come out to the Greeks. I left you at the end. Professor to our left here, Professor Prodromos Zanis, a distinguished colleague here at the University of Thessaloniki, is professor at the department and currently, by the way, chair of the School of Geology, to which the Department of Meteorology and Climatology belongs. He has more than 120 publications in peer-reviewed scientific international journals with an age factor of 42, which is strong. Congratulations. He has served, because he is still very young, he has served as lead author in the chapter 6, Short-Lived Climate Forces, in IPCC's 6th assessment report. Currently, he is an official core member of the WMO Global Atmosphere Watch GAW Scientific Advisory Group, SAG, on reactive gases, and the head of the, as I said, the School of Geology since the 1st of September, 1 month.
Yes.
So, and last but not least, not too far, but second on the right, Dimitris Dimitriadis, to actually return to his alma mater because he was studying a few meters from here in law, Department of Law of Aristotle University. Until very recently, he served for a period of 5 years as the president of the External Relations section of the European Economic and Social Committee, EECS. Actually, he has been there for 25 years total, approximately. Among the other positions he holds on the European level, I would like to mention that he is vice president and member of the board of directors of the SME United and governing board member of the EU strategy for the Adriatic Ionian region. In Greece, I would like to mention that he had a long involvement in Thessaloniki Traders Association as a member of the board of directors in the last century. So now you know the panelists, and I asked them to start with a 10-minute, approximately, short presentation on what they believe to be the major points which have to do with their own country. So the two colleagues from Greece, I will ask them to speak at the end so that they can maybe bring the situation in Greece with some more emphasis, especially focusing on the problems they see, because at the end, maybe after the speech of Sachs at the end of our session, I would like to have a discussion on the systemic, financial, political, social, and technological, and even behavioral barriers hindering global climate actions. So this will be the rough schedule of this session. And I think, ladies first, let's start with you, Marina. The floor is yours.
It's in the front, so Marina.
Yes, somehow.
Probably.
No, good. No.
Okay. Thank you so much. Speaking about the future which is feminine, I see my panel a little bit non-violent. But nevertheless, I'm really happy that I'm breaking the ceiling, you know. So thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for the hospitality. And thank you very much for the friendship and long-term collaboration, because it has been probably 3+ years, so it becomes not middle term, but long term. I didn't want to go because I know that we can do the presentations. You know, we are professors, so this is our main strength. But I always use the opportunities when we meet to be able to have this strong and I would say open, just like we saw the previous two panels, dialogue between us, because it is the thing that really, in my opinion, enriches not only our exchange, but also the exchange of everybody who is participating by leading it by example. So starting with this, I would have several action points to bringing me to the topic of women and just climate finance. So first, women and inclusion and equality is nothing new. So absolutely, topic we are not going to discuss. So we are discussing it and raising it continuously in times because we still face inequality in our world, not only about women, but all vulnerable groups. And then adding a little bit more variables in this equation, it becomes a new topic. So what is the old variable put in this new equation? Of course, it is climate change. So having climate change, are women becoming more vulnerable or less vulnerable is additional question, I think, to the agenda of equality and inclusiveness. And last but not least, again, for the topic of speaking and starting the discussion about the two main objectives, mitigation and adaptation, what is the role with women? Can we empower them more to be able really to reach this kind of and support them more, not only through the decision-making processes and giving them voice heard and leading their small societies, but also to be able to provide them with the access with the necessary funding. Because these tasks, again, looking them separately, finance, climate change, and women are nothing new in the table. What we really don't want to miss in the dialogue, especially with the just transition, is to put again or raise again or highlight again this intermediary or interrelated topic, which again puts them for vulnerable position to be able to fight. And what they've done in Baku last year, COP29, together with, because you know, all of us know that it was hosted from our region, so we had to play a little bit bigger role during this COP. Bulgarian government, together with the Green Transition Forum, which is a European, starting from Bulgaria, but European network of leaders and opinion leaders, together with Sofia University, we have started one initiative, which we called a call for women and just climate finance, to be able just to raise and emphasize all the gaps that we have related to data at first place, then at second place related to instruments that we can achieve this empowerment or this protection of the vulnerability or raising the level of vulnerability of women. With this, we prepared quite a good report. I would say, as far as it was just for starting the discussion, it covered all the topic, what is gender responsive climate finance, and then what is the current situation overall, and starting and following the good example of the SDSN Black Sea, we focused on the Black Sea and then in Bulgaria. So I will not repeat the report. The report can be distributed. It is already available online. It was available for more than 6 months. My short contribution would be just to highlight what are the roles of women, which we see that could be fostered, protected, encouraged, empowered within this climate change transition and with achieving these 2 goals. And then I will be open for us to discuss further what is possible. I can share afterwards what we do after COP29 in Bulgaria and the region to continuously working and highlighting on this, in my opinion, not new, but ongoing topic. So the first thing that the first role that we really would like to take focus on and put your attention on is the topic of women as caregivers. So usually, you know that women take the social role of being close to the family, close to the elder, or close to the children, which makes them the first person to react when we have a crisis, whatever kind of crisis. And what they have to do is to rescue. I mean, they are the front liner of rescuing the most vulnerable people, members of our society. So with this, we really would like to put, and we started putting dots and stakeholder dialogue in Bulgaria, like different groups of all the organizations that were dealing with first response, to be able to empower them and put them in a position to work with their target groups and to be able to bring them additional packages. So whatever kind of financial instruments we will discuss further in the discussion. Then the second very important role, of course, are the green skills and the green jobs. Because women are equal part of the labor force, and we need to see them empowered. Nevertheless, they are working in domestic environment, or they are working in the field, in the office, with these green skills to be as competitive as needed. The third one, again, it is about vouchers. It is about access to education, access to, I would say, flexible education, being and having multiple roles to handle in their everyday life. The third one goes with the women and green tech entrepreneurs, because focusing and working in the field, they see the innovations by themselves. They manage this multidisciplinary knowledge, and also they are eager, more compassionate to answer the needs of whatever kind of new challenges coming into our society. So empowering them with the money, especially with seed money, and with the skills to drive new types of businesses for the transition period, allow me to highlight it again. It is going to be 40+ years. I mean, it's not one generational issue. We are just in the entering phase. And having in mind that we discussed already the technological aspect, I would see it in ongoing transferring between which is more important in the current moment to handle. So having this kind of entrepreneurial spirit would be very important for the transition of this long 40 years. I would say it is long 40 years coming ahead, and of 40+. And the last but not least, issue, and we saw it in the development theory, history of mankind many times ago, times before, for many different issues, starting from vaccines and medicines, going to primary education, especially on healthcare, social care, is the women as voice of community. Because in their smaller communities, not only the family units, they really have their specific, and now we go with the feminine part, their specific role to play to be able to encourage, to nurture, to open the minds with their different mindset, I would say, or different approach to community, the topics, and present the topics of climate change through adaptation and mitigation practices in a manner which should overcome the resisting of change, overcome the resisting and the denial of the current events, or giving stupid explanation for some of them, and being able to raise, as women usually do, raise more and stronger the voice of the vulnerable groups. And we know that there will be more vulnerable groups to come, new ones emerging while we have this transition. So overall, in several sentences, this is the main topic of the report. There is a long list of recommendations. I wouldn't highlight on them, but on each of the topics, there are statistics to start with. Of course, there are current practices, because obviously it's not a new topic. So we try to summarize them, to emphasize on the very things that are missing really in the region. And I would encourage each of our colleagues to start work together to develop country profiles of the Black Sea region in this domain, just to be able either to find good practices, because we already had the national plans for adaptation and resilience after COVID. We're going to have the new planning, regional and national, starting from 2027 up to 2030, where we will face the post-sustainability development goals. And finally, there are very good practices, I would say, based on previous experience, that we can start here and now to introduce, just at least not to repeat the mistakes of the past, because we've done many and we have to learn from them. So there will be some lists and we can just follow the list. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marina. It's very clear that your decision to deal with the role of women is very interesting, not only because Mira and Grigoris before lunch found out that when we are aligned with women, we have more chances to have success. Hopefully the same is true also for mitigation and adaptation. We will be interested.
And with men, aligned with men is the same like aligned with women. I mean, we are all together, just like science and arts.
This is correct. I want to make a joke with the continuation of what has been discussed before. In any case, this report could be very valuable. I can imagine that we will have it through the channels of Nikos, and it's a good idea to do similar things in other countries, maybe or get this on board. Thank you again. And now let's move to the game. What about your positions?
Dear friends, I'm really thankful for the invitation, and it's my pleasure to stay with you these days in Thessaloniki. Tradition is tradition, and Nicholas, you are really a hero of this event. To organizing such meetings and organizing such interesting discussions over the problem. I would like to start with a short presentation. Because during the last five and a half years, there were two major shocks over Ukraine. First, connected with COVID-19 pandemic, and the second one started on 24th February 2024. And
shall I play the video?
Yes. So the dates when Russia started the invasion to the territory of Ukraine, and so quite a lot of damages in our universities. It's our sport complex, hostels, a lot of windows broken, and several unmanned aerial vehicles attacked our buildings. And that's why our students, our teachers, they became volunteers helping the people who came to Zaporozhye. Zaporozhye appeared only 40 kilometers from the front line. And before invasion, our population was about 800,000 people. And during this period, I think about 800,000 went through Zaporozhye from occupied territories and went to Western Ukraine and also territories of Europe. So participation, our students, some studies proceed, but mainly they are organized online. Still, life proceeds, and from time to time we organize the ceremonies, the meeting with the active students, but also the situation is very, very, very tense. You see, the problem is that this war became the war of unmanned aerial vehicles. And Ukraine is attacked, especially after the meeting of Trump and Putin in Anchorage. From time to time, up to 900, 1,000 unmanned vehicles attacked different cities of Ukraine, mostly Kharkov, Kiev, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Sumy, and also cruise missiles and also the guided aviation bombs. So it's very dangerous because the sky over Ukraine is not closed. And so up to 90% of these attacking vehicles are broken, but 8-10% is quite enough to organize disasters because attacking the industrial enterprises, some of these bombs and vehicles, they attacked civil constructions. Zaporozhye is industrial heart of Ukraine. Zaporozhye region produced up to 33% of all electricity of Ukraine because we have hydroelectric station, heat station, atomic station, and also wind station on Azov Sea. But so happened that during the first 2 weeks of Russian invasion, up to 70% of territory of Zaporozhye district was occupied. It's a question that requires answer. Why it was so easy, the huge troops of Russian Federation, starting from Crimea, occupied the territory 70% of Zaporozhye district, 70% of Kherson district, and practically the whole Lugansk and Donetsk regions. These troops entered Ukraine practically without any operation. So no mining, no. From Crimea to Ukraine, there are only 2 narrow roads, and still quite a lot of techniques, Russian techniques, entered our regions. So I told that Zaporozhye is 40 kilometers from the front line. And naturally, that's why these problems are the most dangerous for us. Problems with Zaporizhia atomic station that became under occupation, and also the problem created with the damage ruining of Kakhovska hydroelectric station. Since until now there is no answer who is more responsible, who attacked it or who defended it. So, and still now in Zaporozhye we have very famous Cossack rocks. That's the name Zaporizhia, za porogami. Porog means rock. And so this now Dnieper, river Dnieper, is not possible to travel using this from the Zaporozhye to the Black Sea. So let it be as introduction. Later I may proceed with the ideas of Crimea and other reasons for this one.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, yes, again. Of course, it's clear that we have extreme sympathy to your people and your country suffering in such situations, and discussion, mitigation, and adaptation during this period might be a little exaggerating, actually. In any case, like now, Tamer, please, it's your turn, and I think you have enough to say on these topics.
Yes. For the online followers, I think it will be better to talk to microphone. So I will just also start my clock to get the time well. Esteemed moderator and dear colleagues, it's a profound honor to contribute to this panel on SDG 13 amid the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. As we all agree that the urgency of aligning climate mitigation and adaptation has never been clearer. Disasters are no longer distant possibilities, but realities that test institutional resilience, development gains, and social cohesion. So in this global moment, Türkiye is stepping forward with the new climate legislation, elevated targets, and institutional reforms. Today, I would like to share how Türkiye's evolving framework rooted in long-term vision, legally binding commitments, and integrated planning can strengthen its credibility, foster regional cooperation, and accelerate the progress on SDG 13. So following its approval in the Turkish Grand National Assembly, the climate law entered into force on 9th of July this year. So this marks a pivotal shift for the first time in Turkish history. The Turkey's climate commitments are enshrined in binding domestic legislation. So the law translates the international pledges, namely the Paris Agreement, Turkey's NDCs, and overarching 2053 net zero emission targets into mandatory national action. So the key features include the launch of a national emission trading system, ETS, and the requirement to monitor, report, and verify the emissions, a mechanism to generate and trade carbon credits, and an institutional architecture centered around the National Climate Change Presidency. So critically, this legislation is designed to buffer Turkish exporters from double carbon taxation, especially under the EU Green Deal's CBAM regime. Entities subject to the ETS may deduct domestic carbon costs from CBAM-related obligations, and thus preserving their competitiveness in the European market. Beyond the mitigation, the law also embeds adaptation as a legal obligation. Therefore, all ministries and local authorities must integrate climate risk assessments into decision-making, strengthen the resilience in the sectors such as agriculture, water, biodiversity, and promote nature-based solutions such as reforestation and erosion control. And the penalties for non-compliance can reach 50 million Turkish liras per violation, enforcing the seriously the accountability. So this legislation move completes a climate architecture whose building the blocks were laid in the Turkey's long-term strategy 2033 horizon. And the medium-term climate action plans which is just targeting the 2022 till 2030. And this midterm mitigation and adaptation plans offer sectoral pathways across energy, industry, agriculture, transport, building environment, and urban planning for achieving deep emission cuts while building the resilience. Crucially, Turkey's NDC's 2.0 raised ambition. It plans to reduce the emissions by 42% relative to business as usual scenario by 2030. This is a substantial leap compared to the prior commitments and signaling a serious shift into national trajectory. Coupled with the new law, it shows that Turkey is anchoring the ambition in both vision and legal rigor. This new climate framework does not come without challenges, of course. The real test lies in implementation, coordination among the different actors. Financing and technology are crucial. So the domestic climate finance incentives, subsidies, and green credit facilities must scale dramatically. The ETS and carbon markets open avenues for green finance innovation, carbon credit trading, and private sector participation. And alignment with the CPAM ensures that Turkey's industries can internalize the carbon cost domestically rather than being penalized in the export markets. So the midterm action plans enabled a phased sectoral approach by spreading those investments, technology deployment, efficiency gains, and resilience upgrades over time. Turkey sets an example for neighboring countries striving to balance climate ambition and development in this manner. In the course of action, especially mitigation, often overshadows adaptation. However, Turkey's approach explicitly finds both together recognizing resilience without decarbonization leaves the system vulnerable, and vice versa, decarbonization without resilience is fragile. In the midterm plans, adaptation strategies address water scarcity, drought-resistant crops, resilient urban design, and the flood control infrastructure and natural-based solutions. The mitigation side emphasizes renewables, energy efficiency, electrification, both in the industry and in the transport, and also the fuel shifts. The alignment ensures that adaptation investments also contribute to the emission reductions. The combination of legally binding climate law, elevated our NDC targets, and integrated planning places Turkey ahead of many peers in the regional ambition. Turkey's new framework is not just about a national ambition, of course. It offers a replicable model for the Balkans, Black Sea, and beyond. Regional climate resilience demands cooperation, alignment, and shared infrastructure, which is open call to all the countries in this area. So I would like to just summarize what's the ongoing issues, because this climate law and their interrelated legislation put a movement forward for the Turkish climate policy nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tamer. It is really a very important step that we have a law which is so comprehensive and foresees specific adaptation measures. I'd like to hear the resilient urban design, which is quite important. But of course, this is something that all the other countries would have to do as well. We have in Greece not a law, but we have some guidance from a committee which may develop to become a law later on. So if we still have time and the Pope will be so demanding for Jeff, I think we can move now to our Greek colleagues. Namely, Prof. Zarotiadis first, according to the program, which I didn't follow strictly. Was the exchange Sergei Tamer, to the friends that see the program. So, program 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to join this interesting panel and this discussion about adaptation and mitigation in our countries, in the Balkans, in all the network of Black Sea countries as well. And as an atmospheric, I will start with some generic, comments. As an atmospheric physicist and climate scientist, 10 years ago when was actually signed the Paris Agreement, I was very, very happy about that. But at the same time, I was also very skeptical, and I was not very optimistic. Now, 10 years afterwards, I think I understand why I was not very optimistic at that time, because unfortunately, we are somehow far from achieving the Paris Agreement goal. Just to remind you, the Paris Agreement goal was somehow to reduce or to keep global warming not to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius with regard to the pre-industrial times. And right now we are already 1.1 degrees warmer than the pre-industrial times. And with the current commitments and policies, I think we will exceed this Paris Agreement goal in the next 20 years. So not good news. Practically, we're quite late to achieve these goals. And I made this point just to make a distinction about mitigation policies and adaptation policies. Mitigation policies is a global issue. So to keep warming, to reduce warming, we need, let's say, global agreement from all countries. And imagine that right now, for example, 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions is the contribution of United States, China, and India. So, and you know that these countries do not have really a very plan for, let's say, for climate neutrality or net zero, let's say, greenhouse gas emissions to 2050. This is not the goal for these countries. It's the goal for EU, and is in the European law that is signed with this goal, with this target. And it's also the goal of Greece with the Greek law about climate neutrality. And it is supposed that our plan in Greece is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, let's say to about 50% in 2030, in the next 5 years, and to reduce to 2040 85% the greenhouse gas emissions, and then net zero emissions in 2050. So that's a very strict plan towards the climate neutrality. But we are only one country, it's only EU that has this plan. So that points to me, apart from mitigation, which is of course very, very important issue, that at country level or at national level, we have to prioritize or have as a priority adaptation plans for climate change. And there are, now from that point on, I would speak more like, are there any barriers in our country, in my country, in Greece, for these adaptation plans? Of course there are. And I speak not as an expert on that, because I'm just a climate scientist, but as a civilian, how I see things in our society, in my country. And one barrier is the financial barrier, of course. And there are in my country adaptation plans at national level and administrative and regional administrative level. But there is underfunding in the implementation of adaptation construction works. So we are nice in planning, but construction work, adaptation, it's a different story. It needs a lot of focus. And this is linked also with another political issue or a political barrier, I would say, which is the short political horizons. So, I mean, there are election cycles every 4 years in my country. And commonly, these election cycles favor visible short-term, let's say, projects rather than long-term resilience planning. That's an important political issue in my country. Another political barrier that I see is that there is a weak integration from the top governmental level, from the government, to the regional level, administrative regions governments, and to the local level when we go to municipality. So this is something that we have to strengthen in our country. And another political issue already mentioned from Sergei Balakov, sorry if I don't say it correct, but Sergei is enough. About, I mean, the geopolitical conflicts can, of course, is a barrier, an important barrier as, let's say, for climate implementation, adaptation tasks, and climate policies, of course. And that's for Ukraine, for example, very clear. But also in our country and other Balkan countries and many countries, these geopolitical tensions impose other problems, like, for example, the energy market. And that also somehow all these, let's say, geopolitical tensions impose problems for investments, for climate actions and adaptation, and especially for mitigation. I mean, you somehow slow down your path to green energy and full, let's say, climate neutrality up to 2050. Let's see. And there also, I have another two barriers that I would like to mention. There are also some social barriers in my country. And what I mean, there are competing short-term priorities for the society, for the people of the society, like low income, cost of living, unemployment. So all this somehow outrank climate adaptation in public and political attention. This is an issue. And somehow we have, or the government, when wants to persuade the people that you have to follow green energy transition policy, this is somehow, you have to persuade the people. You have to persuade the society that this will have a positive profit to the society as well. And I spoke with many people, and they always ask me the question. We know that in Greece right now, the majority of the energy comes from wind and solar energy. However, they don't see the outcome of this transition in their pocket money, in their family. I mean, the bills remain high. The electricity bills remain so high as previous. So you have to give some motivation. You have to give some incentives to the people to persuade them for the importance. Although most of them, they realize how important is climate crisis, climate change, and all these issues. And finally, I would like to mention that there are also some technological barriers. And what I mean with technological barriers, I mean some data and model gaps. I mean, they are uneven distributed within my country. The data, the available data to carry out, for example, climate risk analysis in important problems like hydrological, coastal, and urban planning. This is an important issue. And finally, I think
we have to strengthen the links between university and government in this aspect. I mean, this is also something that lacks, needs to be strengthened. So that's more or less, and I just finish that, especially for Greece, important issues for adaptation are related with frequent wildfires, for example, with water stress, but also with the extreme events and floods, which is an important issue in my country. And all these are also related with urban planning, for example, and how to alleviate, mitigate, for example, the effects of urban heat island in a climate that is getting warmer and warmer. And it's an issue also, the water stress and the water availability, and related also with tourism in this. That's also an important issue. So with that, I close my, let's say, thank you very much.
And I'm going to comment on what you said on the price of the electricity for our non-Greek friends. Of course, we know that for stability of the network, you need some base energy production. Some countries have nuclear, some others have coal. And foolishly, Greece decided to stop the use of our own coal 10 years ahead, before Germany does so. But Germany also stopped nuclear power plants, but they continue until, I think, 2038 using coal. As we replaced coal by natural gas, and because of the war, gas became expensive, and this is paid by the citizen, unfortunately. Okay, thank you again, and thank you especially also for introducing some elements and barriers, because this will be discussed afterwards also for the other countries. And luckily we have,
he sent me an email that he will be able to join in 2 minutes.
in 2 minutes.
Yes.
Do we allow that?
No problem. Don't worry. I can start, you can stop.
You will be the first.
We are flexible here. Don't worry.
You will be the first speaker just after the.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
So I suggest that we go down to enjoy the speech.
I will make a brief because we had several Sachs in the European Economic and Social Committee. First of all, good afternoon. Thank you so much for this real, very for this important invitation to be here. It's necessary to explain, first of all, what it is the European Economic and Social Committee. Is one of the 5 European bodies, European institutions. We are advisory body to the Council, to the Commission, and to the European Parliament. I had the honor to serve this committee for 26 years. The last five years, I was the president of the External Relations. Before, I was the president of the committee, 2006-2008. Okay, and I smiled a lot when I read the invitation from Nikos, because this was my last opinion in July this year, and with as advisor Jeffrey Sachs, it was geopolitics and climate change. This was my last document in the European Economic and Social Committee. In this committee, I made more than 60 opinions. The last one, geopolitics and climate change, and I'm very happy because Professor Zarotiadis mentioned the geopolitics tension, because this was my job, my activity in the last 5 years, traveling around the world. For us, and when I'm talking for us, I'm talking till today for the European Economic and Social Committee, adaptation and mitigation is going hand by hand. It's not possible to split it. It's not possible to divide. It's necessary if we want real solutions, if we want to have practical measures, it's necessary to go hand by hand. And because I belong to the private sector, personally, I'm a businessman. I am not academian, unfortunately. I dreamed it 40 years ago, but it was my old dream, but it didn't happen. I am in the private sector. I represent the Greek commerce 26 years in this committee, and personally, I am from the private sector. For this reason, maybe I am the only one that I don't belong to the academic society. But we need some important elements when we are talking for adaptation and mitigation. We have three important elements on the table. The first of all is finance. the second is governance, and the third is international cooperation. Let's look one by one. And Nikos, if Jeffrey, please stop me immediately, no problem. Finance. Unfortunately, maybe I am between you the black swan here, because I will transfer only bad news, not good news, from Brussels especially, but also having in mind my meetings and all these activities these years. The only important leader who is interesting in the world for climate change now is Lula, nobody else. I met Lula 2 months ago, and Lula is the only person in Brazil, is one of the most important leaders talking about climate change. A lot of the Europeans, they stop to talk about climate change.
Also, Trump is talking.
So we have Jeffrey Sachs with us.
Yes.
Hello, Jeffrey. Hello.
Nikos, how are you?
Thank you for joining with the wonderful background. So just to mention, if there is anyone who is not doesn't know Jeffrey Sachs, he's a professor at the Columbia University in the United States. He's also a doctorate donor from our university, the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. He's chairing the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and I quote him in many occasions. He states that he's an Aristotelian. Jeff, we are discussing today about the 10 years from the Paris Agreement, what happened, where we are, why we are here, and especially what we're going to do in the coming years. So your contribution is always very valuable, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you again for joining.
Of course, Nikos and friends, thank you very much. And I apologize for the delay in entering the meeting. I don't know if you can see clearly, but I'm in one of the most beautiful places in the world, which is in the Vatican, in a place called the Casina Pia Quattro, which is Pope Pius IV's summer villa on the hills of the Vatican. Built in 1560 with these beautiful frescoes behind me. We're at the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences having a 2-day meeting on essentially the future of the world economy and multilateralism. So it's a similar set of topics. And we were just engaged in a session that I was chairing, so I'm late to be able to join you. I think that the situation in the Paris Agreement is similar to the situation in the Black Sea region, which is that both are being put into very deep crisis by geopolitics. Of course, the geopolitical crisis in the Black Sea is the crisis of war, which continues to rage between Russia and Ukraine. But it is also the failure of global cooperation that means that the Paris Climate Agreement is also not working. In fact, the situation with the Paris Climate Agreement is characterized by the abandonment of the agreement by the United States, which is not a small matter because of the potential contribution that the U.S. could make to the climate crisis, and also because of the historical responsibility of the United States for the rise of greenhouse emissions. And that historical responsibility is more than 20% of historical emissions, closer to 25%. And America's current emissions of CO2-linked fossil fuel greenhouse gases is around 15% of the world total. But the U.S. doesn't cooperate. And in the context of geopolitical crisis, everything gets put aside. Even Europe, with the European Green Deal, is behind, and it's shifting its political emphasis from the European Green Deal to escalation for war, God forbid. But this is all the talk, is spending more money on war and postponing or cutting money for civilian purposes, including for the energy transformation. So we're really in a geopolitical crisis first and foremost. And the implications of this, everybody understands, which is that global emissions continue to rise. And it's turned out, somewhat unexpectedly, that the rise of temperature has been above the maximum band that was expected 10 years ago. We are already at above 1.5 degrees Celsius, as you know. And the best estimate now of the climatologists is that the rate of warming is roughly double now from what it was 20 years ago. So we're now warming at above 0.3 degrees Celsius per decade, whereas we had been warming at below 0.2 degrees Celsius per decade during the period 1970 to 2010. So there's an acceleration underway. There is a debate about why there is that acceleration. My colleagues at Columbia University, led by James Hansen, believe that the underlying sensitivity of Earth to greenhouse gases is higher than the IPCC estimates. Rather than 3 degrees per watt per meter squared, for a doubling of CO2, Hansen estimates that it's 4.8 degrees Celsius per incremental watt per meter squared. So considerably higher than had been estimated as the central parameter of the IPCC. So the climate is more sensitive, the warming is happening faster than was thought, and the global political resolve is falling in the Western world. The one positive side is that the costs of green technologies has come down much faster than was expected, largely thanks to China. So we have very low cost solar power, low cost wind power, falling hydrogen prices, inexpensive electric vehicles, inexpensive batteries, both at individual scale and at grid network scale. So there's lots of good news on the potentiality of the transformation. There's even fast progress in China on shifting from the coal-based economy to mainly a solar-based, but also, of course, nuclear and wind power as well. And this is happening fast, rapidly, and at a much lower cost than was expected. This means that if we have cooperation, we can proceed rapidly. And one of the lessons that is extremely important is that regional cooperation is especially important for the zero carbon energy systems. And the Black Sea is no exception to that. If countries within a region cooperate with each other, they have a lot lower costs for a resilient system because the intermittency of wind and solar power is better handled on a large grid. And so if the Black Sea region could really cooperate, there would be a lower cost of the transition to net zero than if the region is divided between Russia and the West, much less if it is still in war. So there's a very high premium on regional cooperation. I want to believe that as academics, we can play a bridging role. My views about the Ukraine war are controversial, but I would say they're very deeply informed by more than 35 years of personal experience with Russia and with Ukraine. And I believe that peace would come quickly. I believe that the essence of peace is neutrality of Ukraine, that this is what has been the underlying problem all along. Russia does not want the United States on its border. And the United States has a very hostile view of Russia. And so the Russians are not wrong to not want NATO in Ukraine. Ukraine understandably wants to be part of NATO with Russia on its border, but the idea of collective security is that a system should be arranged where both sides agree. And neutrality was the best answer for that. The problem was actually, and this is, I know, controversial, but in my view, the problem was the United States hates neutrality. The United States said, we don't accept neutrality. We have an open door policy for NATO, and therefore we're going to push NATO enlargement. And that is the official NATO policy until this day, though implicitly the United States has already said that it doesn't favor NATO enlargement. The countries in Europe rhetorically say every day that Ukraine will become part of NATO. And so there's no political agreement, and the war continues in an absolutely devastating way. So I think the Black Sea region would benefit tremendously from peace. I think peace and security can be achieved actually on the basis of Ukraine's neutrality. I'm a big believer in neutrality as a solution, and it served Sweden, Finland, Austria, Switzerland very well, even though Sweden and Finland have reversed their position. In the case of Sweden, a position of hundreds of years. I think they made a mistake to do so. But my point is neutrality had worked to make the region quiet until the neutrality was broken in 2014 after the coup that overthrew the Yanukovych government. Now, from the point of view of the Black Sea, a plan for a regional low-carbon power grid would be an absolutely wonderful development. I wonder whether the Black Sea Universities Network and SDSN Black Sea could actually work on such an integrated plan for the Black Sea region. Our climate hub for analytics is in Athens with Professor Phoebe Kondouri, who heads the SDSN Climate Hub, and of course is a professor at the Athens School of Economics and Business. And I was just thinking also that because the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank is also Athens-based and is also an institution that in principle could help to finance a region-wide zero-carbon power system, whether the university networks might not make an advance to the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank and an offer to work together on an analytical program for the bank to study how the bank could contribute to the Black Sea as a whole in financing the transformation to a zero-carbon energy system. My understanding, by the way, is that the Black Sea and the North Sea form a dipole, meaning that the wind power is anti-correlated, between the Black Sea and the North Sea. And so making a power grid that connects the North Sea and the Black Sea would mean a tremendous saving on the need for storage of energy, because you'd have an anti-correlated major pole of renewable energy that would balance each other daily and seasonally. So even cooperation of the Black Sea region and the North Sea region would be probably extremely fruitful for creating a resilient, balanced, low-cost, zero-carbon energy system. So my main message is a political one, that I really hope that the Black Sea countries, including Russia, Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Georgia as the literal countries, and then the wider neighborhood of Greece and the rest of the South Caucasus and the other participating countries could actually work together, really together, on a Black Sea plan for deploying the vast wind power of the Black Sea and the other energy resources, and that we could work together at a university network with the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank to actually study how such a plan could be financed and what the role of the Regional Development Bank could be. In any event, those are just some quick thoughts. We have a rather big urgency globally to face. We need an acceleration of transformation. I'll just maybe end by saying that because China is so successful in reducing the costs of green energy, not only am I every day urging China to speed up its own transformation, but I'm urging Europe to cooperate with China so that we have a Europe-China Eurasian-wide initiative for energy transformation. And that's another way that the Black Sea region could be a tremendous beneficiary of geopolitical cooperation. So those are just a few quick thoughts, Nikos and friends, and I hope that they are not irrelevant to your deliberations.
Thank you, Jeff. Not irrelevant at all. Actually, in the center of our discussions, and we all believe that peace should be our first goal everywhere in the Black Sea region, but all over the world. So many conflicts happening in the world, and there really should be a stop to that. We also believe, and we declared it many times, the need for collaboration, and you stressed collaboration on the Black Sea and the North Sea, the Black Sea and Europe and China. Collaboration is the key. I mean, this is not a quest that one should take alone or as a country. We need to collaborate. And just a final remark. Actually, the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank is even more conveniently situated because it is based here in Thessaloniki.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's great.
That's very convenient for us because we have the SDSN Black Sea also here in Thessaloniki. And we intend to have a discussion with them and see what their vision is and what their approach is on how to establish a net zero region in the wider area of the Black Sea.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, please bring me in any way to those discussions so that I have ever more reasons to come to Thessaloniki sooner.
Of course, you are always welcome, and we are really, we would be really very happy to have you with us once more, because you've been here many times, but we would like to have you even more times. So thank you very much. Thank you for finding the time to join us. Thank you.
We'll talk soon. Thanks to everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, great. Fine. Let us continue. If the panel have background stuff.
Yeah. It's not easy to follow research, but in any case. Okay.
Around here.
I think that it is necessary someone to talk also, because we are talking a lot about the Paris Agreement.
Open please the microphone.
Sorry?
You have to press it, it will be red. Yeah.
When we are talking for the Paris Agreement, it's necessary to link the Paris Agreements with the COPs. The next COP is in Belém, in Brazil.
Yeah, that is one.
The last one was not a very success story in Azerbaijan, in Balkans. And the previous one in Egypt also. That means the international cooperation is, how to say, as Jeffrey Sachs said, the most important element in this discussion. And the next in Belém, nobody knows the results without United States in. And the United States is not in. But not only United States, also India is not in this dialogue. And if we will see the world, United States from one side and India from the other side, China is coming closely, because I remember 10, 15 years when we are talking with the Chinese, they didn't have it in the agenda, but I was in Shanghai and in Beijing the last 4 months. I have seen tremendous differences in this approach. China is coming closely because they are interested very much for an open dialogue, not only international dialogue, but also, as Jeffrey said, with the Europeans about climate change and adaptation and mitigation. But in any case, the international cooperation, as Nico said, it's a need. It's a need for everybody. The European Union has adopted a few years ago, but now we have less friends in Brussels, climate diplomacy. What was the climate diplomacy? Climate diplomacy was a very soft diplomacy from all the institutions, putting in the main topic in their agenda, climate change. Day by day, this very important topic is decreasing in our debate in Brussels for a lot of reasons. For a lot of reasons, just looking last week, what happened in Germany, when the Chancellor stopped the debate about the cars and the engines in the cars after 2035, and the Bundestag has to discuss it if they will follow the European legislation after 2035 or not. That means if they will stop to produce engine machines with fossil fuels. That if Germany, the main European leader, is avoiding to participate to this dialogue, that means we are losing ground in the whole world. The rest are blah, blah, blah. Sorry to tell you. Blah, 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 spending money without reason and no practical solutions. We need a very strong European Union, very strong European institutions to lead this campaign around the world, because we don't have any protagonists now. European Union is the only protagonist. Nobody else. Nobody else. We cannot expect anything from India or from Africa or from Brazil also. Brazil is a very important country. It is between the BRICS, but they don't have at the moment the international power to lead this kind of efforts. Although Lula is trying a lot for Amazon, and for this reason is organizing a very difficult, functional event in Belém with 100,000 problems. Himself, he told us that it's very difficult for Brazil to organize the next COP30. I don't know who will participate, but I know, I spoke with the Brazilian ambassador last week in Brussels. The situation is chaotic at the moment. It's impossible to guarantee to the leaders of the world to participate in this meeting. In any case, coming back, climate diplomacy, it's necessary to come back on the table. But I don't believe it. I don't feel it. I feel that day by day, European Union is avoiding this discussion, is afraid of this discussion, is afraid from all these messages from Washington, is afraid to be the leaders in the world. And we have a lot of internal problems in the European Union, a lot of differences. And without a common voice, one European voice, we are losing ground in the world. It's easy. Everybody can understand. Without the European Union with one voice, it's impossible European Union to be united and to represent the real interest of the European citizens. And talking for the European citizens, and I'm closing with that, I'm talking also for the academia, civil society organizations, employers, employees, NGOs, etc., etc. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Luigi. With all due respect, I may add something to the German decision last week. Of course, you're right that from a certain point of view, it is a mistake if we think the electrification is solving all problems. But in Germany, there has been for years a large debate, very let's say, loud debate on e-fuels. And e-fuels would be, of course, the recipe that Germany has problems, as you certainly know better than I do, with the automobile industry. There have been there's a risk that tens of thousands of more workers will lose their jobs for this reason. And given that the internal combustion engine, speaking as a mechanical engineer, has been maybe the strongest point of German automobile industry, they decided not to abandon fully their history and of course also their reputation worldwide. As the Japanese started, there has been a decision in Japan to reinvent the internal combustion engine, but in a sustainable way. And this is exactly, I think, what they want to do. Therefore, you're right, it is from the first point of view astonishing, but maybe at the end of the day, it will be a good solution for Germany. Maybe we will see. In any case, thank you again very much. And now we discuss. We have the very nice first thoughts of Prodromos on barriers, and of course what you brought now on the need for international cooperation and diplomacy on these points are crucial. My major point here is that, I repeat actually only, without international cooperation, not only regional, I would say global, we can never achieve something with as regards optimal mitigation and adaptation. When we speak on mitigation and we increase rapidly and drastically the LNG use in Europe, this is of course controversy, because as we all know, not only fracking practice in the United States, and that's where is really against the environment, but of course all the additional costs, energy costs related with the transport from United States to Europe and elsewhere, plus the repeated change of phase from gas to liquid and from liquid to gas. This is energy intensive. So this is not maybe the best idea. In any case, we have to find ways, thanks to what Jeff said, I can repeat, let's hope that the war will end, not only, of course, in Ukraine, also the terrible war in our region here in Palestine. So we don't need wars nowadays. It's something like our generation, even my own, I belong to the oldest here, in the meantime, did not know what war is, luckily. And hopefully we will not experience this in the next years. So let us structure the discussion. And I would say, before we give the audience the chance to put some questions, I would like to suggest that each of you takes the floor for 3 or 4 minutes with the focal points, barriers, and need for cooperation or for any new ideas on how to combine strengths in order to optimize mitigation and adaptation. Would you like to start, Marina? Or not? Whatever you want. You start.
Of course, I wanted to finish, but let me start then.
If you prefer to finish, we can do it. As you like. We don't finish. Okay, so but it might be better that we start maybe on the opposite way. Of course, let's start with Tamer.
Okay. Indeed, we all know the barriers. There are barriers, the lack of collaboration in the region and in between the stakeholders. Besides this, the critical barrier is the financial architecture, which is not just supporting the change in the for the own sake of the climate crisis, unfortunately. And of course, there is also the human capacity gap. So what we have been just suffering when we are talking about the energy transition and renewables, and also the new technologies, AI, etc. So it is a well-known, well-known history. So there's a gap between the capacity of the existing labor force and the demand of the industry. So therefore, we have to tackle how we can just eliminate this the gap, and how we can just eliminate the mismatching of the skills. This was also discussed yesterday about the green skills. So I will give you some examples what we have been just doing in SDSN Türkiye, and also collaborating with Bogazici University, how we are tackling the for the human capacity development, especially for the green skills. So particularly, we are trying to develop some training programs, both in the mitigation side and also on the adaptation side. In terms of the mitigation, I think I have already mentioned, but we have just started years ago, more than 15 years ago, we have initiated a corporate sustainability program. So which are now the leaders in the different companies who are working for the sustainability. But besides this, for the mid-level skills, how we can just when we are talking about the skills, let's visualize the European qualification framework. So under the level 5 skills that should be developed further to 5th and further. So related with this, we are also working with the companies how we can just fulfill this. And just when I'm just giving examples from the human capacity, I would like to also mention that we have been focused on the vulnerable groups also. So vulnerable groups, when I'm saying this sectorally vulnerable, like the agriculture, so the farmers are needed to be equipped with the new technologies, with the help of the automation and the digital revolution in the food production and etc. Therefore, we organize some programs with the support of the private sector to just give them some basic information about the climate change, what should they expect, etc. But additionally, we try to support them to just improve their resilience against the climate change. So the type of the products to be changed and the technology could support this. Therefore, we have organized such programs. And also we are working on the women and women empowerment, and how we can just get the women more focused on the employability and in the different sector. I don't like the word of women empowerment because they are powerful than the men, but they are not in the position, but they just to be there. But anyhow, for women entrepreneurship programs, we have been done in all over the Turkey. Of course, we are working on the technology and the research. We have some laboratory scale and pilot scale works on the carbon capture and utilization, which is critical for some sectors need this. And also, we are working on renewables and algae source fuel. So algae is used in many ways, but as a biofuel, it's a very good solution, I think. And besides it, we are working on the smart cities and smart transportation. But maybe I will just wrap up my words and to complete with 3 core calls to action in globally. First one is that we have to move from ambition to execution. So we are talking, but we have to go to execution. So, for instance, for Türkiye, the Turkish climate law will enhance the Turkey's efforts to mitigate the emissions and ensure the clean energy transition in the region. And that could be also a model for the other countries. And second one, the win synergy across the goals. So we have to move forward, and mitigation and adaptation must go hand to hand, so together, not to just leave one behind. And the policy coherence, especially in energy, infrastructure, agriculture, and urban planning, is very vital. And the third one, I would like just to focus to lead through collaboration. So Turkey's evolving framework positions again may lead the regional climate transition, and I think we have to use SDSN's platforms to interface the different stakeholders like governments, academia, private sector, and politicians, and also the youth across the borders by turning the national vectors into the regional momentum. And the challenges ahead are enormous, of course. But through the visionary legislation and the bold targets, but real targets, and adaptive planning and cooperative networks, we can turn the climate risk in somehow to a bridge to inclusive and sustainable development. Thank you.
Very good. I like very much these three major, let's say, goals. And I think we can, Tamer. No, Sergey.
Okay, some conclusion remarks on the Crimean problem in Ukraine. It existed for centuries. In times of Ivan the Terrible, Crimean Tatars invaded Russia, and at least twice they fired Moscow. Later, Catherine II, Catherine the Great, according to Kuchuk-Kalnadjitsky agreement, Crimea was joined to Russia, and Russia lost the sovereignty of Crimea in Crimean War after they lost the 1854-1856 war, restoring it after the Prussian-French War in 1871. Still in Bolsheviks' time, there existed autonomy republic of Crimean Tatars, not like in Ukraine. In Ukraine existed autonomy republic of Crimea without any paying attention to the basic population. In 1944, after the occupation of Crimea, the whole Crimean Tatar people were accused of being traitors, and within 7-8 days, thousands of Crimean Tatars were expelled from Crimea, quite a lot of them in Middle Asia, in Uzbekistan. And only in 1989-1990, it was allowed for them to come back. Some were some interesting people came, by the way. If you hadn't remember, I think Ferzy Yakupov, really the great son of Crimean Tatar people. He came being the professor, doctor in Uzbekistan. He came and organized Crimean Engineering Pedagogical Institute, later university, organizing the support from different, for example, we supported as well. BSN several times visited Crimea, Simferopol, and this university. There are extremely interesting plans to organize the multi-national youth center on the basis of this university. There were guarantees from President Erdogan. Unfortunately, the events of 2014 stopped this process. And you see the problem of Crimea situation was for the whole period of independence of Ukraine, especially dealing with Crimean Black Sea Fleet of Russia. It was one agreement in times of Kuchma. After the first revolution in Ukraine was peaceful in 2005, it was not constitutional. It wasn't, because you see, the constitution, the Supreme Court of Ukraine declared that only first round of voting was correct, the second was incorrect, and so they nominated third round with win of Yushchenko. The same was in 2014, but this revolution was bloody revolution, because overthrow of Yanukovych. Overthrow of Yanukovych was with blood. The same situation was created as well with the participation of foreign states, because the agreement was reached in February 2014 that Yanukovych will resign, as well as Supreme Soviet of Ukraine, Supreme Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and in the autumn the elections were to be nominated. This agreement was signed with the representatives of France, England, yes, and it was violated the very next, and all representatives of opposition of Ukraine and Yanukovych. It was violated the very next day after its signing. Yanukovych left Ukraine, and all the rest, the elections were organized, but without the participation of previous ruling party. And that created this situation that Crimea was annexed by Russia. It was done quite easily because there were no Ukrainian troops there. So Russian troops invaded Crimea. And since 2014, Crimea was proclaimed annexed for Ukraine. Since that time, the situation was that all frontiers were blocked. It was impossible to go through Ukraine to Crimea, etc., etc., etc. And so that's very strong reason for this 2022 invasion of Russia. As well as I think the situation that Russian president was sure that he is awaited in Ukraine. The invasion started on 24th of February. 23rd of February is traditional festival, the Ode to the Men's Day in Soviet Union, in Ukraine, Russia. And so it was announced that on 8th of March, that's the Women's Day, International Women's Day also for socialist countries. And so it was expected that the parade of Russian troops would be in Kiev in 2 weeks. It didn't happen, but still, within 2 weeks, Russia occupied about 20% of all Ukrainian territories, especially Zaporozhye, Kherson, Donetsk, Lugansk, and Kharkiv. Later, they lost Kharkiv and Kherson quite a lot of territories. But since the end of 2022, the situation is very tense, and Russia still proceeds very, very slowly, but proceeds further. That's why the situation is very tense, because in this our atomic station was occupied in Energodar. And it's the largest atomic station in Europe, with 1 billion aggregates. And there were several very dangerous situations connected with attacks. Russia accuses Ukraine that it's provocation. Ukraine accuses Russia that it's very dangerous. MAHATE several times visited Energodar, but still the situation now is very tense because there are problems with cooling of aggregates and the danger of atomic things to be disturbed. That's why that's the main problems now for us. By the way, about this week, I think there are also information that there are strokes of Chernobyl atomic station as well, and that's also creates a very dangerous situation in Ukraine for safety and natural.
Well, thank you. It's a very bad situation, and we are all very respecting your all your suffering in Ukraine, hoping that I think that everybody agrees with me that this terrible war will stop. This
Yes, you see the situation that Russia lost more than 1 million wounded and dead, but Ukraine at least 600,000, at least. That's by then the population of Ukraine was about 52 millions 15 years ago, say. But now it's about 36, but some observers say less, maybe 30 millions. A lot of people in Europe, quite a lot in Russia, so that's why the situation is very, very strong.
Thank you again, Sergey. And let's now ask Marina. Would you know? Fine. 3 or 4 minutes, and they will finish.
I just wanted to be the last, not because I wouldn't comment on the proposals and the situations colleagues described, but because following up on Michael's comments in the morning, he said that we are in a bright new, or maybe it's not new, situation. So what I wanted to really to emphasize and to give how I see my perspective as how I see how we should proceed is that the last historical evidence, because Sergey was talking a lot about history, it's repeating, was when Moses started to go 40 years, for the largest transition. At least this is one of the things that we all have read many, many times in history. So I believe that we are at the same place. We already left during this transition. We are still not there to the sustainable development situation. But what we have to forget on the shore is that the tools that we managed with keeping us stable and grounded on one place are working in the same way with the same intensity for our journey to go. And for me, what we can definitely say, because we've seen it, all of us taught history many times, is that history repeats itself. Now we are living in another periodic where the generations afterward would say refer as history. But what is different in our situation is that we are making the history. Now we are the main heroes, And we take it a little bit more personal because it is us who are suffering, us who are getting over emotional, and us who have to take all the tough decisions. And going with this, I would claim, or I will try to argue that we have all the tools we needed. We have it from perspective, which is coming from history. So we could learn from the mistakes of our previous generations and ancestors. We have our technology here, and it is developing so rapidly that we can, with open transfer, we can take it very, very fast for us and use it everywhere, scale it. In 24 hours, we saw it with COVID and how we went there. The only thing that we should not forget to work, and I believe that this is the place where we have to highlight it, speaking with arts and culture and sciences, like previous discussion for what is the role of academia and where we should go, is that we need to not to forget to change ourselves, to keep what is important and to change what is necessary to be changed, because in fact we were the ones who brought this transition needed in the first place. So my corporations, just like Tamer said, would be like first take the ultimate responsibility for everything and not blame the others that are not having, who is who and who was first and who was guilty. I really know that coming from 10 COPs back, there were a lot of countries, then there were less countries, then countries were changing. We really should also focus on where we are. Are we there or we are not? Not all of us will join for the whole time, but we need to focus to improve our performance, to raise our objectives, to raise our results, and everything what depends on us to bring it on the table. Not for the sake of the others or being better in negotiations, but for the sake of our own lightheartedness when we go to bed each night, because this is for our mental peace, mental health, and our power to continue the next morning very strongly with the same dedication, because it's a longer way. Maybe not all of us will be there when it ends. So the second thing I would call, nevertheless, sometimes talking is boring. So we need to prefer talking as an interaction, dialogue, hopefully constructive, than any kind of open conflicts, because it's another type of interaction. And once we go to the vicious circle of conflict, open conflict, they will end faster, but remediation would be really longer, and the wounds would heal for generations. And all of us on the Balkans, we know it very, very well. And third but not least, I would really challenge each of us, as far as I know you. You are one species just like me, but we need to give the example, because nobody can teach anybody if the last doesn't want to teach and take the lessons. To be the stewards not only of our family, our community, our country, our society or our world, but our planet as well. So as much possible impact on the scale would be really helpful to make conflicts shortened, this transition shortened, and keeping everything like in balance. Economy, still having good economy after the transition, still having human values, which really is in danger now, and still having a planet where we can enjoy. So this was my call for reactions. Yeah.
Marina, I remember in the Soviet time it was a proverb that a chicken is not a bird and Bulgaria is not a foreign state.
This was the
proposals by Grigoris and others to join Bulgaria to join as the 16th Republic of Soviet Union.
I do remember. Yeah, it still stays there.
If I also may add something, of course, all these bad stories of socialism, and I have to say something in a very optimistic manner. Greeks and Bulgarians were enemies for almost 1,000 years, and now they are best friends. Isn't it good? Oh, well, we forgot the reasons for being enemies. I think this is a very good progress. But now let's come to Provost first, Dimitris. You started and spoke already on the barriers. And this was the reason that I wanted to hear the opinion of the others first.
Very shortly, just to summarize a few things. Just to summarize a few things. I mean, the Paris Agreement goal, in my mind, is not reachable. And the climate neutrality goal that Europe set also is not reachable for 2050. But this slowdown in the transition to this green energy is not going to be reversed. And I'm sure about it. I believe that. And we know that China now has the advantage in this, has, I mean, all the technology. And we are actually the first ones that lead this green transition industry. And EU also, I think it's here, I mean, in this problem. And I'm sure, even if Trump is against on all this climate change, I'm sure and I know that there are many, you know, businessmen in US favoring this clean energy transition. So this is not going to be reversed in the 21st century. Now, despite all these mitigation measures and green transition, adaptation, as I said, is a regional problem. And to have resilience, to be resilient as a country for this climate change that we all, you know, live and we see, is something that we have to take some real measures. And in Greece, for example, I said also in my you know, presentation that I think that there should be, although this is a wish, I'm not sure if it's going to be, but we need a long-term planning on the implementation of adaptation construction works. So I would wish that the political parties in Greece, for example, that expect to be the governors of this country, you know, have some agreement on such implementation plan. But that's a wish. I don't know if it's feasible. And maybe they should establish somehow like a national adaptation coordination office, which is beyond the governors, something that's more like, something about the SDSN Black Sea countries. Still, I think there are some financial problems also on the access on funding instruments. I mean, the EU countries, Black Sea SDSN network, have you know, other different instruments in EU funding that non-EU countries do not have. I mean, in order to have a more homogenized, you know, adaptation planning for all these countries, that's something that has to be discussed. It is important. And finally, I think public engagement is an important issue. In order, somehow you have to communicate the benefits of this green energy transition. You have to give some motivation to people to believe. That's from my side.
Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate your important comments, and you have the last word.
Thank you, Nikos. First of all, I was not in the previous panels. I don't know if you discussed the new communication about the Black Sea from the European Commission. Have you discussed it during the day? Because this is a very important document. Our committee and the other European institutions preparing a lot of communications and new documents about Black Sea. Frankly speaking, I didn't have the time. It was mid of July when the European Commission is publicly circulating, but this document is important because for the first time we have an important document from the European Commission about the Black Sea. Till now, they sent the ball out of the field. A lot of times, and the Greeks, not only the Bulgarians and Romanians and the other friends, they put it in the agenda, but the European Commission was totally against to discuss Black Sea for obvious reasons that everybody can understand, especially now having in mind the war in Ukraine. And from our side, we have a very important document. We are preparing a document about the Black Sea, and Bulgaria is the rapporteur, a very famous member of the committee, Professor Dr. Milena Angelova, who is a member of the Academy of Science of Sofia. Now, coming to the end, I think that the civil society organizations, the academia, we put together the society. Let's say the society must play a crucial role because the politicians, they hear the society when they have political cost. Only at that time. If we, the society, engage to this great problem, we will succeed to persuade, to convince the politicians. I'm starting from a small country like Greece, and I'm going to a small country like Bulgaria or Cyprus, and going to the other countries. How the society reacts to this problem. They are, I'm afraid, I am European. I'm very Greek and very European. I'm reading a lot of articles, newspapers, documents every day about the climate change. The civil society organizations, the society is starting to react less and less day by day, hour by hour, because first of all, they are afraid that something will happen in the economies, and everybody knows that the European economies are not in a good shape. We are not talking for Europe 1980, 1990, 2000. We are talking for a totally different Europe. And Europe is responsible for that, unfortunately, because we didn't follow all the necessary, we didn't take all the necessary measures this 20, 30 years, and now the economy is not in good shape. And second, more important, that the society is afraid that we are losing not only workplaces, but also losing the responsibility as European Union in the world. And the society starting to avoid any discussion. I feel that it's day by day, this topic is becoming, sorry to tell, a little bit exotic. We are talking between us. Let's sit together in the Aristotelian University, my university here, between very famous academias. But how outside the people is reacting about climate change? I feel that 10 years ago, the society reacted more actively, more engaging, more energetic. Now we are losing ground, and this is our responsibility. And SDSN is playing this crucial role to call the society to wake up again, to come back to the real world, that this climate change is something important for the next generation, not for me, but for the next generation, for our children. This is our responsibility. Thank you.
A very important message and an important task for us.
Yes.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues in the panel. Sorry for this, because there is really no time now for discussions with the audience. And I would like, before we leave the panel, to ask you to take the family picture.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, like something of kind. So many hours.
Of course.
Of course.
With some general topics.
So final session. We come to the final session of this two-day conference. Thank you all for your patience. The last session is on SDG 7, portable and clean energy. We know that the energy transition is probably one of the greatest challenges of our times. It's a shift in the energy production, but not only in the energy production, also in energy consumption, energy transportation, and energy transmission. Everything that has to do with energy is currently a challenge that has been undertaken by the whole planet, and it's a very crucial target if we plan to stop this deviation from the Paris Agreement and to reduce the deviation and to reduce the climate change mitigation and climate change impacts. So I'm really very happy to moderate this this panel. I made the agenda, so I made myself a moderator. But I'm here with one of my affiliations. I'm a member of a network of the United Nations called the Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition. This is a network that was launched about 4 years ago after a request by the Secretary General to have a network that will support him and the services of the United Nations in this process of the energy transition. So they asked for engineers from all over the world, all engineering disciplines. And I was amongst the first, I think we're 35 at the beginning. Now we are 40 something engineers from all over the world, from Australia to Brazil. And we are following the mandate of the Secretary General, who requested bankable solutions that can be financed and implemented, open solutions that can be implemented anywhere, all over the world, and solutions that can make a difference, especially in the developing world. Because we understand that the problem of the energy transition is not located just in Europe or in the developed world. It's mostly the most significant focus should be on the developing world. For example, we expect Africa to reach an energy demand peak at around 2050, 2060. So there are still some years in front of us. And if they follow the same path that we followed, the whole planet will suffer the consequences. So we need to understand that, and we need to understand that the rich countries of the world, the global north, should support the global south in this process. It's for the benefit of everyone. And if we don't do that, then the consequences will be global. Climate change will not stop at the borders of Sweden and Finland and Denmark, which are the countries who are always the best performing countries in the implementation of the SDGs. They will also suffer the impacts of climate change. So after this short introduction, very happy to have this my colleagues with us. And then Mahmoud is again another panel. You met Eden as Secretary General of the Black Sea Universities Network. You met him as representative of a Balkan country in the first panel. Now you will meet him as a professor of thermodynamics. So welcome, Eden. We have Alexander Ioannidou, a professor here from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, an expert on nuclear power. And that's again, that's probably the elephant in the room. So we need to clear things up on what this actually means and how it can support this process for the energy transition. I have next to me a very good friend and colleague from our department, Vagilia Luko-Yurgaki. She's an expert in offshore wind power production. So again, great potential for our countries, for the Mediterranean, for the Black Sea. We've seen a lot of offshore power plants in the Northern Sea, but not enough in the Mediterranean and Black Sea. So we are going to discuss about that as well. And of course, my colleague Alice Papadopoulos, professor here at the Department of Mechanical Engineering, an expert on energy,
Energy systems and economics.
energy systems and economics, but also he's the president of EAF, the water supply company in Thessaloniki. We know that during your term, you've done a lot of investments, a lot of advancements in securing new means of energy production and especially reducing the energy consumption of the company. So again, that would be a very interesting topic to discuss. So I will start with the order I presented the panelists. Adam, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nikos. So it is now a very big challenge in the last panel after this marathon to have, let's say, the energy to, let's say, coagulate, to bring together the different ideas. It is a very difficult topic. Besides of my activity at the university, I am also a member of the National Council for Sustainable Development. That is an advisory council for the Prime Minister's office in Romania. And I am responsible for SDG 7. So from that perspective, I have also this, let's say, approach regarding SDG 7 at national level in Romania. But I shall start with the perspective from teaching. When I started to teach at the university, my career started in 1990. So I remember the courses that I had at the beginning were about sustainable energy based on the Brundtland, let's say, committee, the sustainable development. And when we were discussing about sustainable energy solutions, we were fixing on the basic 3 pillars. So the first one is about efficiency and the, let's say, efficient use of resources. So the crucial element in sustainability is to find out the possibilities to use less and less energy, and with the same energy to do more and more that you can. The second pillar was about the, let's say, integration of the energy value chains into the natural value chains. And in this way, of course, moving towards renewable energy, moving towards hydrogen, moving towards elements that could be integrated and not harming, let's say, the natural cycles, it was the second essential pillar. But the third one, which was somehow lost on the way, is the third pillar, which is about the, let's call it, capacity to reconsider our position to the consumption of energy. So that the idea, the essential idea, is to re-educate ourselves, to reconsider our mindsets in order to minimize our consumption of energy. So these were, let's say, the very nice setup in the 90s. Later on, these things moved, and over the years, we forgot about some of these aspects due to a very, let's say, politicized approach to hold this aspect. And I remember the moment of 2012 at the Rio+20 conference in Brazil, when I participated as a member of the Romanian delegation, and that allowed me the possibility to participate in the negotiation process. And in 2 weeks, 4,000, probably the most brilliant minds all around the world, came to Rio de Janeiro, and they wanted to, let's say, set up the frame for sustainability. So the whole process was blocked by the group of non-allied countries, the so-called 44 or 77 group countries. And they put the problem in a very, I think, courageous and normal way, because they said, okay, we know that we have a problem. The problem is affecting all of us. The problem of climate change is something that is for the entire globe. But this is not a problem that was caused by us. So the developed countries, they developed all these technologies and increased the level of CO2. And in this way, we have this situation. Now you are coming, and in Rio, it was this attempt on behalf of a group of, let's say, developed countries, led also by the European Union at that time. And you are coming here and you say, look, we propose to have a very quantitative indicators, targets, and then each country will be, in some sense, motivated to reach those targets. But you already have the technologies, and you are going to send to give these technologies, of course, based on some loans, and this will generate the whole problem of poverty and so on. So for that reason, probably you remember, in 2012, there was no resolution at the end of these 2 weeks with 4,000 people, with many chiefs of states and so on gathered there. So at that moment, also for me, it was clear. Actually, let's call it a little bit dirty game that the, let's say, developed countries played in all this period. Because it was obvious for many what was actually the game behind that. So the developed countries, they had the resources to invest in scientific research, to develop some new technologies to address some of these issues. And the crucial element was always to gain a competitive advantage. And this idea then was learned by other newcomers in the club. For instance, China. So China took this lesson and brought it to a very high level. In 2023, for instance, I was involved in a large project regarding the, let's say, solar PV panels manufacturing in Romania. Probably you remember that in 2022, immediately after the aggression with Russia and so on, European Commission decided to put a lot of emphasis on, let's say, local European manufacturers of solar PV. Yes. Okay, the world allocated billions of euros to some companies in order to start some manufacturing facilities. Something similar was also a large manufacturer came to Romania to build up such a facility. And I was involved in this project, and I know very well this issue. Sorry for making this, but it's a very important point. So we started the process, and then we have seen that the Chinese panels were getting cheaper and cheaper. So we started the studies at that time. For instance, it was 23 euro cent X work. So at the exit of the factory, it was 23 euro cents, the price of watt of solar panel. And Chinese producers, they started to offer in the European market. In 1 year, the price dropped to 12 cents. So half of this. All billions that have been allocated by the European Commission to build factories in Europe are now shut down and were completely lost money. Of course, I wanted to understand the secret. I said, okay, maybe Chinese, they have a very wise, a very big secret why they can do this. So I went to Shanghai. I participated to a large, let's say, fair. And from there, I went to different factories, from panels to ingots and also for the wafers. And surprise, it was nothing about technology. So they were producing very dirty ingots with, let's say, the oil coming and coal coming from Russia. They were slicing the ingots, and from there, they were taking the ingots into the factories. The prices were, the costs were at the same level as European technology. What the Chinese did, so they had a system where, for instance, they have 5 big manufacturers, and there are many other Chinese, let's say, factories that are taking from those big players, and they are commercializing them with different other brands. But 5 players are crucial ones. So these 5 crucial ones, they produced on stock. They generated something in the range of 5 to 10 gigawatt of panels. They produced on stock up to the end of 2023. And then the trading companies, they took these stocks and started to trade them in Europe and worldwide. But they went to their banking system and they said, look, we have now a stock. The value of this stock, let's say, is 100 million euros. But the market is going down. Would you accept to lose 20 million, but to earn 80, or to lose everything? So they played with this game, and just from banking, they started to drop the prices like that. They were able to do that because they have the banking system that was relying in a different mechanism. So in this way, a game that was played for years by the Western and developed countries now has been taken over by China, and they are playing this also with batteries and also with the other renewable technologies. So what I wanted to say is that sustainability in energy is something that lost the initial, let's say, philosophical background. And here we are talking about the 3 pillars. So one is about improvement of technology to, let's say, increase the efficiency, to increase the productivity, and so on and so forth. Here, the developments are very steep and are beyond technology. They are involving also financial aspects and so on. The second aspect is about integration in natural cycles. And here there are different developments. There are new materials. There are different types of things that are related to circularity and so on. But we lost the third one, which means the, let's say, capacity of the future generations to understand that energy is nothing that is unlimited, is nothing that we have to check only the price of it. But besides of this price, you have seen the demonstration that was done, this brilliant presentation of the professor from the Australian, Santamouris. So it was brilliant because if you remember, he said something that very few people are aware. This means, for instance, all of us, we know about this greenhouse effect. So we know that radiation from the sun is hitting the Earth level. The Earth is absorbing this radiation and then is re-emitting this energy in the infrared wavelengths. So we are receiving on the light and full band radiation, but the emission is in infrared. The infrared radiation is then reflected by the atmospheric shield and is trapped into the let's say, Earth system. So the more we have radiation going into the infrared, so that means energy that is dissipated over the entire value chain, the more energy is trapped into the Earth system. And the system of, let's say, global warming is accelerated. So for that reason, those materials that have been shown in the presentation to help a change of wavelength in radiation are actually the future concerns and the future ways of development. But what I wanted to say here is that every watt that we are consuming, leaving the light open, or considering different other consumption of electricity, has to be amplified by 10 at the origin. So we start, let's say, from 10 watt up to 1 watt, and we dissipate all this over the time. Sorry for making this thing long, but philosophically, we are on the wrong way. This was actually my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. It was really very interesting, all this information that you shared with us, from the meetings and the strategy, because we sometimes confuse these technological aspects with advancements just on this sector. But there's politics, there's economics, there are a lot of the part of that society can play in this global efforts. So we need to understand the multiple dimensions of this issue, and we need to focus not just in trying to find new sources for energy production, but also to have a better use of the energy that we already have and we are already using. But apart from that, as I mentioned at the beginning of the introduction, we need to understand the whole spectrum of energy production and all the possibilities that we have. And there is a major discussion all over the world during the past few years. There was a gap at some point. I mean, nuclear energy was very famous at some point. There was a gap, and then we started again discussing about nuclear energy. So I wanted to ask my colleague, Professor Ioannidou, to share with us her experience on this and to reveal the elephant in the room and to tell us how it looks and what's the size of the elephant and if it's a dangerous elephant or if it's a friendly elephant.
Yes. So yesterday evening, I realized that the elephant in the room is not me, but Professor Moussiopoulos told me that his main first degree is nuclear engineering. So the only nuclear engineer and the only one specialist and expert inside the room is Professor Nicholas. I'm not specialist in nuclear.
78.
Yes.
Last century.
Yes, and he didn't follow this route just because we were at the end, in fact. Otherwise, maybe you would have a different path. Yeah. Because really there was a period that we have decided to give up the nuclear energy, just because there were 78, we have the 3 Mile Island, there were some small-scale nuclear accidents. At the same, and after then it was 86 with Chernobyl, and started somehow to some countries to stop using nuclear energy, and at the same time it was the end of the Cold War. There was no need anymore to work with nuclear. What I wanted to say that most of the people, they don't know that the Paris Agreement, maybe it was the first time that they gave officially the rebirth of nuclear energy, because it was the first time that was pointed out that let's go and nuclear energy should be continued, and together with the renewables and the real green energy will help us to reach the climate change, the mitigation, and at the same time I was saying how useful it was for the society and for the environment. And the truth is that some years before, even from 2005, the person that we are in this field, we realized that some master programs started in nuclear energy to reinvent it in Europe and all over the world. Otherwise, there were almost finished only in NETH. They were still keeping, because Switzerland has still nuclear reactors. In Europe, we have France, Switzerland, Bulgaria, Romania, and nowadays is a new era. It's a really new era because all over the world we have doubled the number of nuclear reactors, and we have some new technologies that show us the way that I heard from Prodromos, that, and I agree that governments and international organizations, they don't really go with some agreements and some treaties in order to achieve the real needs for climate changes, global warming. But the truth is that technology will give the solution, I think. Because nowadays, as I said, we have almost double the nuclear energy. Turkey has 3 new nuclear reactors. China is is planning and rebuilding, builds 30 new nuclear reactors. So for sure, even if they don't have it as a plan to work for the global warming, at the same time, the actions that they are taking will give the solution. And why we need nuclear energy today? We are in a very critical moment. Nowadays, because of AI, 1% of the total energy is used for AI, for data centers. And there are some areas, I think in Ireland, that they need 25% of their electricity for AI. It is well known that Google, Amazon, Microsoft, nowadays, they invest to the nuclear energy. And at the same time, the technology give another one solution, because we have this innovation, the small modular reactors. The small modular reactors, that they are small reactors, that they have plenty of advantages. And what are these advantages? A broad, big nuclear reactor is the reactor that gives energy to a country, let's say the 60% of the energy, like the one who had the coal power plants in Greece. So it is the broad energy, but a small modular reactor can give energy to a small data center, can give energy to a small island, let's say in Greece that have plenty of islands, can give energy to a hospital or to a small city. At the same time, it's cheaper, so the private sector can invest. There is no need to have the decision of a country. We don't need to have the decision of a government to invest billions, where someone with less amount, some millions, hundreds of millions, can invest in a small modular reactor. So we see private sector to want to invest in the small modular reactors. We have the ship owners. Even in Greece, it is the last year that we started to discuss about nuclear energy, while Greece declared non-nuclear country, but it was the ship owners that they have some contacts with the regulatory authority, with the prime minister, in order to persuade them how they can start, because they want to invest in the propulsion of the ships with the with micro reactors that are inside the ships. So at the same time, the data center, I want to say something with the small modular reactor. We realize that renewables are not, let's say, good enough at the moment, because we cannot use batteries to reserve the energy at the moment that it's a sunny day or a windy day. But we realized 2 days before there was no sun, no production of electricity. The small modular reactors can play very well in the supply system, energy supply system, because they can follow very well the fluctuations. A big nuclear reactor cannot shut down and start again. This is impossible. That's why we had the accident in Chernobyl.
but the small modular reactor can play with the fluctuations of renewables. So it combines very well with the system of the electricity system of a country. And another one, very important, is that the data centers, they are working with the 5 nines, as we say, the 99.999%. That means that they cannot, they can be shut down, not working 5 minutes, only 5 minutes per year. And this energy profile follows very well the energy profile of a nuclear reactor. So there are more than this, the technology and the demands of the new era that says that the only solution nowadays for the next 10, 20 years is the nuclear energy. Just to be prepared for the next solution, let's say for the fusion and then let's say for batteries. What I also wanted to say is that, okay, we need clean energy, and nuclear energy is a very clean energy. We know France that has no problem of CO2 because they use 60% of their, almost, you don't agree? Okay. A secure energy supply, because nowadays we see how problems we have from all this political situation. Just another thing that I wanted to mention, and I'm almost finished, is that is the only sector that can say that, because there are plenty of regulations, there is not any other sector that has such big regulations about the nuclear safety, nuclear security, nuclear waste, whatever. It's under very strict controls. I don't think that any other energy sector or any other sector in our life, they need it. And final and finished, I think that we need here the experts, and the role that we have, the academicians or professors or whatever, is to educate the people, because well-educated and well-informed citizens can take the correct decisions. This is, I think, is the main role that we have. And the society should hear the experts. I was driving one morning and I hear in the radio a journalist saying, why, I heard that the Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, said about nuclear energy, and who asked us? And they said, okay, yes, they never asked the experts. We don't have to ask the society if they are not well informed. We need to ask and to base to the facts and okay,
translate the knowledge for the public audience.
Yeah. So I really say things, but I have many other comments for the call.
Thank you. It was really very interesting and enlightening. But I have just a short question. Would you respond to those who are concerned about safety? I mean, you know that that's the other element. Okay. The element in the other room, because as you said, even from this discussion on the radio, people have in mind Chernobyl, Fukushima. They have in mind.
Yes, this is the problem, because whenever we hear radiation, nuclear, whatever, behind here is the threat. Yes. That is a big threat. The truth is not, I have to make a whole presentation and a more detailed presentation, but it's not like this. Even in Fukushima, and sometimes even the measures, even in Chernobyl, the measures that they are taking are so strict, because I told you we have so strict regulations in radiation protection that they are really very hard, and sometimes
it's something completely different than what it was in.
And also yes, also the safety, because it is different. The safety regulations regarding the safety of a nuclear reactor. Mm-hmm. Nowadays we have very well new passive systems that, in case of an emergency, etc., systems that they don't need electricity or whatever are taking place, and they are not so many, they are not so risk like years before. And of course, small modular reactors are much more safe. And there is the experience also from the Navy, etc. Also from ships.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all this.
It's a big discussion. It's not only in 10 minutes. There are plenty of.
Of course, we spend the whole day discussing. Spend the whole day discussing about this issue because it's something that people are not informed about. Not people, even scientists are not informed, and obviously politicians are not informed. So there is a gap of information there because people have in mind the very important accidents that happened in the past, and they are not convinced that this is a safe procedure. But I think things are completely different now than they were in the past, and we need to consider this new technology. Maybe we could even change the name because the name always. Yes.
But even some measures that they take there sometimes have mental problems to the people that they sometimes they take measures even to people to evacuate some areas, and this is the worst thing that they did. I told you that we have very strict regulations, and this is sometimes very bad. The levels should be higher regarding the radiation protection. I mean.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all this information. Now we shift to another unexploited, I would say, to its full extent, potential source of energy, which is very interesting for countries like Greece and Mediterranean countries and the Black Sea countries. So I will give the floor to my very good friend and colleague, Grigoris, who is an expert on offshore wind farms, and she will tell us what this is all about.
So good afternoon, first of all, and thank you very much for the invitation. So as Nico said, I'm going to talk about the totally different aspect, totally different kind of offshore of renewable energy, offshore wind. Offshore wind, I guess you all agree that it has massive potential globally. We know about onshore wind, but now we have gone offshore, especially in Europe, which is considered a cornerstone, and I also agree with that in order to meet all these ambitious, let's say, goals. But it has been used by European Union as a new industry, I would say. Just to give you two numbers, I mean, by the end of 2024 in Europe, there have been installed, and UK, 39 gigawatts of offshore wind, and 29 of them during the last 10 years. So there has been a huge development in the field. But China, as I already mentioned, is now in front. It's 50%. The whole production of offshore is made in China. So we have the offshore wind farms. So we have these huge wind turbines, which are installed not so deep currently, totally different compared to oil and gas. And there we can see two technologies. And just to give you an overview about the technologies, very short, just to explain what would be the future trends that will come to Mediterranean and Black Sea. So we have the wind turbines that are bottom mounted, so they are fixed, let's say, on the sea bottom, and they can go up to 60 meters. These are considered deep waters for offshore wind, which is very shallow water for oil and gas. And then you have the floating offshore wind turbines, which are anchored and can go further from the shore to deeper waters. Nowadays, most of offshore wind turbines, as Nico said, is located and have been installed in Northern Europe. So I'm talking about UK, the Netherlands, Denmark, Germany, and the relevant seas. And the reason was very simple. They had quite small water depths, close to the shore. Don't forget we have the caves here, so we have to transfer the energy to the shore, and this is a big cost. And so these two, let's say, parameters, physical parameters, have facilitated the usage of the deployment of the quite mature, let's say, fixed offshore wind farms technology. But there are some ambitious goals, and one goal as far as offshore wind is to go to 60 gigawatts by 2030. It is ambitious, in my opinion. We're at 37 now, but okay, we may go close to that. And so how are we going to achieve this? First of all, we need to explore other seas. We need to go to other markets, because also the areas in the North Sea become smaller. They are not sparse areas that we can install, because we don't install everywhere, of course. And so we need to go also to larger, further from the sea, to larger water depths, which is actually the winds are more clean, the wind speeds are better, so the capacity factor, what we can gain, is much, much better. And this is actually the first trend of the offshore wind, which is is followed very, very rapidly during the last decade. Go deeper, okay? And this actually has triggered the technology of floating offshore wind turbines, which have also a very important advantage. Since we can go to deeper waters, we can achieve the second main trend of offshore wind technology, the going larger trend. This means we can build larger wind turbines far from the shore, so there are not going to be any aesthetic consideration and this kind of problems. And also we can build larger wind farms, not many wind turbines, not a huge number of wind turbines, because we're going to have wind turbines of larger capacity, but larger wind farms. So at the end, we're going to reduce cost, because actually this is the main goal, to reduce cost and then to provide electricity to customers, which is not so expensive. Floating offshore wind started, it's not something new. It started, as always, in Norway, in Europe, in 2009, where they installed the first floating offshore wind turbine. But actually, during the last 5 years, I would say, there has been a huge development in the sector. There are many concepts that have been developed and are reaching a very good TRL, these technological regional levels. That means that we could have demonstrator project at a single unit or pre-commercial as at the level of a farm. There are projects in Europe, in Norway, demonstrators in Spain, Portugal, and one milestone is in France. Actually, in July 2025, last summer, the first floating offshore wind farm, actually the first, it's not the first floating offshore wind farm in France, in the Mediterranean, was installed. That's a huge milestone for the specific sea. And so, although there has been huge development, there are many challenges that still have to be overcome in order to come to competitive solutions. And I'm focusing on floating offshore wind because, to my opinion, this would be the technology that is going to be deployed in the Mediterranean, also countries, also in China, and everywhere if we want to exploit more offshore wind. I think the areas close to the shore, the shallow water depths have run out, so we need to go deeper. Except of technology challenges, I'm talking about the floater, we need good floaters, etc., etc. We need structures that can be easily scaled up, okay? And this is in order to host big offshore wind turbines, I said, and this is very important because one of the main strategies of offshore wind industry is the economy of scale. You have to go big if you want to reduce costs. That's what they say, there's the only way. And if you see numbers in the projects that are going to come and follow, these are huge projects. Even in Greece, the numbers that have been suggested are huge, in my opinion. But in any case, we're going to have huge wind farms. There are technological challenges. I don't want to go into further details. But additional to that, other challenges are related to the markets. we're going to have new markets. Mediterranean is a new market. This means that we need to have local supply chain, and maybe I have different opinion. We shouldn't wait from other people, from other countries to bring that around. We should develop technology. We should develop local supply chain, because this also attracts investors. If you are talking about with some companies, for example, in Spain, they're saying it's very difficult now to build something in Greece, because how can I brought everything? I need local suppliers to reduce costs. And this also gives us other opportunities like materials. Concrete has returned into the game, because now concrete, you can build concrete structures everywhere in the world, especially in France, for example, that they love concrete, we love concrete. And also this, so you will make now floaters from concrete, not from steel. So you don't need fabrication yards, for example. You need other ways. Another important thing is the grid infrastructure. This should be updated. This should be upgraded. We need substations. We need cables. We need to connect remote areas. In the case of these are islands, because we need to transfer the energy. Also, we need port infrastructures. We need to upgrade port infrastructures to support those activities, not only during installation, but during operation and maintenance. And of course, we need to reduce environmental impact during the whole life cycle, because we're talking about renewable energy, offshore wind. Okay, we're reducing emissions, but in reality, if you see the life cycle analysis of those kind of projects during the production, there are the biggest percentage of CO2 emissions because of the steel, because of the production of steel. So if we don't decarbonize the production, if we don't use concrete that is made, for example, with cycled aggregates and other ways, CO2 emissions will not be reduced. So we need to go back, and so we need to produce things with low environmental impact, not only starting from the production, but if we go back from the first point when we're going to select the area we're going to install. And this is again very important, because we have to consider various parameters, conflict with other uses, and environmental criteria. Not only economic criteria, not only good wind, but also environmental criteria, because that in turn will make people to accept, let's say, offshore wind. So these are some challenges. In the Mediterranean countries, France, Spain, Portugal, some of them have been overcome. In Greece and in other Balkans, I will talk right now in a few words, we are still behind. We have made some steps. So if we come now to the Mediterranean countries, as I said before, Italy, France. I think France has made huge steps. Portugal had the first floating offshore wind farm, but the waters there, we're talking about Atlantic mainly, so the waters are very deep and very rough seas. Spain has made steps, so they have a demonstration project, and also they have solved, let's say, they have marine spatial planning, which is very important. And France now comes very rapidly into the game. They have built the first floating offshore wind farm in the Mediterranean. This is a milestone, and they have awarded also other floating projects. So it is anticipated to move fast to this. Italy has also a first fixed bottom offshore wind farm in 2022, if I'm not wrong. That it's not a new project. It was awarded many years ago, but due to licensing issues and environmental issues, there was a big delay. Another problem. So in all those countries, it is anticipated to build, up to 2030, 1 up to 3 gigawatts. And now if we come to Greece and let's say Black Sea countries or Balkan countries, I would say that during the last 10 years, those countries moved from potential studies to early commercialization planning. With Greece and Romania to seem to lead this pack, since they have made the most concrete steps, let's say. Romania, to the best of my knowledge, they have announced recently a roadmap for offshore wind to install 3 gigawatts. This is the low growth scenario, or 7 gigawatts by 2035. Black Sea Oil and Gas Company have been awarded with a huge project. And also now they're trying to, there's an open call to define appropriate sites to install up to 3 gigawatt projects. So there are some very important steps. In Greece, finally, we focused on this licensing process things and the zoning issue. We have defined, the HEREMA, which is the Hellenic Hydrocarbons and Renewable Energy Resource Management Company, has announced a draft for a national offshore wind farm development program. They are defining specific areas in Greece, 23 areas in Greece, marine areas in Greece, for offshore wind farms. Most of them are floating. And also, there have been issued some permits for exploration and survey studies in the north part of Greece, close to Alexandroupoli, for a project. I have some doubts. This is my personal opinion of this project, but we will see at the end. So there are some steps made. The rest countries haven't made so much, and the main barriers for that, except that we had to wait also for the floating technology to be developed, were licensing reasons, permitting reasons, marine spatial planning. In some cases, even, in Greece, we are going to have a concrete marine spatial plan, environmental issues. So those things was a big barrier. Other things were, as I said, port infrastructure, grid infrastructures, and the local supply chain. I'm insisting so much on the local supply chain, but I see a barrier that could be a huge opportunity for the Mediterranean, the Balkan countries, the Black Sea countries. And of course, in the case of the Black Sea, it's cross-border cooperation between countries. So in a few words, there are huge opportunities, to my opinion. Mediterranean and the Black Sea will, to my opinion, especially Romania, will play an important role in the offshore wind energy policy during the next years. But again, there is a need to build capacity, all of the things that I have mentioned before, and also to develop, let's say, the new generation for this new industry. I was reading that in 10 years from now, one of the most wanted jobs will be technicians or engineers, electrical, mechanical, or even civil engineering for offshore wind. So we need to develop people that have the adequate skills. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All this is very, very interesting, and it's again a topic that people are not completely informed. They hear something, they understand a few things, but they cannot understand, for example, the whole supply, production, and maintenance scale that you mentioned, which is something very important. They do not understand the potential, especially in creating new jobs, in capacity building, and this is something that we also need to see within the universities, because we need to prepare our future engineers or other disciplines to be able to adapt and to take advantage of all these new technologies that arise. My question is whether I understand that going further away from the shore, going deeper, is much more productive. It's more environmental friendly because it's not friendly, but it's not unfriendly, because there are a lot of objections about wind farms, especially shore wind farms, on their environmental friendliness. But of course, the cost increases. As far away you go, the cost increases. And I'm wondering whether it is worth it to invest in this, not to invest in offshore wind farms, and second about that, whether it is good to invest in shifting them away from the shore just to reduce environmental impacts and increasing the cost of energy transition.
Yes, that's a big talk, but in a few words, you reduce environmental impacts in the sense you make them more socially accepting, let's say, okay, because you don't have aesthetic considerations. As far as the cost, that's what I said at the beginning. We need to go, if you go deeper, you have to go larger. So the capital cost may increase, but the capacity factor show the production of energy at the end will be larger, and then you reduce this. Of course, you have bigger operation maintenance costs, so you go into novel practices to do operation and maintenance. So this is the only way to reduce cost. The cost now for floating offshore wind is high. It's almost double on the fixed offshore wind turbines, but it is anticipated to be reduced very quickly because you are going to build larger. So this is the secret, the economy of scale.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the clarifications. Our last speaker of the summit, of the 2-day summit, is Professor Papadopoulos. I'm really grateful for his presence here, and I'm also grateful because a yacht and water company of Thessaloniki is supporting our summit for many years now, and we're really grateful about that. So we'd like to hear your perspective. I saw you reacting to some of the topics of discussion.
Yes, they are politically incorrect.
I need to input them. Of course, if you have some information that you would like to share with us about the water company of Thessaloniki and its efforts in this energy sector, will be welcome.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure and an honor being here. One disclaimer, unlike Nicholas Moskopoulos, my origins are in solar energy. And despite that, I'm not very happy with the energy transition and the climate neutrality goals. So I'll come back to why. Forgive my reaction before, but whenever I hear guys from the nuclear industry speaking about how clean nuclear energy is, one should not forget the mining of the uranium, which is a disaster and it's a disgrace for the areas where you dig uranium. And this is something which annoys me deeply. Just a spontaneous reaction. Okay.
And the waste.
The waste, of course. Yes, yes. Yes.
We have also coal mines.
Yes, but it's a much smaller problem. It's a much smaller problem. Anyway, okay, I'll try to talk a bit from the business perspectives, because at the end of the day, someone has to finance this and someone has to regain the capital. And let us agree that A, there is no technological silver bullet who will lead everything, and B, that it is a hugely capital-intensive effort that we want to undertake. So the famous McKinsey report says that we will need, give or take, 28 trillion euros by 2050. That's 900 billion a year. You will need another 2 or 3 trillions for the rearm Save EU project. Let's see where we'll find the money. But it's a very upfront investment. We need it now. Yes, it can pay off perhaps after 10, 15, 20 years, but you need the money upfront. And you need, and this is one of the main problems, both on the production and on the consumption side. I can imagine some of the big energy companies investing in those lovely offshore wind parks. They can finance it. It's much more difficult to imagine how, for example, the replacement of the wonderful internal engine combustion cars by EVs will be financed by the poor guys who own them, or the refurbishment of the buildings, because we are not bankable. Sorry. 2, I'm not so optimistic about the supply chains. I presume you must have seen the latest report from the Commission on the critical raw materials. More than 80% of all the critical raw materials we need for PVs or wind generators or whatever is not under European control, as a matter of fact. It's mostly controlled by China. It doesn't make me feel very happy. We don't have the industrial capacities anymore. We managed to outsource everything. Well done. That's how we managed to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions in Europe. We have no industry anymore, no energy-intensive industry. We don't have the manpower. If someone would provide us with a few 100,000 heat pumps for the Greek residential building market tomorrow, we don't have the guys to install them anymore. So even if it would, pour down money, I'm not really sure that we would be able to implement some of those steps in time. And we don't have the money, because who will finance these investments? Obviously, the investors. And how could they finance it? By going to the bank sector. For a project to be bankable, and this is an experience I've made in the last 6.5 years at the WAAS, you have to work in a regulated financial environment, having a more or less secure market and stable conditions. The energy market is anything but that. And this is why, for example, when you want to build a new nuclear power plant, if you are in the UK, the government has to sponsor it. Vattenfall didn't do it by themselves. They asked, as a matter of fact, they twisted the arm behind the back of the British government for a couple of million pounds. If you're in China, of course, that's not a problem. It's a regulated market. But if you are in the European Union, where the electricity market is a strange story, it's very, very difficult to convince someone to give you money, to lend you money to build offshore wind parks or whatever. So this is a problem. And unless we address this, I'm very pessimistic about how one can finance the otherwise very real and very effective and very efficient solutions that are, and those that will become available also in the market in the next few years. You mentioned the water company. Yes, we did a couple of things in the last few years. So we have a negative carbon footprint, as a matter of fact, because we now have more than 70% of electricity from renewables. We improved also our efficiency by, give or take, 20%, which is not bad. But we have 3 advantages. A, we are an ideal consumer. We have day in, day out, a steady electricity demand. It varies 5 or 10%, so we can negotiate with any provider we want. 2, we operate in a regulated monopolist. Despite the fact that the state has not granted us any price increases over the last 5 years, we still have decent financial results. We made a healthy profit, and we can negotiate with the bank very easily. And 3, we have a long-term concession agreement with the state, and yes, we don't, so it's not a big problem. So it's not a problem to go and negotiate with Tamer, with Ilineos or anyone else. Listen, I need for the next 10 years, 80 gigawatt hours a year, let's fix the price. And it has to be from wind power or from PV or whatsoever. So this works. But of course, Amazon and Google can do anything they want, and they invested heavily in renewables. They're investing in nuclear, but they can afford it. They are not state-owned monopolists, they are monopolists in a sense, or oligopolists, right? And they have huge consumptions. But the typical small and medium enterprise has none of these features. A hotel that has 1 gigawatt hour a year consumption, which is quite a lot for a medium hotel, has no negotiating power. Someone who wants to invest in a wind farm has very little negotiating power, unless you are RWE or something like that, or Vattenfall or whatever. So it's a situation that makes it's a very volatile market. We don't have the infrastructure anymore to produce the components we want to install. If we succeeded, I'm very pessimistic, sorry, if we succeed at the end of the day to decarbonize Europe, which we may do, perhaps a bit later, but whatever, we will have done this at the cost of the European economy. And if things go wrong, you can see what happens with the AfD in Germany, with Marine Le Pen in France. It goes really wrong. One final comment to the name of this, the G7 and the session. Clean energy is fairly easy to evaluate. Okay, we may disagree about this or that, but affordable energy is a very tricky thing. Yes, of course, because if you produce electricity at 40 euros per megawatt from a PV plant for the hours it's working, it's very affordable for Germany, it's affordable for Greece, but if you're in Namibia, it's hugely expensive. So if we want to speak about affordable energy, we have to be very careful, because it's not a one-size-fits-all. We have to differentiate, and this is, in my humble opinion, probably the biggest problem, I think, Professor Mahmoud mentioned it, that we have to tackle on a global scale. I don't know how. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for raising this this issue. This last remark. I think these two words should go together: clean and affordable. If it's just clean, it's something else. If it's just affordable, it's something else. If it's clean and affordable, it's the balance that we are looking for and we seek. Because as I mentioned at the beginning, at the introduction, the problem is not Europe. The problem is not the United States. The problem is Africa, it's Asia, it's Latin America, where they are still in the process of needing more and more energy. So the model that they will use in order to achieve this, to reach this maximum energy consumption, the model that they will use for energy production, it will be very important for the whole planet, because the impacts will be global impacts and not just local impacts. We have a few minutes from some questions from the audience, please.
I don't think that time would be sufficient to discuss the three titles for the next year, maybe within the SDG 7 issue. Storage, rational use of energy / industrial symbiosis. Three, for me, very important and somehow involved in that, waste to energy, primarily not incineration, although we're now discussing the lowest discussion at the moment in Greece, but primarily, for instance, from biogas, biomethane. We have new strategy in the meantime in Greece. We have so much agriculture, not only in Greece, in the other Balkans, and Romania has also, I think, quite a lot of biomass. So all these things, I think, are also within the context of the SDG 7. I only brought these titles because you could not have 8 or 9 people in the panel, although some of the distinguished colleagues are maybe very familiar with the topics I mentioned. So these are points which show how important the discussion is. And as regards wind energy, of course, I'm quite optimistic that if the storage problem is solved, in Greece we can have a future. Simply already also from the point of view of the complementarity a little with desalination. If the storage problem is so, and not in the way that the ministry suggested it last year with pumping in small islands, which is proto-tourism. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, Mila, please?
Student question. For Alexander. First of all, you have no idea how much I appreciate this session, especially from the viewpoint of a social scientist and kind of macroeconomist in that sense. This is extremely valuable. So I have a student question, literally, in terms of no challenge to the domain, but to truly understand it, and I'll add why I'm asking. In terms of producing nuclear energy, how much water do we need, and what kind of water do we end up with through the process? I know this is a lecture, this is basically you just giving the gist. There's another technology that I'm asking about.
Specifically, I don't know exactly the correct answer, but I know that it's a great challenge nowadays, and that the world water, that we have less water, and we use because we used to have a nuclear reactor near a river, near a lake, near and also to somehow in order to clean it, to take it off to the river. But at the same time, it's a very good way to use it for teleheating, because this water is used. It is old Russian, Ukrainian. I think you have the same. Or you use the water, the warm water from the reactor for the central heating, like the one that we have in West, in Kozani, in Florina, in Ptolemais, the heating of the cities because of the coal power plants that we have there.
The reason I'm asking.
But the water, that how much the quantity that we use, it is a kind of recycling.
Water. Then I could, but quantity, I mean, I can.
It has to be clean water because you use it for steam production. So it has to be very clean water. And it is also quite significant numbers, quantities that you need.
There's a question that, I mean, I'm thinking it's an associated chain of events and thoughts. I'm thinking about the new generation of artificial intelligence for data centers that you already know about. And it is for the next generation of the artificial intelligence. It is actually necessary also to have almost pristine waters in that process. The next step, well, why I'm thinking about this for our region is, and I'm just going to be honest, maybe I'm just divulging information from the government I'm not supposed to, but I'm seeing, say, for Montenegro, I'm seeing deals being made, and of course they're presented in the public a certain way with South Korea, with Japan, this and that. These, see, it's all selling. It's a real big political market. You cannot quote me on this. Close the door. Okay, so it's a big political marketing. Translating that for the public audience, it's like these are developed, technologically advanced, futuristic countries that have always been there, and we are backward. This is the conversation about the Balkans. So we have got to concede to what they ask of us and the investment they're doing, but they're sucking all the waters, and they're selling all the waters, and Montenegro is known for exceptional waters. I'm talking about rivers, turquoise blue rivers. They don't look real. Lakes, Adriatic, I mean, underwater springs. It's an exceptionally rich country in waters. So we're selling everything. And this
Go ahead. Here, I think that the high amount of tourists that we have and the high amount of the water that they
also
is greatest. So, and this is not a real economy. We have to invest to real economy. I mean, this is investment, and like it or not, even Romania has already 2 reactors. They're planning for the 2, but huge, I mean, big reactors, and they are planning for 3 small modular reactors. Bulgaria has reactors, Slovenia has nuclear reactors. All Europe needs tens of thousands in the next 5-10 years of people that they are specialists in nuclear sector. And if we don't find it from us, and if we don't educate our students, they will come from Asia, like it or not. This is the reality for the next 20 years. Like it or not, this is what is going on outside. And when I was speaking, I wasn't speaking just for Greece, just for Balkans, but we somehow include Balkans, because many Balkan countries, they have nuclear reactors, but also Europe. And Europe all these years was somehow biased in the way of working with
And I keep wondering about the process, and the I mean, we're just thinking together. I'm just, really, as a student, learning with you. So I keep thinking about the process and the cost of energy transmutation, meaning changing one form of something into another, right? And something is off. Something is profoundly off with what we're doing. I haven't pinned it down yet. I know Tesla was working on the global systems of energy transmission.
Yes.
And he's gone, or they took everything for businessified, Edison and all. You already know the story, and American culture that presented it and captured it that way. But I'm wondering even about solar, and I'm literally like puzzled about, as if there's something here that we're missing, as if there's a link we're missing, and there's an elegant, more natural solution for the energy grid, and we're going to need the energy to sustain ourselves, the food that we eat, I mean, even how we generate energy and heat as humans and what we can do. I mean, the ideas of when you're walking across over sensors, pavement with sensors, and you're generating energy. I mean, there's something much more elegant here that needs to emerge, and I don't know what that is. Sorry.
We have a student with a lot of questions and a lot of things that she wants to know, and we all want to know. But I would like to have a quick response from Professor Papadopoulos and Professor Mahmoud to this, and we need to wrap up.
Thank you for the points you dropped in the discussion. I mean, let's start with the basics. In Greece, at least, we consume roughly 80 to 85% of our water for agriculture. And irrigation is in a very primitive way. No one cares. And if I may give an economic explanation, because it's for free or almost for free. With respect to energy, yes, you're right. Nicholas Mouchoulas could explain it probably better than I do. But thermodynamically, we're a bit weird. The electrification of the European economy doesn't make sense, especially when you want to use, so we produce in very expensive offshore parks or nuclear parks or solar plants, doesn't matter, electricity, and use it then to produce heat. That's stupid. In Nicholas' lecture, if you would write this as an ideal solution as a student, probably you would fail the exams. Why do we do this? Okay, it's a very elegant solution. And it has advantages. It's flexible, you can store it with a bit of luck, blah, 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 but it's not the most straightforward solution. And final comment, but this is a very personal opinion. The way in which we live is beyond and above our resources. If you want to spend the weekend in Ibiza or in Dubai or in Mykonos, flying for a couple of nights, sorry, climate change cannot be stopped unless you stop doing something like that. How can you stop it? By making tickets very expensive. Is this democratic? Would you be voted against the government? No. I rest my case.
So I fully agree with Professor Papadopoulou in all these points. That's the reason why I'm inviting him officially to ECOS 2026. That is going to take place in Constanța next year.
With pleasure.
And
last year.
I give you now a slot for a plenary lecture on this topic. Of course, there are many aspects that could not be covered in just a very short time. Energy has connectivity with many sectors. And particularly, let's discuss only about nuclear energy. Nuclear energy was not, let's say, sector that has been developed for covering energy per se, but it was mostly related to defense. So Romania, for instance, had to include the 2 reactors with the CANDU technology, not because we were, let's say, in the lack of energy supply. Romania is one of the very rich countries in energy production in the region. The problem that we have is that we don't do what we should have do with the energy. Probably is the lowest added value to the energy in our economy. We are a very low profile economy. We cannot evaluate this energy accordingly to that. So our nuclear program that started actually in the 60s, we had negotiations, of course, with the French supply. We had negotiations with Soviet Union for pressurized reactors. It was a huge, let's say, motivation behind the way in which we did the option for the CANDU reactor. And this was also connected to the development of our research sector, to the development of our industry, and everything was developed and connected to this. what is happening now is also related to defense because look what happened in Ukraine. So nobody cared when, let's say, hundreds of people have been killed overnight with bombs. But everybody was, how can I say, waking up when something happened to the nuclear power plant in Zarotiadis, or when last week the last shield of the Chernobyl sarcophag has been hit. So it is also a part of that. Regarding these small modular reactors, the need why Romania entered into this game is not about energy. Is because we wanted to be in this game, because we don't know exactly why the Americans they want these small and medium reactors. It looks like it is related with the space exploration things, because of course these small modular reactors, they are the best suited technology to power, let's say, the future nuclear programs. And we want to be in this game, not because we need energy on that. My final remark, also for water. So in the case of water, for instance, in Chernobyl, we have 2 reactors, 700 megawatt each. But so together, we have 1,400 megawatt electricity production, but we need to cool 2,200 megawatt with the waters of Danube. That's why we need water. And that was why I pointed out that much on the aspect of dissipation of energy, because all this electricity, all this energy finally is dissipated. So dissipation is done at infrared level of wavelengths. And this is what this outstanding lecture that was earlier pointed out on the fact these are the very last research aspects that this wavelength, low profile wavelength, are causing huge and dramatic and irreversible impact on the environment. You heard about what's happening with the trees. You heard about what's happening with the other elements. So I think, and this is the last remark, I think that we are lacking a lot in engineering and science of energy. So they took decades to understand what means internalization of externalities. So this, let's say, concept is still somewhere in the air, because from scientific point of view, it's already covered, but from the, let's say, legal and decision point of view, it's blocked. Now, still, we are talking about affordability. So let's say the aspects related to, let's say, energy poverty and aspects related of the relation between human beings and energy is still an open area of scientific research. Maybe there is a need for new breed in this research with these cognitive sciences, with social sciences, with anthropology and different other perspectives in order to address this issue. Because, to my opinion, humanity has plenty of energy. The problem that we have is we are misusing this energy. The problem that we have is that we are dissipating a huge part of it, and the dissipation is causing something that we really don't understand as an impact on the environment. Because for instance, we say, okay, from 100 units of, and it was mentioned by Professor Papadopoulou. So from 100 units of raw material of energy, you get to the end user 10 units. Okay, so 90% is lost in between. With that 10% to go into heat again, this is something. But that 90% is not something that is going to the void. So that 90% is with us around, is in the air, is in the, let's say, ecosystems around, is in the different other organoids, all of them being affected by this dissipation. And these, let's say, processes, we don't understand at present how complexity is working there. And we need a lot of knowledge besides producing more energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam. We are actually at the end of the agenda. My friend Tamer challenged me yesterday that we cannot keep the time. I think we went very well for that. I wouldn't dare try to summarize what has been discussed in the last 2 days. We had amazing discussions. I would like to thank everyone, the panelists, the moderators, the participants in presence or online. It was really an excellent summit. I'm really very satisfied. We are going to write down the conclusions and the summaries of the sessions and share them with you. So instead of taking more time and discussing about the what was discussed in these 2 days, I would like to take the opportunity to thank my colleagues, Haris and Lysandros and Kostas and Christiana, who supported us all these days and today and in the preparation. So I'd like to ask you to give them a round of applause. And thank you all very much. And we will start tomorrow planning the next Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit for next year. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.